Okay, and we are live, ladies and gentlemen, broadcasting all around the world. Welcome to the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour right here on the LA Tribune TV network. I'm, of course, alongside Adora Crystal Evans and Don Green, who's the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And I'm so excited, Adora and Don, because we're going to spend the next several days together with some of the top thought leaders from around the world discussing universal principles that'll help people lead their lives, lead their businesses, and of course, take control of their lives. And Adora, the first question I want to ask you as we're sitting here alongside Don, and shortly we're going to have a couple of housekeeping notes for this program, as well as introductions for some of those individuals that will be helping co-host this program. But Adora, real briefly, how excited are you?
I'm so excited. Don, you're already laughing because you knew that energy was going to come. Those of you watching, share on your pages and tag us. We're giving out prizes. But Don Green, thank you for all that you have done to really solidify the world getting access to Napoleon Hill, to Napoleon Hill's library, to books that were never seen before. Not just Think and Grow Rich, Outwitting the Devil, Positive Influence, on and on and on. You're the reason that so many of us get to dive into his material. So I'm stoked. You said brief. Mo,
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Adora. And I wholeheartedly agree. Don Green is the man responsible for keeping the legacy of Napoleon Hill and W. Clement Stone at a level that respects their legacies. And briefly, Don, 1 minute or less, just share with the audience a little bit about, in your view, how important has the work of Napoleon Hill been for the self-help community and just the world at large? 1 minute or less, Don Green, CEO of Napoleon Hill Foundation.
Well, think it's extremely important, and all the guys that's out there are practically, you can name them. The good portion of them is on this show, and people. It's not like Tony Robbins. They all got to start reading with Napoleon Hill, the Napoleon Hill Foundation, and how popular is it? We have over 500 publishers, foreign publishers alone. We have 35, and I count them. We have 35 different publishers in Russia. I've done contracts with Russia since this thing was on. I got a wire the other day for $5,000, and I've even licensed out Wit and the Devil in Ukraine, which it's about probably the 60, close getting 70 of foreign language the book is in. Though he died in 1970, his books are more popular now than they ever were. And he's more in demand because I got people that so many books out there don't even realize that he's been passed away now for 52 years.
Right.
But, most of the best-selling authors, and I won't name any names, but they write the novels and so forth. Their books only stay. They call it shelf life, 2-3 years at the most. And if you want a copy, you got to go on eBay or somewhere and find a used copy. A new book.
Yeah, it's true.
All of Napoleon Hill's books are in print.
Absolutely. And thank you for that, Don. And we're going to have more time with you, Don, to really go into not just the legacy of Napoleon Hill, not just the legacy of W. Clement Stone, but also the legacy of Don Green, because you have really done a big, and you've played a big part in preserving these principles. Now, before we introduce our first living legend, and we could not have done this program without the gentleman that I'm going to introduce in just a couple minutes, who I'm excited to spend some time with. I'm going to do a couple quick housekeeping notes. If you're in the virtual auditorium, as we start gathering people here in the next few minutes, leave comments on the LA Tribune Facebook page and wherever you happen to be watching this, on all of our affiliate partners and platforms and all the folks that are sharing this out. Leave comments as to where you are. What part of the world are you? What city you're in? We've had folks from over 17 countries register for this, including many different people in the Asia Pacific part of the world. And so let us know from what part of the world you're tuning in from. And with that, we want to quickly introduce a couple other folks that are going to be a part of this program, helping guide it, helping facilitate it, helping nurture it. That's Krista Johnson and, of course, Rex Stephen Sykes. And Krista Johnson is a thought leader in her own right. And Rex Sykes, of course, has been a thought leader and a student of Napoleon Hill's principles for many decades. And so it's very appropriate to have him alongside us as well. But real quickly, Carissa, 1 minute or less, how excited are you? And of course, Carissa, you are muted. There we go.
Okay, got it. We're unmuted now. Yes, I'm so excited to be here. I did not even sleep last night. I was really tuning into all the people that are coming together, the passion, the hearts, the wisdom, and the failures that we all get to learn from in this conversation. So I'm thrilled to be here and just, add as much value as I possibly can. So thank you all so much for having me, and everybody who's contributed to this event coming together to see it come to fruition is an absolute dream. So I'm excited to be here. I didn't sleep much last night, so we're going to roll with it.
Thank you for that, Carissa. And we want to say hi to Victoria, who is tuning in from El Paso. We want to say hi to Al, who's tuning in from Malaysia, Lumpur, Malaysia. We want to say hi to Tanya, who's tuning in from Phoenix. We got someone from North Dakota. We have someone from Virginia, Redondo Beach. Matt, who's tuning in from Florida. Matt, we'll be hearing from you later. We have Lori from San Antonio. We want to give a big hello to Jeanette Rochelle, who's tuning in from Germany. What city in Germany are you tuning in from, Jeanette? We would love to know. We want to say hi to Miraz, who's tuning in from Dhaka, Bangladesh. And of course, we want to say hi to Michelle, who's tuning in from Canada. And of course, Miss Cruz, who's tuning in from Buffalo, Karen from Anaheim, Yana from Vegas, Claudia from Texas, and of course, Doria Cordova says, we love Malaysia. Absolutely. We have a lot of folks from the Asia Pacific part of the world that are fans of success principles that are tuning in today. So we're going to hear, oh, look, we have folks from Mexico, Arizona, Oregon. We got a lot of people from Oregon, Adora. I'm very surprised.
More and we need Canada, to say,
Colorado.
I jumped in.
Will you have a Spanish translation? No plans for that at the moment. Trading. But we are excited. And of course, Wes, keep letting us know what part of the country, what part of the world you are from as we continue to honor this global community. Near Munich. Okay, wonderful. Mississippi, New York. Now, before we go to the next segment and get the ball rolling, I want to go to Rex Steven Sykes. Rex, 1 minute or less. How long have you personally been studying Napoleon Hill, and how excited are you to be a part of this program?
I've been reading Napoleon Hill for at least 52 years. My mom read it to me when I was about 6, 7 years old, and I started reading it on my own when I was about 11. For maybe a year and a half, I didn't do it, and that's when I ran into some trouble in my 20s. But I'm thrilled that this is happening. I've been studying Napoleon Hill for most of my, more than 3/4 of my life. I've been sharing it, teaching it, and to have the opportunity to be with all the people today and have a discussion about these important life transforming principles is awesome, and it's way overdue. So I thank the lucky stars that you and Adora are putting this on. Glad to be a co-host with you guys and Larissa, and great to see Don and all the great lineup that we have going here. It's going to be a fabulous time. Look at all these people coming in from all around the world.
Absolutely. Now, Adora, before we introduce our next speaker, talk a little bit about what this next speaker means for you, but also what this next speaker means for the world, right? Of course, last year we had a big international program that was reported by third-party media outlets as one of the greatest personal development programs in recent times. Largely due to the lineup and definitely 100% due to the next speaker. But talk to us a little bit, Adora, real brief, because we'll have plenty of time to speak with him, about the living legend, Dennis Wheatley. Really who Brian Tracy called the godfather of the personal development movement, which is truly an incredible testament to the impact and legacy that he has made. Real briefly, Adora, talk about Dennis Wheatley, please.
I absolutely will, and thank you for that. But before I do, we need to give a special shout out to our partners, Driven Trading, that really are doing some incredible things, as well as our entire team that have been behind the scenes working. 5 teams, you guys, imagine that, working to bring this special moment together for you all. We also need to thank Rami Albertrawi, who you will hear from, that wrote Can You Really Think and Grow Rich? And is the reason this tour even started, because Don Green called and said, hey, I have a guy, Rami, he's incredible. And we said, we'll build a whole tour around it. And of course, that was about Think and Grow Rich. So here we are now to talk about Dennis Wheatley, and you'll see the Driven Trading on the bottom soon for those of you that are curious. So about this next person. So Dennis Wheatley, if you do not know who he is, I mean, he wrote The Psychology of Winning. That is one of the most listened to audios ever produced. His personal mentor was Earl Nightingale. All right. And many of the people that you know now, John Maxwell said Dennis Wheatley is his mentor. All right. John Maxwell, Les Brown, many of the people, Bob Proctor, so many people that you're going to hear from. But to me personally, and I won't go much longer, he is one of the most kind human beings you will ever meet. So what he teaches, he lives day to day, whether he's in the grocery store or talking with the richest person on the planet. You're going to feel like the most important person in the room when you're with him. So I am so excited to bring my dear friend, mentor, but first and always, I'm a super fan of Dennis Wheatley.
Amazing. Thank you for that, Adora. And let's go ahead and say goodbye temporarily to you, Don Green, Rex Sykes, and Krista Johnson, but you guys will be back very shortly. And Don, we're going to have a special sit down with you later on in the program.
Do you
and
want to
with
let
that,
Don in?
let's go ahead and bring in Dennis Wheatley. Dennis, welcome back to our incredible group dialogue here. It seems just like yesterday where we spent several days together impacting the world, and here we are yet again. And Adora mentioned that you have had so many incredible mentors, including Earl Nightingale. And we talked about how Brian Tracy called you the godfather of the self-help personal development movement. So talk a little bit, Dennis. First of all, hello. Secondly, a little bit about, in your view, the impact that Napoleon Hill had on Earl Nightingale that later on translated to the impact that Earl Nightingale had on you.
Well, thank you, Mo, and thank you, Adora, and thank you, Don Green, for making this possible. I go way back. Earl Nightingale discovered me in my 30s. So Napoleon Hill was his mentor. In fact, The Strangest Secret, the audio, if you will, record, a 45 record that has broken all records for selling a single record, The Strangest Secret, Earl Nightingale recorded that, and I listened to it over and over again. And Napoleon Hill was still alive when I was in my 30s. So as you can imagine how important it is for me to think and grow rich and know that you can think and grow rich, because it's the only way you really can grow rich throughout your life in every way. And so I'm beginning the 90th year of my life this week. So I will have lived 9 decades shortly. And so my expertise comes from failures, from experience, from what I've done wrong, a few things I've done right, but mainly it's come from studying the great thought leaders like Napoleon Hill. Adora mentioned W. Clement Stone. I used to speak on his rallies. All the people you're talking about, even Wayne Dyer, Robert Schuller, Jim Rohn, Tony Robbins, all of them I've known ever since they were beginning in the business. And I guess the reason Brian Tracy calls me the godfather is that I'm still one of the only ones my age alive and still doing this. And I'm so grateful that I'm able to be on this program today. Very excited about it. So to answer your question, Mo, when I read Think and Grow Rich, a light went on and I said, wait a minute. So you do become what you think about most of the time. In fact, you're thinking all of your waking moments and in certain moments of sleep, but every thought that you have and you act upon it determines the outcome of the rest of your life. Now think about it. If he didn't turn left, if he didn't board the plane, if he hadn't boarded the plane, if he had only waited a moment or gone a few moments earlier, everything would have changed. So what I've learned from Think and Grow Rich is what I learned in Africa. What I learned in Africa, I asked the African tribes people in the middle of the Masai Mara, what is motivation? And they said, when the belly's empty, you start to think. So the hunger that you have inside of your soul, inside of your deep center, the hunger is what drives you to think about better ways. And we humans have a marvelous ability to be able to imagine something different than our instincts. So animals, unfortunately, most of them are living by instinct, but humans have the ability to create a new persona, a different person, an avatar, a new me. And it's the most incredible opportunity. Napoleon Hill discovered that very early. And I remember listening to Earl Nightingale talk about his relationship with Napoleon Hill. You can imagine that Earl Nightingale has the best-selling single record of all time, The Strangest Secret, which is You Become What You Think About Most of the Time. But Napoleon Hill put it together in such a format that each of us could take the principles and apply them immediately to our lives, such as writing down what we think about so that we have it as a contract with ourselves. You know, when you write something down, it makes you remember it like a to-do list. And if you do the things on your to-do list, things change immeasurably in your life. So Napoleon Hill taught me not only that I become my thoughts, but he told me to control my thinking and to make sure that I tapped in to the great minds and the great wisdom of the ages that never changes. So there's timely information and timeless. And I remember Napoleon Hill said to Earl Nightingale, you need to take the far vision and the near look. The far vision is what your why is, and the near look is what are you going to do about it today, and action today, not tomorrow. So, you know, looking at my career, I found that all I am is a minstrel singer and a guitar lyre. They call it a lyric is from the instrument that looks like a guitar. And I'm one of those lyricists who goes down the path of life, singing Napoleon Hill's song, singing Earl Nightingale's song, a little bit of Jim Rohn, a little Tony Robbins, a little Wayne Dyer, a little of this, little John Maxwell, a little of everybody that I've learned from, because I love to learn. What I know is what I don't know, and I know that I don't know much. And so I'm a student more than a teacher, because a teacher must be a student every day. So what excites me so much is this river that runs through us of Napoleon Hill, runs into the ocean of life. And I like to be one of the little boats in the river sailing down along with it. Some of my mentors, like Napoleon Hill, Abraham Maslow, who was the head of the American Psychological Association in the 60s, Viktor Frankl, who wrote Man's First Search for Meaning, was my professor at United States International University. So some of these great minds I've had the good fortune to meet in person. Although I never met Napoleon Hill in person, I could have and should have. And I know Earl Nightingale suggested that this would be the greatest man that I should study his works. And I think the Think and Grow Rich applies as equally to women as it does to men. And I know Think and Grow Rich has a very dominant male part of it. When you read the book, you see a very strong male determination aspect. But there's no question today that every living human, male and female, has an opportunity to tap into that great wisdom and learn from it and act upon it. And that's why it's so important that we're studying Napoleon Hill and Think and Grow Rich live. So, you know, Mo and Adora, you may have a question or so, but I have to tell you that all the things that I've learned can be wrapped up inside that book somewhere. The only thing I add to it is that the strong female component needs to be brought out just as strong as the male component in it. But it's one of the most marvelous things I've ever read.
Thank you for that, Dennis. And you're absolutely right, which is why right after you and actually the speaker that's coming very shortly within the next couple hours is, of course, the author of Think and Grow Rich for Women, Sharon Levy. And so we're excited to contribute, Dennis, in the fashion that you are proclaiming. And you've always been a champion of women, and you've always been someone that's an advocate for women's rights, women's leadership, women's empowerment. And we want to thank you for that, because that's certainly part of your incredible, large, and diverse legacy. And with that, I'm going to have Carissa Johnson tap in as I tap out. So Adora, you and Carissa can have a nice dialogue with Dennis.
We'll surround this handsome man with women. Yay! Awesome. Carissa,
Well,
do you have
right.
a question? Yes.
Adora, the women in my life have been the dominant. My grandmother, I have 2 daughters. I have 4 great-granddaughters, 2 great-great-granddaughters. So I've got lots of women in my life, and I've learned from each one. And so I've learned to have both sides inside. And I don't think one is stronger than the other. I think women make great leaders. For example, some of the great leaders in the world, Golda Meir and Margaret Thatcher and Indira Gandhi, and all the women leaders that I've seen, women on the Supreme Court. So I'm a woman's advocate as a man, and I think it's very important to have it isn't a softer side, it's a side that can listen as well as talk. It's a side that can agree as well as fight. It's one that can make adjustments and think about the health of the family and about the future of health in the family, as well as the money and the power. So I think empowerment is so important, but Think and Grow Rich is equally applicable to women for sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. I know there's a lot of women behind the scenes who are just cheering and honoring the fact that coming from somebody who's so well respected in this space, that you acknowledge the women who are up and coming. And so a question that I have is for the women who are wanting to step into more leadership roles, what sort of advice would you give to them if they're feeling maybe like some of their superiors are more masculine or dominant? What sort of advice would you give to them so that they feel like they can really shine in spaces that are typically more male dominated?
Well, that's a very, very good question. I think what women can do, women have to understand that they're more educated, they get together more, so they do connect more with one another. Men tend to be isolated. Actually, they are. Men are more hesitant to speak their true feelings for fear of being found out, to maybe have some little chinks in their armor. So I think this ability that women have to network, to communicate with one another, to freely talk with each other, and to listen and then speak. So those characteristics that are more female than male in many ways are strengths. And that's why I say I think women make tremendous leaders, and I think the opportunities are open. So we talk about the glass ceiling. There's no question that there has been one. It isn't totally shattered, but it's becoming shattered. The opportunities are open more in the boardrooms instead of just the locker rooms are open, the boardrooms are open. So the advice I would give is don't change your demeanor. You don't have to be more aggressive. You need to assert yourself when you know you're right. You need to be prepared. In fact, preparation develops courage. So the more prepared you are, the more courageous you could become, because the more good habits you will have gained. So I think gaining knowledge, having the attitude that you're as good as the best, but no better than the rest, the idea that skills and habits are the ingrained beliefs that allow you to really perform at the highest level. So what I would do, don't take on male characteristics as such, meaning behaviors. In other words, you don't have to be aggressive and come back strong and have people fear you. I think that there's a misguided conception that men need to be respected in the boardroom, but many men have made the mistake to be ego-driven and have the power of their ego. And power is like drinking salt water. The more you have, the thirstier you get. And power corrupts absolutely. So instead of trying to be powerful, try to be empowermentful. So empowermentful is the key, by coming into a meeting, having an agenda, and what a woman can do better than a man is this. Here's the agenda that we've come up with. This might be a man talking, but a woman would say, here's the agenda, and I'd like to tell you what the parameters are and what we're looking for today. And so let's start the discussion, because I'm really interested in what each of you have to contribute in a circular way, so that I can draw upon your expertise and we can work as a team to collaborate and put this together. Now, women do this incredibly well. Men have trouble because they want to speak. Men want to speak They want to have the power. They want to have the podium. And that's why you've seen so many male speakers and only more recently, powerful women speakers. So I would say that empowerment factor of bringing out the best in other people on your team and not having the hierarchy as such with you as the power leader, but you're the empowerment collaboration bringer. I really believe that the circular management style of a woman will be the key for the rest of the 21st century.
That's
that was such a
so
good answer.
Yeah, it's such a good answer, Dennis. So as we're thinking about Think and Grow Rich, and you've shared so much about what really being rich is and about real significance and what success really is. Will you share a little bit about your perspective as someone further along in this journey? And we're here with you now, gleaning.
Well, there's no question I've made every mistake you can make as a husband and a father and a son and a grandfather. I'm not making as many mistakes as a great grandfather because I'm learning how to listen and get to the level of where they are and listen to them instead of telling them my story. Here's what I'm doing with each of my kids and grandchildren. I'm letting them tell me their story so that I can help them with their story. Because I believe in Khalil Gibran's saying, your children are not your children. They live in the house of tomorrow, a place you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. Like them, but don't try to make them like you. So what I've learned about significance is that as I get into my 90s, so I'm in my 90th year of my life, I realize that as the journey goes circular and I come to the fruition of all my fulfillment, I'll have a few friends and a few families surrounding me, my inner circle. And it will have been those people that I love and who love me and trust me and believe in me that are with me throughout the remainder of my life. So that all of the significance I thought I had by how many likes I had, how many thumbs up, how many Facebook followers, how many Instagram people, all the fan base in the world cannot make up for the values that you yourself retain and pass on to the next generation. So true wealth to me is planting shade trees for future generations under which I myself will never sit. I do believe in being financially independent, and Doran, we've talked about that. Financial independence lets you be my age in a dignified way. I don't have to worry about being in an old folks home or to be put in a senior center. I can do what I want to do. And even if I can't think about what I want, if I can't think and stay rich, I still will be able to make my decisions, which I've already made on what I'm doing, where I'm going, how I'm living. And I have the financial independence to make those choices that give me dignity and feeling of individuality and personal in my senior years. The significance part of it has only been the idea that I don't go that much and I'm continuing to learn. So I live as if I'm going to die tomorrow, and I dream and plan as if I'm going to live forever. I have a bucket list for next year. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do when I'm 95. I'm going on a Maasai trip, maybe one more time to Africa. I'm going over here. I'm planning this. Will I get to do those? Only God knows. But personal significance is the feeling that you're continuing to contribute to make the world a safer, better place for all living things. So what I do when I wake up every morning, I spend a half hour saying, what am I going to do with this day to make one life of any kind breathe easier today? And as far as financial independence goes, you don't get rich quick. You think and grow rich day by day. And it's the accumulation of compound interest, letting it compound over time, that helps you. So time is on your side when you're 50 something or less, because from 50 to 75, I created all my wealth. So I created all my financial independence after the age of 50, because when I was younger, I lived up to my reputation, right? I had the beautiful home and the horses, the orange groves. I showed people that I was here. I don't do that anymore. I don't have to show people how far I've come. All I need to do is create financial independence so that I can think, travel, and get rid of the trivial problems that come in everybody's life. I can handle emergencies. So it's very important for a person to have a financial plan early that will give them financial independence regardless of whether they invest in Tesla, in the SpaceX, in Amazon, or whatever they invest in. That isn't as important as having time working on your side a little at a time. So that's a couple of things, but significance for me means continuing to learn, teach, and significance also means there's a few people in my life that I will end up with my inner circle, and I want to make sure that I keep close to those most close to me.
So powerful. And
Wow.
ladies and gentlemen, you are tuning into the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich global event. And I want to thank Ashkan Tabibnia for the lovely comment. LA Tribune is now a world leader platform for personal development gurus that come together to transform. Ashkan, you have a LA Tribune mug being sent your way. So we want to ask the folks in the back end to contact that gentleman and send him a beautiful mug. And Dennis, you're going to be joined by a friend in about 15 minutes, a surprise guest that's going to talk to you for a few moments. But before we do that, Adora and Carissa, I want to bring in Rex Sykes to the dialogue for a few minutes and have Rex part of this conversation. Because Rex, I know that Dennis is talking about concepts, principles that you yourself are very familiar with. So with that, Rex, join the conversation while I go on the different.
Dennis, how you doing? It's good to see you as Mo goes into another dimension.
Oh, thank you, Rex. It's great to be with you again.
Oh, likewise, likewise. You are such a light and such an inspiration for so many people for so many decades. There's, probably few who don't know who you are, who haven't benefited by what you've shared and shown the world. One of the things that really impresses me about you is that you not just study it, you actually got into the trenches with the research and the working with the athletes, working with different people. And not a lot of thought leaders have done that. Some of them learn from other thought leaders and then they teach what they learned, but you were in the trenches, and that is truly impressive, and we've all benefited as a result of that.
Well, thank you, Rex. Jonas Salk was my first mentor, and he invented the first polio vaccine. So he's the one that told me to fact check myself. He said, you're a nice kid, you're a nice guy, and you got good imagination, and you tell stories. He said, but when you tell a story, try to make sure that you check the source to make sure that it's not just something that's an opinion. I said, but sir, everything's an opinion. He said, I know that, and science changes. He said, but make sure that you try to get first source rather than secondhand source, and make sure that you don't tell people they can walk in water without a pontoon. Said only God can walk on water, but people need pontoons when they walk on water. So try to tell people things they're capable of doing. So he did that. Then he introduced me to Maslow, to William Glasser, to Solzhenitsyn, and to Viktor Frankl. And those individuals really helped me center my thoughts, because I could ask them questions live. And I was only in my early 30s when I met them. And I was only in my very early 30s when I met Earl Nightingale. And he and I used to go fishing together. And he said, do you notice that it's easier to row with the flow? I said, yeah, you're making me row against the tide. You get to row with the flow. He said, I like to row with the flow rather than against the flow. So he said, you need to learn to go in the right direction where the water is going. And he also told me that in the coral reef, the coral only lives on the ocean side of the reef, because in the lagoon, it has no challenge to its life. So coral is only alive when it's challenged, but it dies quickly and easily in the lagoon. There's something about being challenged every day, about having a why. So I did learn those things. And Rex, you know, you've been there and done that. You know as much as I do. And I just don't feel I'm more important than anyone else. I've never felt self-importance, except I felt significance in being with people, but I've never felt that I was superior to anyone that I've ever known. And I still don't feel that way. So I like what Socrates said, you know, when they were putting him to death when he was drinking the hemlock, he said, what I know is what I don't know, is that I don't know anything. And now that I'm in my 90th year, I realized how little I know. I've learned every single day something that I didn't know before, and it's been an invalid assumption.
But that is what makes you unique, because so many people say what they know, but don't know what they don't know, and oftentimes are incorrect. You're willing to say, look, I don't know, and here's what I know, and I'm willing to share both aspects of me, and I'm transparent in that regard, as opposed to, you know, putting up some facade.
I'd like to try to give some take-home value to the audience, you know, rather than just tell my story. But so my first career was as a Navy pilot at Miramar, where Top Gun was filmed. And then later on, I flew at North Island, where Maverick was filmed. And so as I went to see Maverick and went back, I realized what Tom Cruise made everyone do. For 3 months, they had to go through the simulation of a Top Gun. They had to get in they had to get in the airplanes that were used in the movie, and some of them got sick. But what I have learned most of all from my Navy flight career, if you do it right in drill, you'll do it right in life. Unless you've been there in the mind, it's hard to be there in the body, because if you go in the body before you get there in the mind, it's uncomfortable. But the more comfortable you become is the more training that you have. And that's why coaches and mentors and people like Don Green and Mo and Adora and you, Rex, and you also, Carissa, are so important, because people need to be coached on the right stuff. And that's why I believe that no train, no gain. So make sure you find role models, mentors, and coaches who've been there and can take you there, first of all, in your imagination, and then it's easier to go there in your real life.
Amazing. And you
I thought it was
Don
such
Green. Well, you mentioned Don Green, Dennis. We actually want to bring back Don Green and have him part of this conversation for a few minutes before we introduce another special guest in about 10 minutes. So Don Green, the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, we're going to let you and Dennis have a lovely conversation so our audience can get what Dennis Wheatley refers to as take-home value. So Don and Dennis, we're all going to step back for a few minutes and let the two of you talk and catch up.
It's great to see you, Don.
Same to you, Dennis. And gosh, I'm not no Dennis Wheatley, but I sat and listened to you, and I made some notes. I think I'm the only person in church taking notes, because that bit of what I don't know is amazing. And the more I learn that I don't know. But your life mirrors mine so much, or mine mirrors you. You got about 9 years on me, but I recall this, The Psychology of Winning, when I was driving a 56 Chevrolet, making $1.15 an hour, working for a finance company, go into people's home and see why they wasn't paying their 24% interest on their loan. My wife would pack me a sandwich of jelly, peanut butter, and some other good things from home. I did not dare stop at a restaurant, because I would buy books and audios. The big event was to stop at a little store and get a Coca-Cola and pull off the side of the road. But all the time I'm listening to these audios, Psychology of Winning, I won't even guess how many times, over and over and over. And Earl Nightingale and Napoleon Hill and W. Clement Stone. And lots of times ideas would come to me, and I kept a paper in my car. I would pull over and I would write notes, because I think that's the thing in reading I'm afraid too many people miss. And I said, when you read and Think and Grow Rich or reading Dennis Wheatley, you say, where can I use this in my life? It's not a novel. You know, a novel, you read a novel, you have to read the end to see if the boy got the girl or the rich uncle died and left them money. But you studied Dennis Wheatley and all these other great people, and Napoleon Hill. You can take that information and you can write your own life story. You can write your own life's ending. And all those sayings that whatever the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve, everything starts out in the mind, and it's the actions, like he says. The word action is in Think and Grow Rich 77 times. Hill's asked us, what do we want? But he's telling us, what do we plan on giving to entitle us what we want? The saddest day in a person's life, I think Brian used it on the back of one of his books, but Thomas Jefferson quote, saddest day in a person's life is when they sit down and start figuring how they can get something for nothing. And he talked about planning their life. I was exactly in the same bit. When I was making $1.15 an hour, I was reading it. It come to me that poor old guys like my dad working in the mines, killing themselves, back breaking, injured numerous times. A lot of them get killed. Dangerous work. And they was wore out at an early age. And I said, I'm reading all these books, these great biographies of people, successful people, and I'm listening to these audios. They're making really, really good money, and they're using their mind. But again, I was like Dennis. I thought, I got to show that I'm successful. I can do that through a gold Rolex and a card, and basically saying, look at me, look at me. But you change as you grow older. And I would discuss the 4 uses of money. The first one is food, clothing, and shelter. But Eisenhower said, if that's all you get in life, why they give that to the same people in prison. They get food, clothing, and shelter. There's more for life than that. But then the second stage is, I call it rainy day money. We're not going to be able to work. I mean, Dennis and I are fortunate. I'm 80, I'll be 82, Dennis 90. But we're fortunate. That's an exception. So we need to plan for a rainy day. Things are going to happen. We're going to get laid off. We're not in demand. Our health is not good enough. So we need to plan for that. And the third step is, I call leading a golden, a good life. Like Dennis is talking about going to Africa. I'm getting ready to go back to Germany. It takes money to do those things. And I call that go out to the finer restaurants. If you come home and your wife says, honey, there's a new restaurant in town. So they say it's expensive, but it's really good. You say, well, we'll have to wait till the first of the month to get her check. I don't think that's leading a good life. But the fourth use of money, which one I think is extremely important, which Dennis touched on, you can talk about your legacy. You took care of one. You got food, clothing, and shelter. You prepared for a rainy day. You've had a good life, but you still got money. And you can use this money of your own choosing. You can make your own choices. You can do nothing with it if you want to. But you can help your school. You can help St. Jude's. You can help your church. And you can help a neighbor's kids or projects. In other words, our mission, Dennis covered a part of it, but our mission statement is making the world a better place in which to live. And that's what some of us want to do. I don't want to be laid out stretched and have a few friends come in and say, God, how much stock did that guy own? I wonder, should he say he banked at every bank in town? And how many houses he got? No, I don't want that legacy. That's the reason I wrote the book with Jim Stovall, The Gift of Giving. I think a appropriate thing was, how many young people, adults, did Dr. Wheatley help or did Don Green help? How many hundreds did he send to school? Now, to me, that's a legacy. But the reason I say the title is living, I want to see the results this year. I don't want to die and leave a bunch of money piled up at only one child has got, and she didn't need it. She's been very ultra successful. Got one grandchild, same way. I don't want them to have to burden with that stuff. I want to use that while I'm here to pay these youngsters the rights to go to college and to take the course. And we're involved in so many things, and it's an absolute pleasure. My wife passed away 7 years ago. Her last words to my daughter was, Donna, don't let your dad quit work. He wouldn't live 15 minutes. She told me about it later. I said, I'll bet you I can make it a month without doing something. And that's the reason we do what we do. It's not work. It's love. And I just can't explain the passion, but until you develop that passion, you're not going to accomplish that. You got to love what you're doing. I hear people complaining about their jobs. Don't do that no more. As far as I know, we only live one life, and to hate to go to work on Monday and can't wait for the weekend, that's leading a miserable life. Get something that you enjoy doing. I don't care if it's saving stray animals, or picking up trash. Develop something or other that you can love what you're doing, and I think you can be successful.
Thank you.
Oh, Don, do you have a question for Dennis before we bring in our next guest? And we all love getting to watch this historic moment where this young gentleman, Don Green, gets to talk to this other young gentleman and hero, Dennis Wheatley. It's so amazing. But Don, do you have a question you'd love to ask Dennis before we bring on our next surprise guest?
But one thing he touched on a little bit, and I've been hit with that. And, Dr. Dennis Wheatley, he taught at California University and with prisoners of war and so forth, and NFL players and so forth. But he earned his title, doctor, but we so many of them today, and I've been solicited, you can get on the sidewalk or something for a donation. And I've told them 2 different instances recently. I thought recognition was something earned. I mean, you can fly to somewhere or another and give them a donation. They'll give you an honorary degree in, I guess, literature or criminal justice or something. But I thought those titles was something you earned that you did. And I've been citizen. I don't mean to brag. I've been citizen of the year twice, the only person in the county ever recognized such. I got the Sam Walton Business Award, and like Dennis does, all kinds of streets. But I never purchased either one of them. If someone was kind enough to make me humble, that they thought I had done some good. I never purchased those by going out and sticking doctor.
That is a good point, Don. And speaking of titles that are earned, not purchased, the next person that we're about to bring in that falls into that category. But Dennis, I can listen to you and Don talk all day long. When the two of you speak, there's so many incredible things there. But with that being said, Don, we're going to have you back on later. So we want to thank you for spending a few minutes with Dennis Wheatley, the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, Don Green, the man responsible for keeping the legacies of W. Clement Stone and Napoleon Hill where they need to be. So Don, we want to thank you. We have a very special guest that's about to come on for a few minutes in the short time that we have left with Dennis. So Don Green, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that being said, Dennis, one of the moments that people have really loved, appreciated, and folks in this community have really just truly revered was the time that you spent with our next speaker. And, before we bid you adieu and let you go in a few minutes, we wanted to recreate some of that magic. Of course, he was part of the memorial service that we did for Bob Proctor here, or the honoring of his life. And that's Dr. Joe Vitale, who's a friend of ours, a friend of this program. He has earned the Lifetime Achievement Award by this institution because of the research that he has done. Speaking of preserving people's legacies, he has preserved the legacies of P.T. Barnum, of Bruce Barton, and he has been a very unique individual in the world of books and research, not just in self-help, but also in marketing. He wears multiple different hats. And with that being said, we wanted to, have him here so the two of you can engage in just a few minutes of dialogue. Dennis Wheatley, Dr. Joe Vitale, a good friend of the LA Tribune. And we're going to sit back and let the two of you just spontaneously have about 10, 15 minutes of time together before we laser in on the incredible work that Joe is doing. So with that, hey, Dennis and Joe, welcome.
Looking good, Joe.
How's it hanging?
It's hanging good, boy. I'll tell you. I went to see Maverick, and I said, "Yeah, I remember those days up at Miramar."
Wow, I haven't seen Maverick yet.
Maverick. So we had a patch on our flight suit that had a snorting horse with fire coming out of his nostrils, and we were the Maverick flight. So we didn't have a single name, but I was so happy that Tom Cruise was Maverick and Top Gun, but it
Right.
brought back a lot of memories watching that. And what it made me realize is how important training is to have a good pilot training you to be a pilot, because I don't think I would have been a good anything unless I would have had a good coach.
I totally agree with that. Most people don't know it, but I am a pilot. I got my pilot's license in 1972.
Wow.
And that was before a lot of people watching were even born. And I would say at that period, it was the hardest thing I had ever done in my life at that point, 1972. And one of the reasons why, Dennis, is that it was this, they shouldn't have called it this, but it was called a crash course. And you
It's
did
like your final destination on an airline.
well, even everything about the airline, they call it the terminal. We go to the terminal. Why do we want to go to the terminal? I'm not ready for that yet.
Right.
But it was called a crash course, and we learned how to fly in 10 weeks. And we had ground school and flight every day. But you are right. Without a coach, without a mentor, without an instruction, it would have been a crash, or I wouldn't even have tried. I wouldn't have gone to step into a plane. I would have been insane. And so I learned even back then that we all need a coach. And the other thing I learned, I don't get to talk about this very much. Nobody ever asked me about being a pilot, is the value of a checklist.
Oh boy.
That was something I learned as a pilot, that you never started that plane unless you went through the checklist. And the checklist is everything from checking the plot or the prop to the gas, to making sure nobody's over on the left or on the right. I mean, some of it seems obvious, but they knew if you didn't have a checklist, there'd be human error. And I always remember thinking we should have a checklist in every area of life. I actually, when I became a copywriter, was making a checklist to make sure, do you have your headline? Do you have your opening statement? Do you have your benefits? I did all of that. Have you used checklists in your life?
Oh boy. I use them all the time. In fact, I wake up for the first half hour and project. I usually plan the day before, and plan the week before, but I'm spontaneous. So I lay there and say, what am I going to do today? Okay, I'm going to do this, this, and this for sure. That I'd like to do this. But, I learned in ground school, for example, I had to fly a Navy jet in a chair with a simulator before they'd ever let me get in the cockpit of a real one, because I had to learn power. I had to learn how to start it. It has no brakes, so the brakes don't work in the air. I did learn that. It's kind of hard to learn that on the ground, but when you put the brakes on in the air, you keep going. Oh, they only work on the ground. So right. I think ground school, which would be for many of the people watching, reading, being coached, diving deep into their self-awareness, finding out what their strengths are, find out what they need to learn, work on their strengths, bring up their weaknesses, and have a game plan for life that is real, instead of trying to get rich quick or say, what can I do? How can I make the most money for doing the least? It's really important to get self-awareness and dive deep. And it's very much like learning to fly. That's what it is. It's learning how to fly before you try to flap your wings.
Right. I have a different question for you, and I've been meaning to ask you this. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to go ahead and ask. Did you have any personal interaction with Napoleon Hill?
No, I did not. Even though I was in my early 30s, Earl Nightingale kept telling me about him and how important it was for him to have that interaction with Napoleon Hill. I only had it with W. Clement Stone, and then the others who are all gone. All of my mentors in the field are gone now. So now it's the next generation of the Brian Tracy's and you and the next group, but it keeps flowing. And I just happen to be fortunate enough to be privileged to become old. I graduated with 700 people from Annapolis, from the Naval Academy. There's only 74 of us out of 740 still alive.
Wow.
Bill Anders, who orbited the moon with Apollo 8, was my classmate. And there aren't very many left from my class. So what I'm so grateful for is having the ability to continue to learn and to make one small difference. You know what? And what Don forgot to ask me was this: the money that I've made, like you, I'm plowing it back while I'm alive into things that I believe in. I'm not going to wait and have somebody read where it goes. I want it to go and be part of where it goes and how it's spent, whether it's Africa or hungry children or the next generation. I have a passion project for each child, grandchild, and great grandchild, but they have to tell me their passion that they can't buy right now. So I'm not going to buy them a car. I may help them with their college, but it's something that they couldn't do unless they were passionate and they gave me not a business plan, but a plan. And if they can come to me and say, Papa, I really would like to do this, but I just don't know how to go about it, then I get on it with them and try to help them make it possible. But while you're living, you want to live a legacy, not leave a legacy.
I love that. Live a legacy. Have you given them copies of Think and Grow Rich?
I have. That's a very good point. That is a really good point. They said, what books? I said, you know, if you want to read mine, you can. But remember, I'm just their father. And so their father is like the guy that has a hole in his shoe. I'm the cobbler. They look at me as dad. And when I fall down when I'm skiing, they said, what about your visualization from the Olympics? I said, I didn't get it into reality. I'm still frightened when I go down a straight shot. So they said, so you're not an Olympian within. I said, no, I'm an amateur athlete within, but I'm not an Olympian except the inner winner in my mind. So yes, Think and Grow Rich is in the library for them. And I actually asked them for a book report rather than Cliff Notes. So what I don't want them to do is give me a summary that they read, because there are too many summaries in life and there's not enough people getting the meat.
Yeah.
Great point, Joe.
I love that. Dennis, it's so great to see you. I miss you. I honor you. You are a hero in my life. You're a legend in the world. To get to talk to you at all is a great privilege. So, and Mo, thank you for inviting me to do this.
Thank you. And Dr. Joe, I have to say, congratulations on your new TV show. I can tell it's starting to rub off. You know, you've become a natural at asking questions. And with that, Dennis Wheatley, you are going to be actually returning. You're going to be a big part of this program. You're going to have 3 total appearances throughout the course of this celebration, this tour, this global phenomena and event. And so if you have any parting words, Dennis, for this leg of your participation, please.
The only parting words is your library card, if you were like me, is more important than a MasterCard. So in other words, what you learn inside is more important than just action steps. So what you don't want to do is take the light dive on a weekend and think that you've gotten some information. You need to take a deep dive into self-awareness and look in the mirror and say, how would I like a father like me, a wife like me, a mother like me, a child like me, a best friend like me, a manager like me, a coach like me? And you need to really take a deep dive in the mirror of your mind to see what you can do to enhance your value to other people, and be willing to spend the time and the effort, because there's absolutely no substitute for knowledge, attitude, skills, and habits. Cash, K-A-S-H, knowledge, attitude, skills, and habits. And that's it. I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And Joe, thank you for being, you brought the best out of me. We always do bring the best out of other people. So, and Mo and Adora, thank you for having me today. And I appreciate Don very much, because without Don Green, I wouldn't have read all the other books either, from Napoleon Hill, from the foundation.
Thank you, Dennis. And Dennis and Joe will say temporarily goodbye, but we'll bring the both of you back, and we'll bring back Carissa and Rex, and some housekeeping notes from Adora. Then we'll take a short break while we enter the next segment. Adora, please. And of course, Adora, you are muted. Congratulations. You also win a mug. Well, you know, any
I can't
co-host that
wait.
speaks while the mic
I
is
need
muted
that
gets a
mic.
mug. Go ahead,
All
Adora.
right. Yeah. Awesome. So those of you here with us, thank you so much. Energetically, we're raising the vibration of the planet together. I hope you feel it. And so those of you who aren't in VIP yet, I have really good news for you. We, meaning I, dropped the ball on something. So the VIP price of $97, my mistake is your win. We get to keep it rolling. So for $97, you can join VIP, which means Wednesday, we have a dedicated day where you get a private Q&A with Dennis. You get a private Q&A with Dr. DeMartini. You get a private trading Q&A. You get some more surprises that follow along. And there are things we haven't even announced yet. So go grab it. You're welcome. I really look for an excuse to give you an extra day because I know you don't know how good it is. So if you haven't gotten it, get it because there are surprises you don't even know yet. If you are VIP, you're in the right place. The Zoom rooms happen separately beyond this event. When it ends for everybody else, it continues in an intimate way for you. All right. So we're so happy you're here. Krista, Rex, what do you have to share before we bring Joe on?
He's pointing to me. I just have to say that I took away so much from that whole conversation with Dr. Joe Vitale and Dennis Wheatley. Just hearing from these two great thought leaders. I mean, my heart goes out to everybody who's on here. I know that everybody seems like they're loving this conversation, and so let's keep the energy high. I'm taking tons of notes over here, so I'm going to drop them in the chat in a little bit. So just really excited to be here, and we're raising the vibration. That's right, Allie. How about you, Rex? What do you have to say?
Well, what a great start to a powerful event. You got Dennis Wheatley and all of his years and combined expertise and wisdom. You've got Don Green, who's almost single-handedly with his team, kept the legacy of Napoleon Hill alive. He's a tremendous guy and an incredible resource for all of us. And then we've got Joe Vitale, Dr. Joe Vitale. I've known Joe for 30 years. He's just a powerhouse of wisdom and of expertise and the ability to share and convey things, break them down simply so that anyone can use what Dennis is offering and make it their own and transform their lives. So what a powerful way to begin this program. So hats off and kudos to each and every one of these wonderful,
Thank you for
wonderful
that, Rex, Carissa, and Adora. And I'm personally very excited to spend some time with Dr. Joe Vitale because we're going to get into some nitty gritty, not only talking about some of the principles of Napoleon Hill, but I actually want to talk to Dr. Joe Vitale a little bit about copywriting because Dr. Joe Vitale is also a phenomenal copywriter and a marketing genius. In fact, I consider Dr. Joe Vitale to be in the same sentence as Jay Abraham and Dan Kennedy, and he's not really often appreciated as much as a copywriter in this day and age. So we're going to take a few minutes to talk to him about that. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. This is the Global Can You Really Think and Grow Rich Tour. Okay, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we're about to spend about an hour or so with Dr. Joe Vitale. And I'm excited. You know, whenever I have a chance to speak with Dr. Joe, I walk away learning something. And I know the audience also walks away learning something valuable for their life and for their business. And, you know, Rex, you mentioned you've known Dr. Joe for how, I didn't even know you were 30, Rex.
He just turned 30 yesterday.
I'm almost as old as you, Mo.
That's right. And so, you know, it's interesting. We're going to bring Dr. Joe Vitale on in a few seconds, but I just want to hear your impression, Rex, as someone that has known him for, you mentioned 3 decades now.
Well, it just occurred to me that I've known him as long as you've been alive.
Give or take. Give or take.
Now, Joe is a phenomenal guy. We first met many years ago, and he helped me out with some marketing. I mean, because I asked him if he could help me with some copywriting stuff that I had. And boy, he just rose to the occasion to help me and created a brand for me at that time that I used successfully for many, many years. I mean, I'm still known by it, but he, you know, Joe walks his talk. He's had his hands in so many different aspects of things. I mean, this is a guy who bends metal and rips up phone books and does strength tests that you don't know. You know, he and I had shared a desire to be Houdini when we were children, and you know, he would bind himself up in chains and try and escape. And fortunately,
Man,
he didn't jump off.
You know a lot more about him than I thought you did. Jeez. Okay.
And on top
analysis of his childhood.
But on top of it, he's become a world voice, you know, in the spiritual and the personal help and development arena, you know, assisting, you know, just countless numbers of people transform their lives, whether it's from marketing as Mr. Fire or as Dr. Joe Vitale,
yes,
and the important speaker guy that he is.
Absolutely.
So I'm blessed to have known him this long.
Thank you for that, Rex. And Krista, as someone, you're one of millions of people that has appreciated his different work from afar. Give some just general, very briefly, impressions that you have of his work and the impact his work has made on you and people that you know. Krista.
I think just the level of humility and heart, you could feel his heart and his passion. You know, there's a lot of people who claim to be leaders in the world, and I think we're seeing a really big uprising of those who have humility and those who lead from the heart. And obviously we're talking about thinking and growing rich, but there's something really powerful about being in the body and being in the heart that I think is a new paradigm that we're stepping into. So I just really appreciate the way that he leads from the heart. You can feel he speaks from that place as well. It's not like it's not a mental thing. It's more of a heart and body thing. So that's something that I really appreciate. I'm looking forward to hearing more about.
Thank you for that, Chris. And with that, Dr. Joe Vitale, welcome back. Long time no see.
I'm trying to recover from those two very different compliments. I mean, I'm chuckling and embarrassed that I was into bondage as a kid and trying to.
Yeah, I had to cut that off, Joe. I didn't like where that was going. We had to segue.
And then the heartfelt compliment about speaking from the heart. Thank you, both of you, and thank you, Mo, for making this possible and for inviting me. I'm very honored, and I always wonder, what am I doing here?
You know,
thank you.
Dr. Joe, it's interesting. I have somewhere in my library a copy of Napoleon Hill's magazine, which is pretty rare. And it's from 100 years ago. And as I was looking at Napoleon Hill's magazine from about 100 years ago, one thing that amazed me was what an incredible copywriter he was, right? And people don't really understand that component of Napoleon Hill, just like how I believe people don't really understand that component of you. And so what I wanted to start the conversation off just for a few minutes before we get into some universal principles like faith and mastermind, I wanted to spend at least a few minutes for those individuals out there that are business owners, that are in marketing, to dissect your view, your thoughts on marketing, right? Many people may not know that's how you know, the first books you published were on marketing. Before, of course, you hit it big with The Secret and a whole new, you know, kind of catapulted to a whole new level of audience and a whole new market. So let's start with just, what was it about marketing? What was it about marketing in the beginning stages of your career that inspired you, that attracted you, and who were some of the bigger names and influences that you had in your career as a copywriter. Please, Dr. Joe.
You really like to blindside me, because I went and reread Think and Grow Rich thinking you're going to ask me about Think and Grow Rich, but instead you're asking me about copywriting, which I love. I love copywriting, so I'm teasing you about the question. First of all, I did not know what marketing was growing up. I did not know what copywriting was growing up. They were totally foreign to me. I didn't know what the word entrepreneur even meant. But after a lot of struggle, homelessness, poverty, persistence, I finally get a book published in 1984. It is a flying comet that nobody sees. It dies in the sky, and I suddenly realize publishers don't know how to market books. Most authors don't know how to market books. And if I wanted to really be a full-time professional author and write books that made a difference in people's lives, I better learn this thing called marketing. So in 1984, I did a deep dive. I do what I do with every subject I get involved in. I go to the library. These days, I go to Amazon and just buy the books. But back then, when I didn't have the money, I go to the library. I devour everything that's in print and even out of print. Went through interlibrary loan. And anything that had the word marketing or publicity, or as I learned, copywriting, I would start reading. And I discovered some of the most powerful legends most people have forgotten today. You would know, Mo, because you've read my books, but people like Bruce Barton. Bruce Barton died in the 1960s, but in the 1920s, he was almost a household name. He was a famous copywriter. He was a famous ad man. He was a famous congressman. He co-founded BBDO, one of the largest ad agencies in the world. He wrote a book that became a bestseller in 1925 called The Man Nobody Knows, which was about Jesus as a businessman. And that book's even still in print. And I started deep diving to find out, who is this Bruce Barton? What is this thing called copywriting? And I found out that legendary copywriters like John Caples had studied with Bruce Barton. And as you know, I kept doing all this research, and it evolved into one of my very early books called The 7 Lost Secrets of Success. I didn't know when I was so passionate about pursuing this and didn't really have the money to do anything. I mean, I took a bus to go to Wisconsin to look for Bruce Barton's files that he had left there. And I went to Washington, D.C. by bus to look for the files John Caples had left. I was just, basically penniless trying to learn all of this. And why was I learning marketing? Why was I learning from Bruce Barton and John Caples and Claude Hopkins and David Ogilvy and all the legends that most people don't even know today? Is because I needed to find out how to market my first book. I was my own first client. And I was learning all of this to apply it. And what I found out was I loved it. I loved it. I actually, here's a great reveal. I really believe that learning copywriting from Robert Collier, one of the early legends who was known for his metaphysical books, but he was actually a powerhouse marketer in copywriting, learning copywriting from Robert Collier, Bruce Barton, John Caples, and all the other ones that I started studying back then is my secret to success. I have applied the principles to copywriting to everything, even me being in the movie The Secret. Because I had written so much in copywriting terms, I learned to speak as a copywriter. So when Rhonda has me in a hotel room with cameras around me and she has a little yellow pad and she's asking me questions that I have never seen before, I answer them as a copywriter would. I'm thinking of the viewer. I don't even know this movie's got to be anything. I don't know it's got to even be filmed or finished, let alone produced. But the short answer is I have studied the legends of copywriting so I can apply them in my life, and I still do today in my writing and in my speaking.
Thank you for that, Joe. And I just wanted to point that out because it's an underappreciated part of your legacy, just like how, in my personal opinion, it's also an underrated part of Napoleon Hill's legacy.
Yes.
Like I said, if you have a chance to get one of the copies of his rare magazines, which I stumbled across years ago at a used bookstore, I mean, it is just full of so many incredible gems. I want to read this comment that Shane Boyd put in the virtual auditorium. By the way, if you're watching in the virtual auditorium, leave comments. The team is giving random prizes, including this beautiful mug, which we've already given out a couple times. And let us know where you're from. Shane has said, Joe Vitale has been my hero for over 10 years. I have like 20 or 30 of his books and products. I love this dude. Cheers. So just wanted to give a shout out to Shane Boyd. People love you in the audience, Dr. Joe.
Thank you, Shane. I wanted to point out something about Napoleon Hill as a copywriter. We all know he wrote Think and Grow Rich, and this is one of the later editions of the book. But what most people don't realize is that Think and Grow Rich is really a sales letter. This is basically a sales letter for a longer course. In 1925, he had written a series of volumes called The Law of Success. To me, those weren't written very well. So he kept working on them. In 1928, he came out with an enlarged, rewritten, now published as a big volume. And that's The Law of Success. The Law of Success is like almost 800 pages. Look at this monster compared to Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich was a sales letter, a very meaty sales letter, and sales letters should be meaty. That's a mistake people make when they're copywriting, is that they're giving all fluff. They're just huffing and puffing, and they're not giving any real meat and potatoes. There's no content. Obviously, Think and Grow Rich has content. It has helped more people than anybody else or any other book that I could ever name, and I can tell you stories of people who have read the book and applied it. But it's not everything. Everything is in his other work. You have to put them all together, his life work, and including books like The Law of Success. So he was a copywriter. He was also a fantastic storyteller, which is one of the elements of what I call hypnotic writing. People think in terms of stories. They don't think in terms of numbers and facts and figures. If you really want to communicate, you really want to persuade, you really want to be memorable, you need to tell a story that'll help anchor the very thing that you're trying to get across.
Thank you for that, Dr. Joe. And I can tell you're passionate about this subject matter. I want to take a quick second before we continue the conversation to thank the folks in the virtual auditorium. We have Bethan, who's tuning in from South Wales. We have Clinton, who's tuning in from Costa Rica. We have Karen, who's tuning in from South Carolina, people from all around the world. We have Nolan, who's tuning in from South Africa, sending you love from South Africa, Dr. Joy. Folks, let us know in the virtual auditorium, what part of the world are you tuning in as we do this live program internationally here on the LA Tribune TV network. Now, Dr. Joe, we're going to now transition into talking about what you did your homework for, which is, of course, the work of Think and Grow Rich and Napoleon Hill's Universal Principles. One thing about Napoleon Hill, and we're later on going to have Evan Carmichael part of this program, and Evan Carmichael is someone who some people have called the modern day Napoleon Hill because of the fact that he has spent so much time studying other successful people. And that's what Napoleon Hill did. He studied so many successful people and famously was mentored by Carnegie, of course. And so I want to start off, Joe, by let's talk about the power of why people need a mentor, why people need to be part of a program, why people need a leader, why people need to be involved in communities of individuals that can help guide them, because that's a missing key for a lot of folks out there, that they're not part of a system or a program with somebody to show them the way. And I know that's a big part of what you do, and the work that you do is mentoring other individuals. So, Dr. Joe, please, let's talk about the importance of having a mentor in life.
It's essential. It's fundamental. It's crucial. There's no real way around it. We can all grow. We can learn. We can move forward on our own. And that takes discipline. That takes faith. That takes constant action. That takes constant willpower. It's a drain on energy. Certainly we can do it. There's enough stories out there of people who have pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, but it takes a long time and it's not energy efficient and it doesn't get the results that you want in a pleasurable, accelerated way. So my rule of thumb is there are always people who have done what I want to do and I want to go to their feet. I don't know it all. In every case where I wanted to learn something and excel in some area, I went to find a coach or a mentor in that particular area. I learned a long time ago, especially when I was going through homeless and in poverty and I felt totally alone, that you will achieve so much more if you have somebody who believes in you almost more than you believe in yourself. When I had my first coach somewhere in the mid-90s there, and it was from divine providence and luck, fortune, whatever you want to call it. And he saw something in me that he wanted to nourish, and he didn't charge me. He was just wanting to coach me. That was a turning point. I began to see things that I didn't see in my own life. And I think this is one of the greatest lessons and gifts from having a coach / mentor, is that they can see and point out to you in a loving, polite, caring way, respectful way, the areas that you're blind to. One of my favorite stories is being at lunch with a woman, and we were talking about affirmations, which Napoleon Hill called auto-suggestion. And she had said, I tried affirmations. Affirmations don't work for me. And I paused and I thought, wait a minute, she doesn't realize. And so I said, do you realize what you just said, affirmations don't work for me, is an affirmation? You are affirming they don't work. And in fact, because you're saying they don't work, affirmations are working for you. And with that wake up, I saw, she was eating, she dropped her fork, her eyes glazed over, and there was an aha. And that's the reason for a coach. We don't see our own blind spots. We need somebody to help shine the light.
I'm going to ask you a question, Dr. Joe, then I'm going to step back. Before I do that, going to take a quick break to continue acknowledging the folks from around the world. Ino Udu, hopefully I announced that correctly. Ino Udu from London, Victoria from Georgia, Sophie Tan, who's tuning in from Singapore, Christy Maggio, who's tuning in from the Dominican Republic, Linda from upstate New York, Susan from London, and I can go on and on. Please let us know in the virtual auditorium what part of the world are you tuning in as we're listening to Dr. Joe Vitale. A Facebook user said, I have 15 of Joe Vitale's books. 2 are collaboration books, and 1, I'm getting a little jealous of all these people. I don't have that many of Joe Vitale. I got to go to your website after when this is done, Joe, and go on a little shopping spree. Dr. Natalie Forrest, who will be joining us shortly, is tuning in from Hamburg, Germany. Al Chan from Malaysia. And wow. I'm just so thrilled to have people from all around the world as we tune in. Now, Dr. Joe, I know you have a lot of different programs that have helped people throughout the years. And this is a community of folks that are really involved primarily in laws of success and Think and Grow Rich. And, the events that we've had in the past have created a wonderful network of folks here that are all about growth. Out of all your programs, what is a recent one that has had a lot of testimonials, a lot of people that have experienced a shift or a transformation that you can share for those that may be interested in even working with you directly?
Well, thank you. That is a great question. There's 2 things I would talk about. One is I started my own miracles coaching program almost 20 years ago. So this has been around for a couple decades. It has already been proven to work. It's a system that has been applied to all kinds of people in all walks of life. And this is with coaches that have been trained by me. Because I've written books like Expect Miracles and The Miracle, and I talk about miracles, the program's called Miracles Coaching. It's for anybody that wants to actually break through to attract some of the things they're looking for. So if they're interested, go to miraclescoaching.com. But the other thing that I'm doing, and this is the most recent one, and I'm doing it personally, is I'm exploring the very thing I just held up, The Law of Success by Napoleon Hill, his 600 pages and the 17 principles and so forth. Because here's the thing, Mo, I'm looking at the idea that this came out in 1928. Hill died in 1970. What didn't he know? What have we discovered in brain science and neuroplasticity and how the brain works? What have we learned about goal setting, goal achievement, the science of personal success? Science has been applied to a whole lot of what Napoleon Hill was studying, but it was applied after 1970. So what I'm looking for is I want to start a mastermind of people who are willing to explore. And what we want to explore is the essence of the book from 1928. But then we want to find out, what was Hill missing? What didn't he know? He would have been innocently not knowing this because it wasn't available to him in 1970 when he left us. So I want to take that book, study it, apply it, and update it with the people in my personal mastermind who are all investigating this together. Me too. I'm going to be in the mastermind, reading the book, applying the principles, and saying, what's missing? What do we know now that Hill didn't know during his lifetime? And in that way, we can even surpass or update the law of success.
That is truly fascinating, Dr. Joe. And quick check in with all of the folks tuning in from around the world. And we will continue the conversation, but I want to just acknowledge Abel from Puerto Rico. We have someone, Dr. Joe, tuning in from Kosovo, Antigona Sojeva. Forgive me if I mispronounced that. We have folks, I'm a little jealous. Dana is in Maui right now. Look at that incredible profile photo. I didn't get an invite, Dana. Robert in Canada, and I'm so excited. And Dr. Joe, you know, there's so many incredible leaders that are doing their part in spreading the legacy of Napoleon Hill. And whether it's, you know, the headquarters and the number one individual, in my view, is Don Green, and everyone else in their own personal life and in the work that they do, they're helping encourage folks, hey, pick up the book. Because I know a lot of people have never read The Law of Success, and you're out there talking about it, promoting it, spreading it, helping people actually learn about Napoleon Hill. They do your Law of Success course. Suddenly, after that, they'll read Think and Grow Rich, and their life is transformed for the better. So we also encourage folks to visit the Napoleon Hill Foundation website. Make sure you get the full library. And you know, Dr. Joe's program is a great place. And I personally am going to look into it. And I personally think it's a wonderful place to start. So where can people go to check that out, Dr. Joe?
Well, the Miracles Coaching is at miraclescoaching.com. And the one, if they're interested in the mastermind for updating the program, I have a link that I put in the chat. Is there any way to pass it? It's joevitale.com.
We'll send it in the email after. We'll send it in the email after.
So folks, if you have not registered yet, if you're watching this, make sure you register at richtour22.com. You will get an email with a link to Dr. Joe Vitale's mentorship program, where he can work with you directly and go over the laws of success. So thank you for that, Dr. Joe. And let's dive into some of the principles. Let's give the folks some take-home value and a sample. You know, Costco, Dr. Joe, there's a reason I try not to shop there, because every time I go there, they get me. They give me a little sample. Next thing you know, I have, you know, egg rolls that I never eat that have been in the freezer for 6 months. But that's not how we're going to do it here. This is actually something powerful for the folks. So let's talk about faith, Dr. Joe, because I know that a lot of people, so you kind of have a little bit of blurred lines, because you're so spiritual in some respects and so practical in other respects. On one hand, you talk about Ho'oponopono, a very brilliant and powerful prayer that my dear friend, I call her an older sister, Doria Cordova, and we have lovely conversations about Ho'oponopono. And you're also very practical with the marketing and with the sales. And you just put out a book that I'm about to get very soon called Hypnotic Sales, I believe is the name of it. And so how does someone like you, who has this balancing act of sales and marketing and speaking, but you're also very spiritual, so how does the word faith come into that? And can you kind of explain, because for a lot of people that's contradictory, right? And so let's discuss that, please, Dr. Joe.
What a fantastic question. You know, I don't see any separation. At one point, as I was growing up, young adult, struggle years, I did see separation. I didn't see spirit and material being anywhere connected. But I now know that they're two sides of the very same coin, that the spiritual and the material are actually the same. On one side, depending on how you look, you'll see the spiritual. On the other side, depending on how you look, you'll see the material. But there's one coin, and it's combined of both areas. When that awakening came to me, then I had peace with the material. So many of us put down money. On one level, we want it. We want to attract money. We want to achieve. I mean, we want to think and grow rich. But on another level, on a deeper level, most of us don't like money. We're afraid of it. We think it's bad. We think it's evil. Money is the root of all evil. We have those quotes floating around, bouncing around in our subconscious. And until we make peace with that and realize money is neutral, money is a gift from the universe, just like anything else you can name, we will continue to struggle. What I often point out to people is I'll pick up a pen, like, here's a pen. Pen bad? Is the pen evil? With this pen, I can probably stab you. That would be bad. That'd be evil. With this pen, I can probably write you a check for almost any amount that you would like. That'd probably be pretty cool. Is it the pen or is it me? That's what money is. Money in and of itself is a pen. It's a tool. It's useful, and it's something we use to measure things and get things accomplished, but money in and of itself is nothing. It's almost meaningless. I find that money is a force for good. This is the meaning I've applied to it. Knowing that money is a force for good is a very spiritual experience. I tell people one of the best reasons for you to think and grow rich, for you to become wealthy, is that you can take care of the causes you believe in. I came out with a new product a few months ago, and I said 100% of the product is going to help the people in the Ukraine because Russia just invaded them. And I was able to say, this is where I'm directing my money because I care about those people. I was there right before COVID, and I was in Russia right before COVID. The point being is, if you care about causes, you care about people, you care about pockets of the universe, you care about schools, you care about water in Africa, you get to be a steward with money. All of this is faith-based. When I talk about faith, I say there's at least 3 kinds of faith. The first faith is faith in yourself. And Napoleon Hill talked about having faith in yourself and belief in yourself. So you have faith that you can do what you need to do. You have faith that you can read the book and apply the principles. 20 million people have estimated reading Think and Grow Rich. You can read it and apply it too. So the first level of faith is faith in yourself. The second level of faith is faith in other people. When we look around and we complain about people, or we say, oh, they disappoint me or they're going to disappoint me, we're being very selective about what we're looking at and who we are judging. When we open our mind and realize there's 7 billion people on the planet, surely there's some good ones that can help you as you help them. And the third level of faith is faith in the universe. Some people call it God. Some people call it the divine. One of the cool things with Napoleon Hill is he called it infinite intelligence, which was kind of a neutral way to make it safe to talk about some sort of divine power. I'm a musician, and my last album was called The Great Something. The Great Something is my reference and my name to this higher power. And what I realized, and Napoleon Hill actually talks about it in his chapter on persistence in the book, which is Secret 8. He says that at some point you realize there's been an unseen hand in your life protecting you, taking care of you, guiding you. That's what I'm calling the great something. And that's what the third level of faith is. So faith is one of the key principles in Napoleon Hill's work, but it's only one, of course. One of my other favorites. Do you want me to continue or explore this some more?
Yes. Yes. If you have more favorites, we want to hear it. And Don Green is back there listening in the green room. I love it.
If you give me the floor, you can all leave because I got a lot to say. And I'm kidding. Don't leave. One of the things I wanted to point out is persistence. I was on a show recently and they asked me, hey, out of everything you've written and everything you've read and everything you've done, what's the one thing that always works? What's the one thing that makes a difference? And I was a little frustrated thinking you got to do everything. And, there's dozens of principles and there's all kinds of secrets and hacks and methods and systems. And then I thought, oh, there is one thing. There's one thing Napoleon Hill talked about in Think and Grow Rich. It's persistence. Persistence will win out over talent. It'll win out over luck. It'll win out over money. It'll win out over connections. It'll win out over all the excuses people come up with. If only I had this. If only this would come into play. If only this would happen. If only this would happen. No, that's all BS. It might be nice for those to happen. But if you get up every day and you do something every day in the direction of your dreams will come true. Persistence to me is the single most powerful tool because Napoleon Hill talks about knowing your dream, having your passion. He talks about faith. He has all these other elements. But when you have persistence and you add all those other elements to it, nothing can stop you. When I was in poverty, I was writing. We didn't have a computer. It was an old clunky $5 typewriter with one of those black ribbons that when you change, you get ink all over your hands and you have to punch it. I mean, really punch it. It's a good thing I wanted to be a boxer when I was a kid because I was boxing the typewriter. I had to hit it. And then to send out manuscripts, you had to do it with the old manila envelopes and stamps on it. And you had to put another one inside. So when they reject you, they put it in there and send it back to you. I was doing that. I was scrambling to find the pennies that is what it cost back then to send the postage out. I was doing the typing. I was doing it living in a one room. God, it was so, the bathroom and the TV and the bed were all in the same room. And I barely could afford to scramble to pay the little bit that it cost, a little bit in today's terms. Back then, it was like, I need to win the lottery to get through this. But I wrote. In fact, I found recently, because I've gone through a couple moves and did some shifting in my life, I have it sitting over there, a manuscript I wrote in 1984. It's not been published, and I'm rereading it going, my God, I was ahead of my time. Didn't even know it. And now probably I could publish it or find a publisher for it. But persistence, doing it when there's no support, doing it when there's no evidence, doing it when there's nothing in front of you, but faith.
You know, Dr. Joe, you talk about how persistence is a vital, powerful, resource for success. And I would say that that is true, especially when it's combined with something else that I know you understand very well. In fact, if you look here, Dr. Joe, I'm holding a number 2 pencil. And there is a lovely, incredible story about you and this incredible pencil that I have in my hand. And in my view, persistence is half of it. And the second half is, you know what I'm talking about, Dr. Joe. So please share with the audience this incredible story you have on gratitude with this number 2 pencil. Please, Dr. Joe.
You're amazing. You know me better than I know me. You know my stories and background and can pull up these things in a second. The pencil story I've become fairly famous for. I've told it in about 3 different movies. The short answer is, during all those struggle years when I'm writing and I'm persisting and I'm reading, but nothing seems to be happening, I would go to all the free talks. I would go to the free events that would happen because I couldn't afford them, but I'd go to their sales materials. And I kept hearing over and over again, you have to be gratitude. Gratitude was a secret to success. You can transform your life. You can accelerate your road to wherever you're going if you can be grateful. And I was so angry and I was so impatient and I was so belligerent. I thought, yeah, I'll be grateful when I have something to be grateful for. And so I resisted. And I kept also hearing that, no, you can't wait for something to happen. You have to be grateful now. Being grateful now is how you attract something to happen. And so I picked up, I don't have a pencil in front of me, but you can imagine this pen as a pencil. I picked it up and I was belligerent. I did not believe in gratitude. I did not believe in the exercise. I was very flippant. And I said, okay, I'm going to be grateful. I'm grateful for this pencil. With this pencil, I can write a suicide note and I can write some sort of nasty letter and I can write a revenge, blah, blah, blah. And I went on through this negativity thing. And then I said, well, I can write a grocery list. I still wasn't feeling it. And I can write a love poem and I can write a song and I can write a novel. I can write a manifesto. And I started to soften. I can write something that celebrates the human experience. I can write the book that I've always wanted to write. I mean, and as I'm looking, I'm starting, and every time I tell the story, my energy goes up. I start to feel happier. My vibe is up. My gratitude starts going up. I start to truly feel grateful. And I'm looking going, my God, I can do all that with this. And then I turned it and I saw an eraser and I went, this is genius. It's genius. I can erase the suicide note. I can change the song lyrics. I can erase what I don't need from the grocery store. All with this twig. Pencil's a twig. I mean, it's a stick with a piece of lead in it and a piece of rubber on the other end. And by the time I was done, which only took a couple minutes, I was truly grateful. I looked around. I'm still in that little room I just described, still unpublished, still unknown, still living where I was living, still scrambling. But my life experience changed forever in that moment. Because in that moment, it was almost like the sun came out. I was in the same planet. I was on the same earth, in the same body. But when I looked out, I saw opportunity. When I looked out, I saw, oh, I got a roof. A lot of people don't even have a roof. And, I had a toilet. Some people are out digging a hole in the back to use their toilet. I mean, my life changed. I started to see the good. I started to have more optimism. I started to be more grateful for everything that I was already experiencing and already going through. And it's one of the things I teach today, one of the things I rely on today. And I always tell people when I'm not traveling, which during COVID I haven't, I have a hot tub and I'm in that hot tub and I'm looking at the sky. And as I look at the stars or the clouds, I say, thank you, thank you, thank you. Gratitude sped up the road.
Extremely powerful, folks. I hope you're paying attention because this is life-altering, legacy-altering, powerful information. And folks, in the virtual auditorium, mindset shifted. Transformations are happening right now. Shanika says she's grateful now. Now, before I give it to Adora, who has a question for you, Dr. Joe, just want to remind folks, we have about 20 minutes left with Dr. Joe Vitale. I'm going to give it to you, Adora, for a question before I bring back Krista and Rex to close out this segment. Folks, persistence and gratitude, the combination for success. Adora, please.
So, Dr. Joe, and I love how you are so in your heart. Like whether Mo is reading where the countries are, people are tuning in from, your eyes just soften. And if anyone goes to Dr. Joe's profile, you're going to see his wife with him everywhere. And I know she's one of your superpowers, right? And a part of that. So where does that come from? Just this huge heart and this access that you have to really drive powerful business. You've written 80 something books. You lost count. So you're doing real things in the world. And yet your heart is so on your sleeve. Like, how do you do that?
That's a wonderful question. And you're having me reflect in real time here. I would say, first of all, I've learned to follow my passion. So what I am pursuing, even when I was reviewing the 7 Lost Secrets of Success and Bruce Barton, I didn't know it would become a book in the pursuit. But my passion, my heart was leading me to it. Now, I did go through quite a bit of period, like struggle years and everything, where the heart was closing. And it was very difficult for me to trust. It was very difficult for me to feel gratitude. But like the pencil story, it helped open me up. And over time, I have learned that I have to leave the heart open because that's my communication system with all that is. I talked about the great something. Well, the great something is talking to all of us. It doesn't yell at us. It whispers at us. And so we have to be quiet enough to hear it. And usually it's not speaking through our thoughts. It's speaking through our feelings and our heart. So in order to get the communication, the heart has to stay open. Now, believe me, I've been through enough life experiences at this age to probably rationalize closing it. It's like it hurts sometimes when it's open most of the time and somebody, slips in a dagger. But the win and the life experience and the joy that comes from leaving it open washes out anything. So I think it's wisdom, and I think it's part of what we're here to do. We're on the planet Earth to awaken to our superpowers, to awaken to our spiritual being, to awaken to the fact that we're spiritual beings having a human experience. And one of the things we have to do to awaken is open our heart. That's where the connection is. We certainly need intellect. We certainly want to work together. It's a balancing system here, but keeping this open makes life joyful, passionate, loving, and easier.
It's on your face. And that's amazing. It's amazing. You guys that are watching, screenshot this beautiful moment because you are being that duality right now. And when you screenshot and tag us, tag Dr. Joe Vitale, you could win a mug. Hold up that mug, Mo. You could also
I feel like this is QVC now, Adora.
Yeah,
you get this beautiful mug.
You could also win an elite ticket, which we'll talk about later. But
absolutely.
Joe, thank you.
I'm going to bring back Krista and Rex, who are going to help close out this segment along with you, Adora. Dr. Joe Vitale, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich Global Virtual Tour. Please, let's start with you, Krista.
Muted, honey.
Oh, here we go. I win another mug. I get two.
Another mug.
I was really reflecting on what Mo said at the beginning about your ability to be both spiritual and very practical, and how that's been a little bit of a journey for you in your earlier years, and how I also think it relates to what Adora was saying about you being in your heart, but also having these really strong mental faculties. For the audience members who may be like, I don't actually know how to access my heart. I don't know what it feels like or how to even open it. What are some practical tips that you could share? Maybe one or two things that really helped you access that place to help you really open it up so that you could have this great success and really appreciate the things that are in your life.
Beautiful question. Beautiful question. What comes to mind, and this is part of what I did, was first of all, touching my heart area, touching it. I got beads and everything in the way, but normally touching it to kind of awaken it.
Let's all do that. We have a moment where we could awaken our hearts
Yes,
together.
Please. Yeah.
And then the other thing that I would remember doing is saying silently, or you could say it out loud, but silently saying, I love you. So you're saying it to your heart. In essence, you're saying it to yourself. And we all need to love ourselves. I think that's one of the missing secrets to success, is that some of us don't feel like we deserve success. We don't feel like we're good enough. We don't feel like we're loving or lovable. And I went through that as well. And again, going in and appreciating ourselves and touching our hearts, tapping it lightly, kind of awakening it and saying, I love you. I love my heart. I love you, the person that I'm touching here. And then from there, I would be asking my heart, do you have something you want to tell me? Anything you want to communicate? And then I want to be as silent as possible, not so much listening to my head, because my head's got to filter in things. It's like boing, boing, boing. It'll start coming. And most of the time you'll know it's from your head because it feels like it's here. But you want to feel here and kind of have the sensory experience. Does a word come up? Does an image come up? Does a feeling come up? And whatever it is, it's okay. Just accept it. Just love it. Just nurture it. Just allow it. And I think in this way, we can awaken our heart. The next thing I would do is many times as possible throughout the day to really take a deep breath, relax, and go inside and see if you can feel your heart. Because it's an organ, it's there, it's beating. It obviously is beating because we're all here at this point. And so we want to appreciate it. We want to awaken it. We want to be grateful for it. We want to see if it wants to send us any messages. That's where I would start.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for saying that. I think personifying the heart and giving it a voice and bringing awareness and presence to it, I think are some really practical things that people can do. So that was a beautiful share. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Rex, how about you? What do you have to ask?
He wants to show a magic trick.
Yeah, let's do some magic, Joe. Let's get it going. You know, you and I could have conversations that go on forever.
Oh, boy, isn't that the truth?
I just so appreciate what you shared today. I'm of the conviction that there is no separation between the head and the heart and the inside and the outside and what we call the great something and ourselves, and that what most people have done is simply forgotten it, and the opportunity exists to recognize how incredibly infinite in potential and opportunity and resources and talents and abilities that they are, you know, to come into our authentic self. So the work that you've been doing and the words that you've been writing and the, you know, examples that you've been demonstrating, you know, go to help people tap into that and go to help them, you know, connect back up with who they were before they were born, essentially, and find themselves all over again. Similarly to you, I'm sorry, this is going along. When I was about 25, I laid down in meditation, and I thought, I've traveled the world for 25 years and I never thanked my feet. And I started by thanking my feet. I said, you know, I've abused them. I've stubbed my toes. I've injured them. I've complained about them. I don't like the way they look, or I don't like the way they smell, or I don't like that. But I haven't ever been grateful. And so I started by thanking my feet, and then I thanked my skin and everything that I could think about my feet. And that led to thanking my ankles and my shins and my calves and my knees, and worked my way up through every system of my body, the endocrine system, the respiratory system, circulate, you know, the whole thing. And I was like the pencil. I was like so elated and so high and so, you know, incredible. And then, you know, that lasted for X amount of time. And then I realized that I was living life again, not thanking my feet. and not thanking myself and not thanking what was going on and this great insight that I had. So the question that, and then, through my own path, I discovered an answer that works for me, but how would you coach? How would you help people who want to practice gratitude, but they forget on a daily basis, like in the middle of the day, circumstances come up and they get caught up in the circumstances and they forget all the morning gratitude that they expressed or all the evening before bed gratitude that they expressed. How do we live more in gratitude moment to moment to moment, as opposed to a couple times a day and then the rest of the time we're grueling?
Yeah, that's a great question too. I have found that at least at the beginning, we need to set reminders. And those can be nowadays, because of our technology, it can be a setting on the phone that goes off once an hour or 15 minutes or whenever you want it, or it can be on the computer. I have an Apple Watch, so I can set my watch to do something and it'll bing, it'll nudge me. Nobody else will know it, but I'll know it. And little yellow stickies that I put on the computer when I was first learning Ho'oponopono, which was I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, the basic 4 phrases of Ho'oponopono. I didn't have them memorized. And so I wrote them down on a piece of paper and they were being stuck everywhere, on the dashboard of the car, on the phone itself, on the bathroom mirror, on the ceiling, everywhere. So when I opened my eyes, it's like, oh, there they are. And it didn't take long to memorize them. I think setting reminders for ourselves, so it's not just a morning gratitude or an evening gratitude, but a pause gratitude. And then the second part of that you didn't really ask about, but it's kind of leading from what you just said, and that is realizing that you don't have to have something happen to be grateful. If you pause and look around and really get into the invisible support system, and that is air. For example, I'm breathing, you're breathing, we're all breathing. Nobody's paying for that. That's a gift. We'd be dead. And when I pause and go, wow, air. Boy, am I glad I had it, because I had the asthma attack 20 years ago. And it's like, that was no air. That's not pleasant. And then we look at things like gravity. I would not be able to be in the camera frame if we didn't have gravity, because I'd float off into space. And so I'm being fairly silly, but at the same time, I'm saying, no, there's some very obvious things we take for granted. Going back to even the heart, it's beating. Are we grateful for that? So when I say set the gratitude reminders, some people look, and I did in the beginning, especially when I'm struggling, it's like, where's the book deal? Where's my publication? Where's my check? So I'll be grateful when that comes in. No, yeah, you'll be grateful, but let's be grateful now for what's in the moment. So those are a couple of things that come to mind to that great question.
I was just going to say, didn't you send me a photo recently of a little gray device that we used to sell that was on we put on people's belt? Do you remember that, the motivator?
I do. It's a device you created and you sold, and I helped promote. And I
didn't create it. No, this other gentleman developed this device back in the either late 80s, early 90s when we were doing programs. It was called the Motivator, and it was designed to help people remember to take their medicine. With the original purpose, because people would forget to take their meds throughout the day. And you promoted. We use those as reminders. But the phone came along, and other things came along. So I just off the top of my head, I thought you sent me a photo recently with that you came across.
We exchanged so much I don't even remember.
Okay.
So Dr. Joe, when people are, because I hear you, the reminders, and we do have so much to be thankful for, but sometimes people are really spinning out in a heartbreak or a loss, and they don't feel it. And it almost feels like when you're trying to push yourself. And I've done it where I'm saying, I'm so grateful, but everything in me is going a different direction. How do we get ourselves grounded into the feeling of it?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question there. Well, look, first of all, there's a bag of tricks that any of us can go and acquire. That's everything from the tapping technique, emotional freedom technique, originally called thought field therapy. And people can Google to find out what that is if they don't with the tapping. We mentioned Ho'oponopono. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I've written 3 books on it. People can Google that to find out what that's all about. But I got to tell you, because over the last 3 years, in many ways, have been the worst of my life, because not only was there COVID, but my parents had died. My father died. My mother died. My best friend died. A family member attempts suicide. I mean, these are huge things. But even bigger than that was I went through a divorce that I thought would be over in a weekend because I was giving away everything, but ended up being an almost 3-year persecution. And it was agonizing. And during this time, I had stopped traveling because of COVID, but I'm trying to make upbeat Instagram videos every day. And there would be mornings where I would have to take a deep breath, shake myself, take a cold shower, do whatever I could to psych myself up to be in the moment and to be of service and to make that video. And right after the video, I might be in tears, but during the making of it, I'm posting to help people as best I can. I'm saying all this because even a so-called self-help spiritual teacher, guru, author, whatever you want to call me, has those challenges. And the other thing I learned to do, and this is my point, ask for help. Ask for help. When we really get to the point where we feel like we're shoved into the corner or we're down on our knees and we've been trying all the other things, which, believe me, I know a lot of different modalities. You try all of those different things, but you still end up feeling like, man, I'm not shaking it. I'm not getting out of it. You have to get out of it. And that's when you make the deal with yourself. Ask for help. That could be a best friend. That can be a coach. That could be a mentor. That can be anything in your support system, or create a support system. Or that could be a call to a social worker, depending on the level of it. I know, this is the problem with the movie The Secret, and a lot of people who read the self-help and the spiritual material, as soon as they read it, and maybe even with Think and Grow Rich, they read it and they think life is going to be forever rosy. Everything is going to come my way, and every morning somebody's going to bring me a beer or whatever it is that you want. There'll be bunnies dancing, and everything is, I won the lottery, and everything else is just going to be great. We're in the life human experience. It's going to rain again. There's going to be a dark cloud. There's going to be a surprise at some point. There's going to be a challenge. When we realize that that's part of the life experience and it comes along, we don't have to be devastated. The devastations often come because we think it's going to be different, or it should be different than other than what it is. So I'm saying all this as a kind of a mouthful, but there are tools that we can use on our own. There are things like having our perception about what we're going through. And when needed, raise your hand and ask for help.
That's so profound. And I love so much that you're leading with, hey, while I was being a superstar and a contribution to the planet, I was simultaneously falling apart in other areas of my life and re-emerging. So important. So important for mental health, spiritual health, and the whole planet of thought leaders that are listening, watching, participating. Thank you, Dr. Joe.
Of course.
May I ask
we have about 5 minutes left with Dr. Joe Vitale, give or take. So Rex Sykes, please, if you would keep it brief.
Yep. If you let me get to it, I'll do it.
I also have something to say, if I can have a minute.
Of course, you have as much time as you need, Doctor.
My only question goes to what you just said. You said during the time I was falling apart, I was also doing these essentially instructional, uplifting videos. How much do you think that forcing yourself to do those kept you on track during that difficult time?
I think it kept me following the light. It kept me moving forward in a positive way. Because if I had truly rolled over and played dead or was dead, I wouldn't have been making any Instagram videos or Facebook videos or mailing things or creating things to try to help people. That was the attempt to keep that going, was also keeping me going. So yes, all true. Okay, I want a minute here because it really irritates me when people make fun of Napoleon Hill and they pull out the one quote that he is very well known for that I think is wisdom. And his quote is, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. We all have heard it. The exact quote is, whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve. But he was writing in the 1930s, so he hadn't included women yet. So whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. And people will make fun of it and say, oh, can I be 7 feet tall? Can I be a famous baseball player? Can I do scuba diving in outer space? They'll come up with ridiculous things because they're being so critical and so skeptical. They're missing the wisdom in this. And I'm pointing this out for a reason, because I want to decode this statement and unpack it for a moment. He says, whatever the mind can conceive. And I'll stop people and say, can you conceive yourself 7 feet tall? And of course, they'll have to say no. Can you conceive yourself scuba diving in outer space? No. Well, you're proving Napoleon Hill right, because he says what you can conceive, the first statement, and then believe. So if somebody does say, I can swim in outer space, I'll say, well, okay, you can conceive it, which means you can imagine it. Can you believe it? No, not truthfully. You just proved Napoleon Hill right. And then his last statement, it can achieve. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. He doesn't say you will achieve it. This is a very important word choice. Napoleon Hill said it can achieve. You can achieve it. He didn't say you will. It can, which means the possibility is there. I want to also demonstrate one more thing if I'm going to have 10 more seconds. Muhammad Ali, one of the greatest boxers of all time, some would say or argue that he was the greatest fighter of all time. Around 1970, he said this: if my mind can conceive it, if my heart can believe it, then I can achieve it. Where do you think he got that? Okay, I'm done.
Well, thank you for that, Dr. Joe. That was profound as usual, and we are going to invite you back because these conversations that we have through the months and through the years are transforming lives all around the world. Of course, if you're in the virtual auditorium, let us know what country you're from. I mean, we have had people from South Wales, from Bangladesh, from Singapore, all over the Asia Pacific tuning in live and direct as we continue the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour. So Dr. Joe Vitale, we appreciate you. And until next time, thank you very much. Ho'oponopono, Dr. Joe.
Thank you all. Thank you. It's a great honor.
Thank you, Dr. Joe.
And so let's go ahead and do a quick roundtable of just some quick takeaways before we introduce our next speaker. Let's start with Krista Johnson. Krista, please.
You know, personally speaking, navigating being a spiritual being and being also practical and having that part of me really want to come online, just seeing somebody who's living and breathing this work really embody that in his day-to-day life and then speak to it is just for me a permission slip that nothing is separate. And I really loved how Rex said that as well, that you don't see that as separate. And I know that that's something that I've navigated a lot in my own life. So just having Dr. Joe here and just being the essence of truth that I feel like he is just was really such a permission slip for me to just realize that none of it is separate. All of it is together. And so I'm really hoping that some of the audience members are taking away that you are a spiritual being and that all of you is welcome here, and including the mental faculties, including the spirituality, and really leading from your heart. I continue to see that in Dr. Joe. And I know that that is the way, that is the new paradigm of leadership that I'm seeing for a lot of people. So for me, it was like a permission slip, a validation, and just a huge celebration for what I'm seeing these thought leaders share. So yeah, that was a big takeaway for me. And I'd be curious to hear some of the audience members as well. In addition to sharing where you're from, what are some of the takeaways that you're sharing? We're talking a lot about thinking and growing rich, but as well, there's some practicality that you're applying this wisdom. So it's really good to start reflecting on some of the things that we're talking about. So I invite some of the audience members to start reflecting on what they're taking away from these conversations.
Awesome. Rex.
Well, I don't think he said it directly, but he certainly, if you examine what he said thematically or the premises that he explored is we're works in progress. We ain't done yet. We are on the path, and the path should be whatever the path is. So sometimes, if you're walking in a forest, you're going to stumble over some rocks or some trees, or there's going to be some streams to cross or mountains to climb. I mean, there's whatever's in nature is there both for our enjoyment and for us to, encounter or to deal with. So whatever you're going through, The question becomes is, how do you go through it? Do you go through it alone and miserable, or do you go through it alone and with your mindset right, or do you go through it with other people and helping them helping you? So there's a lot of different things. One of the biggest problems that people have is they think they should be better than they are, meaning if they try something new for the first time and it doesn't go the way they expect, they get frustrated, they get mad, or they go, I'm no good at this. And it's kind of like, who died and left you as God? You know, if you have never done something, don't expect to be an expert at it until you go through the process enough times to get good at it. It's like if you picked up balls to juggle, you wouldn't be an expert juggler the very first time you
Thank you, Rex.
I'm trying to
Rex
juggle.
got carried away and passionate there.
I'm so passionate that I
absolutely no, but fantastic points, Rex. Fantastic points, Carissa, and of course we'll be bringing the two of you back to help guide us along this journey as we embark on about a week celebrating the principles of Napoleon Hill. And of course, we could not have done a Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour without the next speaker. I was not going to do it if she was not going to be part of it, because when you think and grow rich, you think about this next speaker. And we started today's program with Dennis Wheatley, who talked about women leadership, who talked about women taking a bigger role in the self-help and personal development community. And Brian Tracy called Dennis Wheatley the godfather of the personal development industry. I call Sharon Lecter the mother, right, of the self-help world myself personally. So I'm very excited to have Sharon Lecter. She's a Lifetime Achievement Award recipient. She's the author of Think and Grow Rich for Women, as well as Outwitting the Devil. And so she's a huge part of the movement that has helped continue the legacy of Napoleon Hill. And so I'm very excited. Let's go ahead and bring in Sharon Lecter as we spend the next hour together. Welcome, Sharon. How are you today?
Well, thank you so much, Mo. Wonderful to see you, Adora and Carissa. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. What a great gift you're giving the people watching.
Thank you, Sharon. And, you know, we've had Don Green on, and he'll be joining us periodically here throughout the course of the next few days. And I've acknowledged him as someone that has helped preserve the legacy of Napoleon Hill and W. Clement Stone. But you yourself have also done a lot of work in preserving the legacy of Napoleon Hill. So let's talk a little bit. Let's start with Outwitting the Devil. Because I know that for a lot of folks, that particular book is life-changing, but it's not as well known as Think and Grow Rich. And so let's start with what drew you to want to be a part of that project? And as you were going through that yourself personally, what were some of the principles that even wowed you? Sharon Lecter, please.
Well, thank you so much. If you think back, Outwitting the Devil was actually written in 1938. And Think and Grow Rich was released in 1937. Napoleon Hill had been working on it for over 25 years. And when he released it, he says, you know, here I've given you the thesis of success, like the doctoral thesis. I've been working on it for 25 years, and people will read it and not do anything because they're held back in fear. And so he sat down in 1938 and wrote this manuscript, Outwitting the Devil. Well, the title scared his wife to death. She worked for the Presbyterian College, and she forbid it to be published. It got locked away in a vault for 72 years. The month I released my very first book with the Napoleon Hill Foundation called 3 Feet from Gold, that same month I got the phone call from Don saying, I have this manuscript, I don't know what to do with it. And so he sent it to me, and I went over to San Diego where I do most of my writing. And within a couple of hours, I read it, and I was just like, overwhelmed with the value and the depth of content and the messaging of understanding how we hold ourselves back. It brought such clarity to me. I said, Don, this has got to get out. So I had the honor of annotating it and bringing it to the world after 75 years after it was written. And what's more importantly is to understand it was as valid today as it was back then. And the fact that I think there was a higher power at work that kept it from being released in 1938. But it truly has brought the essence and the teachings of Napoleon Hill to the modern reader, and pointing out the self-sabotage we have, things that happen to us as children that we keep us from achieving the level of success that we deserve. And it talks about our definite purpose and how we can really focus on our definite purpose to help us break through those barriers of fear. And it talks about lots of different fear of poverty, fear of death, fear of loss of love, fear of old age, fear of criticism, which I think is pervasive in today's society. We're so afraid of missing out. We're so afraid of what people think about us that we make decisions through the eyes of others, not from where we want to be, our individual definite purpose. And so through the book, Outwitting the Devil, Napoleon Hill shares 7 steps to achieve the success you want, how to break away from that fear, how to turn that fear into energy. Okay, fear's not going to go away, but have the courage to say, okay, I'm going to use that fear to create energy so that I can continue moving forward. So he talks about definiteness of purpose. He talks about, mastery over self, habits, understanding that it's up to us. If we want it to be, it's up to you, right? To make it happen, to learn, to put forth the dedication, the time to learn a new skill, and then learning from adversity. We all have things that happen to us. Are we going to turn that adversity into a learning opportunity so it doesn't keep repeating? So you have definiteness of purpose, you have mastery over self, creating good habits, and then learning from adversity. And then it talks about controlling your environment. Oh, it's so important. You think about the law of attraction. Are you hanging around with people who are going to propel you forward, who want to see you win? Are you hanging around with people that pull you down? And
Absolutely.
And this is what you guys do. Everything you're bringing this environment to people to learn and to excel and to learn from people. You may, if you're watching right now, or you may listen to the entire program, but take those 1 or 2 things that hit you right here and take action. So,
Incredible.
Sharon.
Adora, please go ahead.
Sharon, I got to meet you in person, and I have to thank you for my new mantra that is just in my head over and over, and it is income producing assets are sexy. Come on. Like, that is my new mantra, and I got it from you, and it's from hanging out in the environment. You've written over 20 books. What is it, 27?
27.
Thank you. I remembered. And with Robert Kiyosaki, with the Napoleon Hill Foundation, as a woman standing among the giants, where I think when you first started, you were really one of the only women, and still probably are, standing for this powerful financial literacy. And yet you talk about we're spirits, there's a higher power, there's this heart involved that's from a grander place. How do you do that? We talked with Dr. Joe Vitale, but what's the secret to living in that duality?
Well, I think it's really important, Adora. Thank you for that question, because we each have an opportunity to take that fear and be paralyzed. But fear does 2 things: paralyzes us or motivates us, and fear usually paralyzes us. Now, I had the privilege, honor, and absolute gift of having parents who told me I could do anything I wanted to. But you're right. I was one of the very first women in public accounting. My classes, I was usually the only woman in the class. But I didn't see that as fearful. I saw that as exciting, as I'm, charting a new course, taking that road less traveled. The other mantra I talked to you guys about was, why not? Why not do something different? Why not solve a problem or serve a need? That's what Napoleon Hill did. And that's the essence of successful businesses: solving problem and serving needs. And taking that confidence. In 3 Feet from Gold, I talk about the personal success equation. And this is for women and men, is understanding your passion and your talent. All right, my passion came from anger that we weren't teaching kids about money. My talent was many years as a CPA and many years in publishing. And most of us stop there. We think we have to do it on our own. But true success comes from combining that with the power of association, that environment I was just talking about. Who are you hanging out with? Do you have people that are on your team who are strong where you are weak? Do you have a mentor who's helping open doors and driving you in that right direction? And then times A, taking action. How many times do we know what we're supposed to do? We just don't do it. And taking action. But that last element is what you're talking about, plus F for faith. faith in yourself, faith in what you're doing, faith that is needed and necessary, and faith that you will succeed. And that is so important, to have that faith. And most of us, that F is fear holding us back. And so again, make that decision that you know what you want in life. That power of association, taking action and having that confidence. And power of association and that faith and confidence go hand in hand. When you have the right people around you, they're not going to let you stay down too long. They're going to raise you up when you have a bad day. And that faith and confidence is what we need to have as women, as men, as entrepreneurs. Know that we are uniquely perfect. There is only one of you. God made you perfect. Don't try to be someone else. Don't try to be Joe. Don't try to be Sharon. Be you, because you were made perfect to be you.
I love that. And I'm going to step back in a couple minutes and have Krista Johnson join this dialogue. But one thing that is very incredible about your life and career, Sharon, that I don't think gets spotlighted enough is that most people would love to just be part of one major achievement. You have done a phenomenal job of reinventing, of adapting, of staying relevant. Not only were you the secret weapon and really the person behind the whole rich dad, poor dad movement, in my personal opinion, you also wrote Think and Grow Rich for Women. And you've also written books with with presidents of the United States. Not a lot of people have one of those things, and yet you stay relevant, you stay focused, you're multiple-time New York Times bestseller in a competitive world, because we both have seen, if you just examine the world of publishing, we've seen a lot of people that are rock stars for a year or two, and then we never hear from them again, right? Happens all the time. But you have been able to adapt and constantly reinvent yourself as an author. For those watching, for the entrepreneurs, for the authors, for the speakers, talk a little bit about the art of reinvention, because this is something I've never heard you speak on, but as an observer of your career, I know you understand very well. So please, Sharon Lecter.
Well, I love that question, Mo, because as you can see, I've been around a long time. And so I tell people say, I have getting a little bit of a complex. People say, well, when are you going to retire? And I go, I don't consider retirement a gift. I love what I do. It's not work. And so I say, instead of retire, refire. And refire with what's happening in the world today. Find that problem or that solution that you can create to help you stay relevant, because that means in service of others. My father raised me and asked me every night, have you added value to someone's life today? And so I still ask myself that question every day, which means we have to stay relevant. We have to see the changing world. We have to see changing technology. And how can we support people to take their lives to the next level in what's happening in the world today? And it's so very important that each of us stay relevant, because that's what gives us energy to keep going. And yes, I've had the honor to be part of building the Rich Dad brand and then stepping into the world's largest personal development brand, the Napoleon Hill Foundation. But all of it with the fact that I see a way that I can contribute and add value and make a difference. And that's what I want to ask you. What are you doing to make a difference? Because you get so much back when you're giving to others, and you can make a difference. I had the honor of being on the President's Advisory Council for Financial Literacy. I was a squeaky wheel. I can't take credit for the bill, but I was able to stop credit card companies from soliciting kids on campus because we got that through. Can't take credit for the bill, but I can take credit for being a very squeaky wheel and putting myself in the position of greatest potential. And that's what I do with my clients. That's what I want to do for each of you. Help you put yourself in the position of highest and greatest potential.
So you're the reason I couldn't get a credit card. Thanks, Sharon. No, but with that being said, I'm going to bring in Krista Johnson. I'm going to step back, and we're going to now shift the dialogue to Think and Grow Rich for Women, because this is such a profound, powerful book that I think even if you're not a woman, you can read and learn something and get a takeaway from. But Adora, please.
Awesome. Sharon, I love that you're talking about being a squeaky wheel, because women sometimes are people in general, be quiet, don't be too loud, and you've given permission, hey, be you, don't be anyone else. And you had to get loud to do that. And so Any advice as we go into Think and Grow Rich and dealing with women specifically? You know, I'm here in the South where you smile and you're supposed to be real nice and kind and hold your tongue if you don't have anything nice to say. So how do you be an elevating person, but at the same time, speak up when it's time?
Well, thank you, Adora, and hello, Carissa. Happy to have you here. I think, when we think about women waiting for permission, all right, the issue is to elevate yourself to a position of authority and then stand your ground and be that beacon of light. And part of it is how you communicate. Do you come in bold and strong and accusatory, or do you come in with confidence, with understanding the issue and presenting solutions? All right. And I've seen women do both. And if you truly want to be successful, one of the reasons I wrote Think and Grow Rich for Women was I was tired of all the women complaining about the men in their life, the men that held them back. And I said, we have to stop that dialogue, because if you're a student of Napoleon Hill and you know law of attraction, all right, what do you do when you complain and criticize? You attract complaint, you attract more of it. And so instead of complaining and criticizing, Think and Grow Rich for Women was written to celebrate women, to celebrate the progress we've made. Is there more to be made? Of course. But let's celebrate how far we've come. And let's celebrate the men that have helped us along the way. Because it's when men and women work together, we get the greatest results. And so it's not a war. It's a collaboration. And we have an opportunity to step up and participate and create great movement in the world that we live in. And so take your responsibility and don't blame other people. Own it. Live above the line and say, what can I do to contribute? What can I do to change what's happening in the world? Because one person can make a difference. And that one person is you watching and listening right now.
We have several generations in this little this StreamYard room now. And so Carissa is educated as a counselor and has gone on to really stand for the embodiment and power of women. So I'd love to give Carissa an opportunity to ask a question and to connect.
You are muted, Carissa.
Another mug for Carissa.
Well, it's actually funny because it kind of goes into the question that I have for you, which Adora sort of, segued into at the beginning. You're wearing blue, which I don't think is any surprise here, because that's, about the throat chakra. And so you really speaking up and cultivating your own voice. And so, to be a woman who's accomplished and created as much as you have, I think it sort of requires a level of confidence and conviction about who you are. So I'd love to hear, what are some practical ways that you've been able to cultivate your own sense of self and confidence that has helped you become the woman that you are? Because the woman standing before me, I'm just honored to be in this space with you. And so I'd love to hear, what are some of the ways that you've been able to really cultivate that sense of self and confidence?
Well, thank you, Carissa. I think it's hard to do it in a vacuum. It's hard to do it by yourself. It's so important. As in Outwitting the Devil, we talk about the power of your environment. Who are you hanging out with? Are you challenging yourself? What happens is so many people, men and women, we become complacent. We get out of college, we get our career, and we get comfortable, and we just get complacent. And it's so important for us to say, continue reaching out and meeting other people, continue doing things. Always challenge, particularly women. When was the last time you did something for the first time, right? Let's step into the unknown. Let's do something that we've never done before and elevate our experience. Because as you elevate your associations, elevate your experience, your confidence grows. Because you say, I did that. I accomplished that. I'm constantly challenging myself to do new things. And that keeps you young. It keeps you creative. And that's what the creativity and curiosity is so important. And what happens in the world we live in, we get kind of numb and into this routine, and we stop being curious and creative. And so you build your confidence by attempting new things and accomplishing them and looking back and say, I did that. Same thing with our kids. Too many times we do things for our kids. We put them in a bubble. We keep them from having, any kind of failure. And that's not good for them. Allow them to achieve something, make a mistake, recover, and let them set a goal and achieve it and celebrate with them. And you're going to see their self-confidence grow. It's the same thing for women. Set a goal for yourself, work towards it, achieve it, and celebrate, and know that you created it. And then you elevate yourself. But it starts with keeping yourself curious, keeping yourself creative, keeping yourself doing things that you've never done before. So I challenge you, when was the last time you did something for the first time? And then make sure you surround yourself with people who believe in you. And there is nothing like girlfriends. It's great to have girlfriends who challenge you, who are there to support you, but have the people there that want to help you succeed. Not somebody who's going to get jealous of your success, somebody who's going to be your champion and your cheerleader.
That's so awesome. Sharon, when people are dealing with so much in the world as of late, and you've walked through some tough times at the height of your success when you're supposed to be the Sharon Lecter and it was only 10 books or 22 books. How did you show up and contribute? But then also, how did you deal with your tenderness and heartbreak?
Well, thank you, Adora. And I'm sure you're referencing the fact that it was almost 10 years ago I lost my youngest son. And I was at the height of my success. And it's something that you're not supposed to outlive your kids. I don't wish that on anyone. And I talk about being in my world of numb, or living life in neutral, right? The grief and despair. And what I see so many people now are in that same vein, whether it was a death, a divorce, a financial setback, an illness. We end up in this kind of neutral. We're numb. We don't have any highs. We have lows, but we're just kind of like going through the motions of life. And I did that for a couple of years. I still did work, but I wasn't playing big. I wasn't playing at the same level I had been because I was just numb. And thought about retiring and got a lot of pushback from family and friends. And I often share, I heard him in my ear saying, "Mom, get over it. There's more for you to do." And that's why I'm so passionate about telling people, you are perfect the way you are. And you are here for a reason. And whatever you've been through, as difficult as it was, whether it was a death that you're still dealing with, or a divorce, or a financial setback, or an illness, you're still here and you have an impact to make. And you're still here for a reason. And what you've been through, you can use your experience to help others going through it. So consider it not just something that is numb and sad and horrible, because grief is part of it. You got to get through the grief. But use the fact that you're still here you can reach out and help someone else. It helps you get over the grief. I still remember I didn't really share it from stage until I was in Copenhagen speaking in front of 1,500 people. And I had a Q&A after I talked, and the young man interviewing me asked me, "What was the worst thing that ever happened to you?" Well, the question was supposed to be, what's the worst business thing that ever happened to you? But that's not what he asked. He said, what's the worst thing that's ever happened to you? And there's only one answer to that question for me. Mm-hmm. And so it was the first time publicly that I shared that I had lost my son. And I had over 200 people wait. Before I could get to the back of the room, I had over 200 people waiting in line to talk to me. I understood the importance of sharing your experience, to sharing your being vulnerable. And that's not something that I had ever wanted to be. I felt, I had to be perfect on stage, right? But being vulnerable and having people know that what you've experienced, and yet don't be afraid to share it. I never really wanted to look like I capitalized on losing my child, but I had to change my frame of reference in the fact that sharing that I had allowed people to touch something more dear to me and to them. It opened them up to the fact that they could also talk about it and share it. And so it's really important. We don't want to be vulnerable to the wrong people, but being who you are and sharing the things that you've been through can help so many people. And it took me a long time to learn that lesson. And that's what I tell people all the time. Your story is unique to you. Your story, the ups, the downs, the sideways trips that you've had, make you who you are today. And it's an opportunity for you to share that so that other people can get to know you better, but also can help impact them if they're going through the same things you have.
Very powerful. Carissa, thank you, Sharon, for sharing that. I'm going to pass it to you, Carissa, but I can't seem to say it enough. As people are rising and there's so much social media and glamour and things to compare, and people that maybe just published their first book and nothing on Amazon or anything, and they look at someone like you or like our other people, any of us, and just think, well, I'm not there yet, or I'm dealing with this. So what you're sharing, I think, is one of the most generous things that people that have the position of power that you have and the platforms that other people have, I think it's just profoundly generous and so grateful.
Thank you. And I want to share, I still deal with that little negativity in my brain saying you're not good enough, easy for her to say you're not skinny enough, you're not young enough. Those things are, you have to recognize that they're still there. I fight them every single day. And that's something that don't be afraid to, to admit that those things are things that you have to confront every single day. Do you let them win, or do you allow yourself to win? And that's what's so important, is that, just because I've had the success I've had doesn't mean that I don't have those insecurities, because I do every single day. And it's something that we have to fight that. And when you get up in the morning, if you remember what your definite purpose is, it's what helps me get past that. I think about that I'm here. I want to elevate the financial well-being of humanity. And I can do that if I talk to people and help people, work with people, take their businesses to the next level. And that's what takes it outside of me. It gets me out of bed in the morning. It keeps me from falling and succumbing to those comments that I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough. Because I go, okay, I can make a difference. I can do something. And it helps me elevate myself over those insecurities.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Beautiful share, beautiful share. I'm really basking in just this overall gratitude for the vulnerability that has taken place thus far. Dr. Joe Vitale talking about his divorce and, the death of your son. And so I just want to thank you for that. And what I'm overall feeling is just this sense of this distinction between the love of power versus the power of love and the power of vulnerability. And as women, I think there's something really powerful that we have in our ability to be really vulnerable. And something you mentioned before was talking about, the celebration and collaboration and people really coming together. And sort of historically, I think we've seen that there's been a lot of competition, whether it be a very masculine way of kind of rising to the top. But I think that we're really seeing that we are a lot stronger together. And so with you surrounding yourself by really like-minded people, and you, it sounds like, believing that that's a very important aspect of being successful, of having this really beautiful life. How do you think as a collective we can individually and also collectively move away from this paradigm of competition with each other, and maybe more like a healthy competition within ourselves, and find a way to really embrace collaboration and celebration of each other as women, as individuals, and as of groups?
Well, I think that's a great question. And I think at the end of the day, I think competition in the sports arena is, is taught that it's a healthy thing. But I think in the business world, when you are focused on beating someone else, you are not focused on contribution. You're focused on on something where you are fearful that you're not good enough. Well, I've been on the board of a company, Child Help, which is the largest organization against child abuse, prevention, treatment. And it's an incredible organization. Well, there are a lot of other organizations out there that do child abuse prevention and treatment. And I applaud every single one of them. There's no competition. Unfortunately, the fact is there's enough abused kids to go around, and that's the part that's the problem. And so each of us has to look at, are we competing? Healthy competition is great, right? Competition for the sake of winning over someone else makes you lose sight of your definite purpose. And I truly believe the greatest success comes from collaboration. When people come together, 1 + 1 is 11, not 2. And so I have many people in this arena that are very good friends of mine that you could think are my competitors, but I applaud their success. Everyone needs financial education, all right? If you get it from me, wonderful. I would love to support you. But get it from someone. Get it from Susie Orman, Dave Ramsey, Laurel Langemeyer. They're all fantastic people that have their messages, but you may react better to my message than to Susie's. And that's what I want you to find, the people that speak to you, that help elevate you to where you're going. Competition inherently can become negative because you're focused on a goal line as opposed to an impact line, right? And collaboration is all about impact. My Play Big movement, that's a private Facebook group, is about being number one in your field, living your legacy. And your legacy is every day. With every heart you touch, you create your legacy. So being number one in your field, living your legacy, and creating maximum impact. It's impact, not the goal line. What is your impact that you're making in the world? Are you elevating others? Are you serving others? And if you do that collectively with other people, more power to you, because that means you're exponentially impacting more people.
That's so powerful. The collaboration, the impact, the bigger picture of what am I really here. It can be really easy to get caught up in the heat of emotions or moment when you're in competition or being right. But I love that you said that there are so many ways to win. You didn't say it in those words, but that's what I gleaned. And that in collaboration and with the bigger picture of impact. And you brought up the perfect way to help us land it because of the child abuse. Like, the goal is no more children being abused. So if we focus on how to solve that problem, we come from a bigger place. Play big. I love it. And that's your message to all people, not just women. Play big.
Right. It's about the power of association. If you have the ability, and that's really how I help business owners grow as well. You have a fantastic business. Let's say it's in Kentucky. All right. Well, you can impact more people if you have business owners in Florida and Washington State that want to do what you do, and you work with them. And you have the ability to exponentially impact more people, therefore bringing more revenue to you. And so that's, the understanding how to take your successful business, make it sustainable and scalable, allows you to impact a greater number of people. And as a result of impacting more people, you see higher profit at the bottom line. Focus on the impact. Focus on exponentially increasing the number of people you reach. Focus on increasing your power of association. When I bring in a new client, I go through that personal success equation. Go to personalsuccessequation.com, and I have a free workbook for you as a gift. But I go through that personal success equation with every client: passion, talent, power of association, taking action, having faith and confidence in yourself. And it's usually, almost every time, they've had great success and they've plateaued. And it's because they haven't continued expanding their associations. And as a result, their confidence is low. And it's usually the power of association, the confidence are the two areas that I need to work with my clients on. And they go hand in hand, as I said earlier. When you have the right people around you, when you have the right people that you're collaborating with, it elevates your confidence and you can stand in your own power. And when women say, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, I go, stop it. That means you're waiting for someone else to bring you the light. Become your own beacon of light. Stand in your own power. Know that you have a gift that other people need to receive, and become that beacon of light. And as you do that, you're going to attract other people to you that want to light theirs off of you. And that's how you double and exponentially increase your impact.
That's huge. Huge. Carissa, do you have a question?
Yeah, it just reminds me of the difference between being the best and being your best. And, something that I've heard about, just hearing about you and the work that you've done, it seems like you've really focused on yourself. And kind of when you are in competition, you're focusing on the other person, and naturally your energy is going there. I'd actually love to ask you sort of a vulnerable question. which is, what is something that you feel like you're working on right now to better yourself in a certain area of your life? Like, what are some of the practical ways that you're embodying something that you're moving forward in your life? Being such an accomplished woman, I imagine that you've done so many things already, but what's something that you're really putting your heart and your energy towards right now?
Well, great question, because I just a few months ago was pretty irritated by a bunch of real estate courses that I saw online. And so I just literally finished a real estate course that I delivered over a 6 series, and it'll be available to others soon. My mantra, why not? Okay, why not solve a problem? Why not serve a need? Is really what drives me all the time. And so it's like, okay, before I got on this show, I was having a strategy session with my online people and my CEO about what do we need to do to how can we adjust what we're doing to reach more people. And so it's all about technology. It's all about reach. It's all about how can I take what I've already created in assets. Let's go back to Adora, assets, sexy assets, right? So people can receive information from me at the leisure of their own home or in their office. So I have a lot of digital programs that I've created, but I always pair them with access to me, so that it's not just one and done, that there's still an ongoing partnership and relationship, because it really is important to have a guide, have a mentor. And, people call me Mama Sharon all the time, because it's something I want to be your mentor, to help you take that next step and to be accessible for questions. And so when you're looking for the next path, how can you go to the next level? I have programs for people that are financially disturbed, helping them just get above the waterline. Okay, let's focus on getting you more confident in your financial life. And then I have programs for people who have started a business that want to continue growing, and they want to play a bigger game. They want to understand how to become more substantial. And then I have a program with, how to build that business, specifics on how to build the business. I have programs around Think and Grow Rich for women. I have programs around 3 Feet from Gold, the books I've written. I have programs about refiring for people who think that world has passed them by. It has not. Just let's come together and let's refire and renew your passion for life, so that you can put yourself in the position of greatest and highest potential. And now I've created this real estate program. So usually when I see a problem, I create a program about it. And so I'm constantly looking, how can I redefine what I do? How can I represent what I have, so that people can get what they need when they need it, in the way they best want to receive it.
Sharon, and you brought up so much with that refiring and the power that you are, and thank you for your vulnerability. I'm about to be 44. Dennis was just turned 89. He's going into 90. And, especially in America, we worship youth and youthing. So what do you have to say for women standing in their beauty like you do, your radiance, your elegance, as I move from 40 to 50 to 60 to 80, 90 and beyond?
Well, thank you. Well, I am 68, turned 68 in January. So my husband and I have been married for 42 years in September. So I am definitely of the, senior population. And it comes back to what I've already shared with you, staying curious and creative. I could retire and sit in my living room and probably not live too long, because you just kind of start withering away. The zest of life is being zestful, which means active and being of contribution and continuing to add value. And there is no age limit for that. When I speak to a lot of ladies, I say, we've all seen the little bra strap thing that holds your bra strap together. That was started by a woman who was 75, and she was the CEO of that company until she was 85. It is never too late. That's the beauty of entrepreneurship. Nobody tells you have to retire at a certain age, because you're out there building a business and solving a problem and serving a need. You are never too old. I remember years ago, at least 20 years ago, well, maybe not, 15 years ago. I was at a women's event in Florida, and this gal, she came up and sat next to me at lunch. She was so excited. She wanted to interview me for a book that she was doing. And I said, well, okay, tell me a little bit about it before I say yes. Well, I'm talking about women being powerful after 50. So it was probably 52, 53 at the time. And I thought, well, that's good. That's a good message for women to understand. And she said, I want to talk about, you're over 50 and you still wear your hair long. And I went,
Oh my gosh.
what? And now I'm 68 and I still wear my hair long. And I was like, no, I don't think I want you to interview me because that implies that there's a social mores that says women over 50 should have short hair. And I don't agree with that. Every one of you, no matter what your age, should love yourself when you look in the mirror. And that's my definition of success is not the amount of money in the bank account. It's how you feel about yourself when you look in the mirror. And, it helps. My husband likes my hair long, but it's like it was so far outside my reality that she asked me that question. Do not let other people judge you. Do not live your life through the eyes of others or through their opinions. Be who you are. Be proud of yourself and make every single day count by being creative and curious.
Beautiful. Krista.
Wow, thank you so much. I've been watching the numbers go up here, which is really awesome to see women having these beautiful conversations and people are staying engaged and watching the numbers go up is really awesome. Something I've really been thinking about is just what's been happening in the world over the last couple of years and people kind of having what feel like legitimate reasons to not keep going. And you've talked about how you have considered retiring and kind of just like taking a break and how people have been like, no, keep going. And you're continuing to create and solve problems. How do you navigate sort of some of the standard excuses of not having enough time or feeling like when people say, or I'm too old or I'm too young, like what is the why that keeps pulling you and moving you forward? And has it changed over time or has it stayed pretty consistent throughout your career?
Well, it certainly has changed over time. I mean, I'm involved in several companies right now that have tremendous programs to help real estate agents and other goal-setting company that I've gotten involved in so that you have the ability to find that technology that can help you create the next best chapter. And people that I've mentored along the way have created this. And people can reach out to me, info@Sharon.Lecter if they want to know more about it. But I think your time allocation is so important, but we each have one big life. That's the other chapter in Think and Grow Rich for women. Women are too focused on work-life balance. And I go, stop it. Work-life balance, the word balance belongs in the yoga studio, not in our life. We each have our financial life, our fitness, we have our faith, we have our family, we have our friends, we have our business, our field, and fun. And those 7 aspects of our life is one big life, and we should have goals in each one of those areas and rate yourself. Where do you need to focus on? All right. And so I one of my greatest joys is my granddaughter. She's 5. I have a grandson who's 15. They are the lights of my life. And so my decisions around what I do and how I do it now, family comes first all the time. And I want to make sure that people understand that it's up to you to determine what your priorities are in each of those areas of your life. And they change as you go through life. And once you create a certain level of success, I don't make decisions today based on how much money I will make. I make decisions based on how will that impact the people on the other end. What's the size of the impact that I can make? But now I do have the filter. Is that something that I can physically deal with? Because a few months ago, I was like saying yes to everything. And I realized, whoa, I could feel it impacting my health. And so you have to make those decisions based on making yourself at the highest level of vitality. All right. I get such an incredible a gift to me of being around other people that have impacted by what I share. So that's like feeds me. So that is an element that's so much more important than whether I'm going to get how fat the check is at the end of the day. And those things change as you get older. And so you have to understand what your personal values are. Be honest with who you are and what you want out of life. And when you are true to yourself, then you become more successful in here, not just your wallet.
It's so powerful that you're talking about knowing yourself and your own values and what you actually, want to create and aligning with that, and that it shifts in different seasons of life. For someone getting older may mean it's time to settle down on a beach. For someone else getting older, it may be time to take up salsa dancing. But it really is individual, is what I'm hearing. And I hear so much truth in your own alignment and authenticity about how things are moving in your own world. Tell us a little bit about the truth in your ranch.
Oh, I love it. Love it. Well, I'm sitting here. I usually have a much nicer backdrop, but we actually just moved into a new house. So you are my first major broadcast from my new house, which is why it's not decorated. But we live in Arizona, and we're in Scottsdale right now, but we own a ranch in Young, Arizona, and it's called cherrycreeklodge.com. It is a guest ranch. And it was, my husband always wanted to have a survival property, and we went to look for a survival property, and we saw this place, and it was a lot bigger than what we were looking for. It's 300 acres and 43,000 acres of grazing rights in the Tonto National Forest. It's totally off the grid, all solar power, our own lake, our own fishing, our own well water. And we just loved it, and we wanted to share it. And as you mentioned, we wanted to make sure it was an asset, an income producing asset. So we show pictures of cows, and I go, you see cows, I see assets, because those mamas give me babies every year. And we built a beautiful lodge. We host business retreats there. We rent it out to others who want to host retreats. And it's a little piece of heaven, and you can check it out at cherrycreeklodge.com. It's a beautiful piece in the middle of the
and we will certainly have a link to that sent out after the day. Folks, type in what part of the world you're tuning in from in the virtual auditorium. And Sharon, as we close out the time that we have with you today for the next 10, 15 minutes or so, I want to bring in a very powerful woman to stay on theme, to stay on brand. And of course, she is a C-level executive of a national brand, the VP of Operations of the Los Angeles Tribune, Dr. Natalie Forrest. And we're going to have her part of this dialogue. Dr. Natalie, welcome, welcome, welcome. I know you're currently in Germany, but with that being said, I want to take a second to acknowledge some folks in the virtual auditorium. Dan, who is in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Michelle in Arizona, Molly in Nebraska. We have some Facebook users coming in from Vegas, Raymond in Palm Coast, Florida, Venice Beach, California, Scottsdale, Dallas, Buffalo, Colorado, North Dakota. So we want to welcome everyone that's tuning in from the United States, but especially those that are tuning in from all around the world. This event was promoted very heavily in the Asia Pacific region, thanks to many of our partners. Hello to Minnesota Nice Michelle. Good to see you here. And of course, our friends from the UK. So with that, I'm going to step back. Dr. Natalie, thank you for being here. I know you're familiar with the work of Sharon. You spent many different programs, and you guys have spoken on the same tickets several times. So Dr. Natalie, welcome to the tour, and kick it off for us. Dr. Natalie Ford.
Thank you so much. Sharon, I just typed in the private chat saying how grateful I am that you're back. And I love that you're in a new space, because I believe that when we have reached a certain level, that then the next we have to leave behind some things and start anew or grow anew. How important is it for you to be in a new space for this next chapter of your life?
Well, it's just been fantastic, and so good to see you, Natalie. Our home that we are leaving, that we are selling, we were in for 31 years. So it's a big move for us. But this coming a little further east in Scottsdale, we are now 30 minutes closer to our ranch, so that's a benefit. But it really has been surprising to me how freeing it has been going through and doing a lot of donating. You know, you gather a lot of stuff in 31 years, but it's something that is like, it's a hassle. It's frustrating. All the things you have to deal with and the time management. But at the same time, there's this feeling of new beginnings.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, or how do I want to do this? How do I want to decorate this house? How am I going to create the space? And so we talk about the power of environment. So I have now an opportunity to create my new living environment so that it is conducive to how we want to live and how we want to share our life with other people. And it's been very fun, and it's totally a work in process, as you can see, but I'm very excited about it and looking forward to it, because it makes you young again. You start making those kind of decisions and you go, oh, new stuff, being creative, going back to what I was saying earlier, being creative and curious again. I'm curious. I have to literally study what's in, and probably won't be what I buy because I'm not in, but let's see what's popular these days and what can I create that is a beautiful space that enriches our lives, yet is comfortable and supports the way we want to live.
Right. And I think, 31 years, I've moved a bunch of times. It's never been 31 years. And I was talking to somebody also who's in the audience today, to Dan Armstrong, just on my show the other day. And he mentioned something that I want to ask you about as well. Because he, for example, mentioned that when he moves and unpacks, and all of a sudden he sees all of his books. And I could relate to that. Because, then it's like, ooh, all these books, where do I put this one? And I start looking into my books or looking at pictures, and that's, of course, time consuming. And all of a sudden, these memories come back. But with books, because I know you're also an avid reader, not just writing so many important works. How do you feel when you take another look at books that you've read years ago? Do you find new stuff?
Yeah, well, absolutely. The first thing I did in this house, in fact, right on the other side of the wall, I have an entire 30 feet of bookcases. That was the first thing I had put in. There's not a single book in it yet because it's ready. All right. Yeah. And so one of the things that I'm going to start moving is my books from the old house. And it's like, okay, I've got all this space now. I can start organizing where I want the books, because you can get a little out of control when you write so many, and then you've got all the different languages, you get copies sent to you, and then everybody in the world is writing books and sending them to you. And it's like, I want to value each one of them. And so it is kind of, you kind of relive the history of your own writing. And then you also, I go through and I see, in fact, some of them I find that they were personalized to me, and I don't remember ever seeing that before. So now I'm kind of being re-gifted things that were sent to me early on. And so it's really fun, but I also get the opportunity to organize them. And that's kind of, will be feeling so good when you've been kind of overwhelmed with things and they don't stay organized. Now I have the opportunity to do it right and organize it. So it's going to feel very cleansing.
And part of the reason why I'm asking, because we're talking about thinking and growing rich, and you mentioned the environment. And I think some of Dr. Joe said it, Dennis said it, it's been said before, and you, of course, also talk about it. The environment is important, but also the constant learning and the willingness to surround yourself with new ideas. And therefore, when you mention library, when we think about books, for me, it's always about learning and taking another look, because we change as well. So thinking and growing rich. When we read, we think. So how does that all add up for you when you're now organizing again, reading again? How important is reading and being tolerant and open-minded?
Well, I think being a lifelong learner is just essential. It's what keeps you young. And I've said this several times already in the hour, but I'm going to repeat it, because being creative and curious is how we learn. And every year I have come up with what my word is for the year. And so my word for 2022 was discovery. All right, discover something new. Continue, always learn something new. And that's kind of the zest of life is, if you just get complacent with what you know and you think you know everything you need to for the rest of your life, it's not that, it's kind of hard to have fun when you just kind of feel like you know everything. And I know there's a lot that I don't know, and I'm going to continue working to discover new things and learn new things and experience new things. I'm just about to head off to Africa in a few weeks to go to the Victoria Falls, because it's one of the world's natural elements, and I just want to see that natural wonders of the world. And I think, always I'm challenging myself to go to experience new things, and I think that that's really what keeps us innovative. It's hard to be innovative if you don't discover new things and think about ways to solve problems. And that's something that the world has plenty of right now. And so anyone that wants to build a business, this is the time to think about what gets you passionate. How can you make the world a better place, and then go out and do it.
Absolutely. And since you mentioned travel, I was fortunate, now that I'm back in Europe, to travel to Croatia for the first time. And there was a lot of history and a lot of energy. So that was also a very interesting experience. And I brought that back with me, of course, as well. Last question that I have for you right now, because you did mention, children and family. I know that you work very much dedicatedly also on financial education for the young ones, because there's not enough of it. How do we teach our children to think and grow rich?
Well, that's a great question, Natalie. And, I know I don't have a lot of time left, but the biggest thing is to challenge them to set goals, work towards achieving them, and then celebrate with them. Because not only will they feel empowered and feel more confident in themselves, but they will realize that they have the power to choose the direction of their life. And teaching them that every decision they make with how they spend their money and their time drives them to success or not. That's the greatest gift. Financial education is the gift of a lifetime. It's the greatest thing you can do for your kids. Don't tell them you can't afford something, because that closes their mind and they want to go turn off the lights and get under the covers. Instead of saying we can't afford it, say, okay, Johnny, Mary, Ellen, how can you afford it? And when you say, how can you afford it, you trigger their entrepreneurial spirit. Their mind opens up. They become creative. And kids can be very creative about how to earn money for what they want. But then they get excited and they go out and they do it. They make the money and you help them achieve and buy what they want. And you see their self-confidence increase right before your eyes.
Powerful, powerful, powerful. Covering all the bases. We went from personal branding to reinvention to parenting to financial freedom, all in about 1 hour with the incredible Sharon Lechter. As I said in the beginning, when Sharon came on here, if she was not going to be a part of this program, I was not going to do it, because in my opinion, if you do a Think and Grow Rich program, a Think and Grow Rich themed program alongside Don Green, the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, and you don't have Sharon Lechter, it's like a peanut butter sandwich without the jelly. Yeah, it'll fill you up. It will fill you up, but it wouldn't really taste right. And so thank you, Sharon, for being a part of this. We appreciate you. We love you. We honor you as always. And I'm excited, folks, for the next speaker. And with that, Sharon, if you have any final words, we'll give you the floor. If you have anything else you want to share.
Well, thank you so much to all of you. I really appreciate being part of this. And to everybody watching and listening, I do a daily motivational message, and I end each one with saying, you are fabulous. And then I ask you to say it with me, I am fabulous. And so I just want you right now to say, I am fabulous. And my response is, yes, you are. Take care.
Wow.
Thank you, Sharon Lechter. And what a treat that was. I mean, truly, not very many people have impacted the world of financial literacy as much as Sharon Lechter. And let's just do some quick takeaways. Carissa, Dr. Natalie Forrest, and we'll bring back in Rex Sykes as we bring in the next speaker in the next couple minutes or so. But let's start with you, Carissa, please.
Oh, that really activated me on so many levels, Sharon. I just feel in my body just an immense amount of gratitude, and something that I'm really taking away, and well, something first that I admire about her, learning so much about her, is this youthful spirit that it's never too late, I'm never too old, and she keeps reinventing herself and talking about this creative expression, and her radiance is just so captivating. So for me, I'm just taking away that creativity and constantly challenging yourself is the way to stay youthful, is the way to keep going. And I know as women, we're creative forces, we're creative beings. And so really taking our energy and our life force and putting it out into the world and solving problems and helping people can really, what I'm taking away, kind of keep us alive and keep us going. So that was one of my biggest takeaways. How about you, Natalie?
Well, there are always so many. So because of my mindset, or my mind flex, as I like to say today, I think for me, really the biggest one was when she was actually just now talking about the moving and the importance of sometimes moving. And I think the reason why it's important, it's not because of my situation, but I know a lot of people move consistently. The world we live in, there's a lot of global movement, and sometimes it's more of an escape. They never really settle. And yet the way that she explained it was really in line with the environment that you're creating. And I think too often we don't pay attention to the environment we're creating. I know we have Marie Diamond on come as well, and Sharon also talks a little bit sometimes about feng shui. So the things that are in your place, the things that you have next to you, even the animals, all of that matters. And of course, she does a lot with horses, and that's the environment we're creating. So I think if we're really paying more attention to that, we can think and grow much more.
Wow, that was a beautiful. Mo, you are muted.
He's not.
Many people watching around the world were very thrilled to see me muted, but it's all good. So what I will say is that I was really happy to hear Sharon also talk about some principles that, dare I say, call esoteric. She talked a little bit about the law of attraction, which for someone who's an accountant and who has a very practical approach to educating the world was surprising. And what we found in this program so far is that there's been a balance between practical and spiritual, which honestly is very much the theme of Napoleon Hill's work. So with that being said, let's kick it off to Rex Sykes before we introduce our next speaker. Rex, please.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm respectfully going to contradict you. The spiritual is practical, and the practical is spiritual. There's no separation.
I don't know if that's a contradiction, but if you want to have a claim for fame that you contradicted me, please.
Yeah, no, I just like to be argumentative when it comes to Mo. But and I'm going to inject some testosterone into this conversation. And I would have liked to have been able to. I think you and I could have asked this question, Mo, of Sharon, but I want to ask of Natalie and Carissa. So often women have the role of supporting a man, and but in my life, for example, I probably read more male authors than females. But in my personal life, have been more impacted by women in powerful places, whether they were educators, teachers, mentors, acting coaches, whatever they might be. I've been surrounded by powerful women. So my question is women have traditionally, in Napoleon Hill's day, supported men. But how can we as men support women, and particularly powerful women who are independent and moving along and doing their thing in the world? And we don't, we could either be there for the ride, or we could contribute to them, to you in ways that would be valuable and support, as opposed to inhibiting or standing in the way or trying to one up anything. How can we best support you?
That's a beautiful question. I'll kind of add my 2 cents in this. Thank you for proposing that. I was actually going to ask Dr. Joe Vitale this question because he was talking a lot about, we were talking about some of these gender dynamics and whatnot. I had this question for him too. And so I think my answer to this is kind of going to be a little bit general, but I think it's just continuing to work on yourself as a man, as an individual. I don't think that there's anything that I think about, at least off the top of my head, that relates to men in general doing things outside of just like supporting women, cheering us on, believing in us. I think as men, continuing to go back to your truth, what programming do you have about women stepping into their power and their leadership, and sort of addressing those individually, I think is the best way to overall sort of manage it collectively.
What a lovely dialogue. What a lovely dialogue. Thank you, my friends. And, I think it's appropriate after we hear Sharon lecture. And yes, I know, Rex, I've done this a couple times. Before we introduce the next speaker, of course, I think it's appropriate to have a lineup go from Sharon Lecter to this next speaker. And I will get to you, Natalie, in a second, because Paul Fink is all about helping people with the financial aspects of life, which I know a lot of the folks watching are interested in learning. But before we go there, Dr. Natalie, final takeaways before we go to Paul Fink.
Well, before we go to Paul, who I know is also supporting women, because I've talked with him before, of course, I love the question, Rex, and I'm going to not just be general, but I'm going to say, to me, it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. To me, it matters that you have the feminine energy of collaboration and support. And you can only have that if you know, trust, and love yourself. So, as Carissa said, you need to know, trust, and like yourself. And I think it's really much more about giving the space. I personally have benefited, obviously, more in my life from men supporting me than women. I've also been let down by men, but I've also been let down by women. So I think it's just the person itself needs to be authentic and comfortable, and it has to be um, for me, for example, they would have to also be in a state of transformation, true transformation, because then it's not about what do you give, what do I give. It's about how can we do something good for humanity together.
Powerful, powerful. Thank you for that, Dr. Natalie, Carissa, and Rex. And up next, we have Paul Fink, who I'm very excited about personally. Of course, he was one of the speakers at the New Psychology of Winning Tour last year with Dennis Wheatley. And let's bring in Paul Fink, who, of course, is called the Maverick Millionaire. And that word Maverick, Paul, right now is very popular with Top Gun 2. And so right now, I know you're trending all over Twitter and Facebook, partially because of that movie. But before we get into that, I want to welcome you. Paul, what are your thoughts so far in the dialogue that you have heard before we kick off and get into the nitty gritty of your work? Paul Fink, please, welcome.
Welcome. It's so exciting to be here, and really thrilled with all the discussion that's been having. My thoughts we could spend the next hour on, because the idea of female and male energy, and I've got strong females in my life. My wife's been by my side now for my whole journey. We started dating 36 years ago, and huge supporter and team member. And we've also raised 3 powerful women now, who my youngest is now 21. And with that, just understanding exactly what we were talking about. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female, carrying forward that energy of being both that warrior as well as that support role, and knowing how to blend that and being comfortable with your own skin is, or in your own skin, is so powerful, with really playing full out and applying everything that Napoleon Hill talked about in Think and Grow Rich. The way to do that is starting off with being clear with who you are inside, and being real with and real comfortable with who you are as a person. So all of these things are layered in and interrelated. Absolute.
You know, Paul, I know that one of the components of life that you help people with a lot is the financial component. And you do a lot of events, and you do so much incredible work to help people with that, which is why we thought it was appropriate to have you right alongside Sharon Lecter, because it's an appropriate segue. What are some of the biggest transformational experiences that you, as a teacher, have experienced from your perspective for those that you teach? What are some concepts, some principles that you're proud of that you have helped the world with? Please, Paul Fink.
Yeah, and it's so fascinating when people start talking about, well, your name's the Maverick Millionaire, so obviously you're focused in on the money component. However, I also focus in on the Maverick component of doing it different and coming at it from a different angle, a counterintuitive approach. Also recognize I've got a background in psychology. I was trained to be a clinical psychologist, trained in neurolinguistic programming and hypnotherapy, and really understand the magic of the mind, which is what the Think and Grow Rich concepts are all about, is what we can do. And so one of the biggest ways to step into the financial world, or to increase your financial wealth, is to get clear with the internal, which is one of those counterintuitive. I talk about three pillars of business, if you will. The one pillar is your vehicle. We all have that industry or that vehicle, that thing that we operate, that we say, oh yeah, I am a financial planner, or I am in the medical field, or I am in the sports arena, and whatever the vehicle of choice is. Well, that's one aspect, yet we identify ourselves so strongly in that's the industry I'm in, that's the job I have. The second pillar is, well, then we have our technical or external components of websites and technical funnels. And we start talking about how we're doing our marketing or our sales process. And then the last pillar, if you will, that really builds any business is the internal game of the leaders, the internal game of the players involved, and how they approach their life and their business, how they engage with obstacles, how they engage with adversity, how they communicate with other people on their team, how they do all that. And the biggest challenge I see is that people start with their vehicle. They raise their hand, they go, that's the industry I'm in. Then they go to their websites and their funnels and all that technical stuff. And then finally they start going, oh, I need to create success, and I've checked all the other boxes. I guess the only thing left is me. I'd better go check me out. And it's always the last piece. And for me, I went through that similar cycle. I went through about 15 to 18 years of being an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur now for 36, almost 37 years. I can't even believe it. But 36 years. And out of that, 15 to 18 were being that technical person. I got into sales, I got into distribution, I got into straight commissions situations, and really focused in on the skill sets without really examining who I was. And it wasn't until I started examining who I was that I catapulted to success and created that financial wealth, created that abundance. And that's so important when people want to really take a close look at how to build their finances. They've got to start looking internally. It's not about, build a better website.
Yes.
Even in this technology world we're living in, that's not the answer to success.
I would agree. And folks, if you're just tuning in, this is the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich Global Tour. We are here alongside Paul Fink. Of course, you have been enjoying conversations with living legends like Dennis Wheatley, Joe Vitale, and most recently, Sharon Levy, before we're now about to really get into the nitty-gritty with Paul Fink about his work. And you mentioned the internal component. Now, I'm going to step back, and Dr. Natalie Forrest and you are going to have a lovely fireside conversation, and we want to give the folks take-home value, Paul. So we really want, I want everyone to grab a pencil, grab a piece of paper, because there's going to be take-home value here for those folks that need some guidance from the Maverick Millionaire on that internal component. Dr. Natalie, Paul, floor is yours. Please, Dr. Natalie.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Paul. I could go off a tangent right now about the Maverick and the words, but I won't, because we want to focus on finances. Finances seem to be, I'm going to take a little cue from Rex, just because you mentioned women and men, sometimes more of an issue for women. Traditionally speaking, they haven't been dealing with a lot of money. Still, in many instances, there is a certain hesitancy, even in business. It seems that when it comes to women going and having to sell, they don't want to. So let's just focus for a moment, if I may, on women. Just because we'll go to men in a second. What is your advice? What are your tips for a woman who's like getting into being an entrepreneur, solopreneur, and she's looking at all of that money stuff? She hears about the stock market. She hears she should be charging $20,000 for a mastermind. What are your tips?
One, to understand that across the board, everyone tends to undervalue who they are and what they can bring to the table. Mm-hmm. And so once we recognize that, we've got to come to the terms that no matter what value you put on yourself, no matter what value you identify with who you are and what you offer, you need to recognize that that's lower than it could be and lower than the exchange of value that you're giving.
Mm-hmm.
And so absolutely understand we're starting with the baseline of, okay, whatever I have in here, whatever my thought process is as to what I think my value is, it's already low bar. So now we're like, okay, so the world sees me as more valuable than I am. And we start with that understanding.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because I love where you're going. But I want to stop you for 1 second, because then, since we're talking about thinking and growing rich, so if I'm thinking my value is $1,000, then I'm impeding my financial growth, correct?
Without a doubt. And it's exactly what I did for those 18 years before I jumped into really understanding this. Like, I had listened to Napoleon Hill. I had read all, Dale Carnegie. I had gone through all that process early on in my career, and I grabbed hold of like 1% and didn't really step into it and step into the power of what was being said. When we talk about that valuation, we all look at that and we undervalue. If we think we're worth $1,000, we're really worth 2, if not 5, if not 10. And so oftentimes when people are talking about their pricing, and I learned this on a technical level. I was in the dental industry I advised and consulted in the dental industry for about 10 years. And about 8 years in the medical field as well. So a lot of high-end professionals. Midtown Manhattan is where I cut my teeth. And when I was talking to them, we were talking about pricing. If they increased their fees, they would start getting scared and nervous. Oh my God, people would complain. Right. However, every study, every component on a technical level said when they increased their fees by 10%, they would increase their bottom line by 25% for the year without a question. It was a given. And yet they still resisted because they'd hear people complain and they couldn't handle it.
Right.
So what does all this mean? When I hear people talk about their pricing and I advertise, hey, I will double your income. Well, here's the simple equation. Double your fees. Just double them. I challenge you. I dare you to do so and watch what happens. Oh, wait. The follow-up to that is you've got to stay the course. You can't do it just for 1 hour and go, no, and get scared. You've got to stay the course. When I was in the dental industry, we would increase their fees for the 10% that even dared do it, even after looking at all the studies and all the proof. Only 10% would dare do it. The 10% that did, 5% would back away because their staff, their team, would get all the complaints and come crying to them going, you can't do this. We're losing everybody. But the bottom line results were always the same. They'd increase their bottom line. They'd increase their profitability, even with losing some of their clients. And yet that's painful. That's harm. That hurts us on an emotional level, and we get scared. So all this is that balance of understanding. Dare to step into what you know could be your value, and let the market tell you. Let the market say whether this is valuable or not. I worked with one of my early clients going back I've been coaching at this level for over 16 years now. And one of my early clients, I went through this process, said, all right, it worked in that industry. Let me try it in this industry. And we went through the process where she was a golf pro. And I went, well, you're charging $100, $150 for a tour of golf, right? For a round of golf. And that was about within consistency of, I said, who's the top pro? What does he charge? Oh, well, he charges like $10,000 for a round of golf. I was like, so are you that much less valuable than him? And she acknowledged no. I said, so you train basically the same thing, is what she then said. She says, I talk about the same things. I train the same things. I do the same thing with my clients, only I don't have the reputation.
Right.
I said, well, then let's just Don't go to 10,000. Let's go to 300. See what happens. She went and called every one of her clients and told them, we scripted it out, said exactly what to say to her clients. Every single one of them, without fail, said, I thank God you're finally doing this. I've been wondering how long it was going to take you.
I love that story, Paul. Now here's a twist to it though, because you're talking about somebody who already has clients.
Yes.
So now let's talk about those who are startups. So they might be much better than the biggest name on the block, than the biggest one that's always in the headline. They might have a lot more knowledge. They may have been in the industry much longer. And yet they don't have a name that is recognized. And I'm challenging you, and they're also really, really buying all those stories from their potential customers that right now, I don't have the money. Could we maybe do payment plans? Could we? So what's your advice to a startup who doesn't have the name, who has a lot of knowledge, and who still is in that service mode of, I want to help you, I want to help you? You're up.
I love challenges and bring it on. I will say that I've been studying and working within the sales environment at high level professional sales for 36 years. So bring it. Really love that. Here's the thing. First of all, when you're just starting out, you want to price your products or service. And people get really confused by pricing and the psychology of pricing. And I do whole studies and whole trainings on the psychology of pricing and what it means. If you're going to go and price a product of anything on the market, what's its value? And I will challenge you that there are cars here in America that are selling that are the same car as you would find in Europe. However, the price is at a different price point between Europe and here. Would I be correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. It's the same product. Comes with the same credibility, the same background, the same manufacturing facility, and yet the price is different. Why? Because here it built a different name than it did there. Here it's got a different reputation than it did there, for whatever reason. So the pricing is different. So when you come to market, there's a couple different components. What's the value of my product or service when I come to market?
Mm-hmm.
People don't know. So then I get to tell them what the value is. And they will judge whatever price point I pick to determine what the value is.
Mm-hmm.
So if I price my product, same product, if I price it at $100, they will compare it to other things that are $100. And they're like, you know what? I was really looking for something that had a little more kick to it.
Right.
So they'd want to buy a $1,000 product, not a $100 product, because they want something that just is a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I could take the same product and price it at $100, and they would think it was a better quality.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, that can go on every scale.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're pricing and you're wondering, what do I bring my product to market at? Pick a price. I usually recommend an exceedingly high price. And then you want to step into the comfortness of it, discount it. Say, oh, my price tag is $10,000, but for you right now, I love you. I want to work with you. It's $5,000. I'll even give you a break. You pay now, pay in full. We'll do it for $4,000. Would that work for you? And you'd be amazed, because now they're realizing the psychology of us as humans is we realize, oh, the value of that's $10,000. I'm getting it for $4,000. This is a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
If you knew I'd never sold a product before in my life, had never coached anyone in my life, had never done any of this before, you'd be like, oh, why am I paying $4,000 for this? This is worth $1,000. This is worth $100. You have no idea. You haven't done this before. It's all a matter of what you present. It has nothing to do with the rest of the story. Here's the next piece of that. is that once you present the product, once you present the price, they're going to give you a ton of excuses. Here's the question.
Mm-hmm.
If the people really wanted the product, suppose it was a life or death scenario, that they knew this was going to save their life, would they come up with the money?
Of course.
And most people go, well, of course they would.
Mm-hmm.
I said, so why is that my job is to lower my price rather than to increase my value?
Mm-hmm.
And what I would teach people is how to speak value into their product or service rather than lowering their price, so that they can really still hold the line and not go through that discount process. Because
Right.
once they do, then that's the value that they're delivering. That's the value that's perceived. And if we really believe Think and Grow Rich, as soon as I discount my product, well, that's what they're gonna think of it less than.
Actually,
Go ahead, Clarissa.
I love this conversation. It's really nice to connect with you, Paul. Thank you so much for being here. I'm looking at Natalie with her, she's got a little red tint in her hair. I'm like, she's got some fire. I love that this conversation feels passionate. I know that a lot of people in the chat are saying that the fabulous speakers, they love the conversation around value. I have sort of a concept that I'd love to hear your thought about, which is, I do similar work. I do speaking and coaching and transformational work for leaders in business. And something that I've really sat with is, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, is the difference between valuing ourselves versus valuing our services. So I think we oftentimes feel like I value myself at $5,000. I value myself at $10,000. And we start to put a number based on our sense of worth. And that can be sort of a slippery slope in my experience. And so I'd love to hear, what is your perspective on the difference between valuing yourself versus valuing your services? And also, how are we actually tangibly measuring value?
Ooh. In my experience, so the question of valuing myself versus my product or service is, with everything that I've ever sold, I am my product or service. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean in coaching, although for the last 16 years, I coach at a high level. I do masterminds. I do high level trainings all around the world. But before then, I sold product. I sold, cotton rolls and lasers, and I sold a lot of different things, medical and dental. And I was also in the real estate game. And the value, though, was always me, no matter what I sold. And unless you believe in your product or service, unless you believe in you at that high level and say, man, if I was selling a product that I didn't believe in as highly as I believed in myself, I would switch product. Mm-hmm. I would switch to something else. That is something that most people have a pain around. They're like, no, I can't. This is the thing. I was like, well, it's not if you don't believe in it, and it never will be. And so I become the product or service, that my integrity, my credibility, who I am as a person, and everything that I can bring to the product or service makes that product or service that much more valuable. I used to sell in the medical and dental, like everybody sold the same thing. It was all the generic products, if you will. There were distinctions of different brands, only we all kind of carried the same stuff. So what made the difference? It was who I was, what I delivered, my integrity with placing their orders, my integrity with getting them the right stuff, my integrity with saying, if I cannot find it, I will find it. If we're not sure when it'll be here, I'll make sure it's here at the time when I promise. And all those components of that, of what you bring to the table, no matter what you're selling. So you always look at that it's not about the product or service. Believe in that wholeheartedly, believe in it to the on a cellular level, and then attach you to it to bring that value, whatever it is, to an ultimate level. That's really the key to all that. And I know there was a second part to that question that you were asking. What was the second part?
Yeah, I thank you for that answer. I really appreciated how you just stand firm on, like, this has been my experience. You are the product, you are the service. So I really appreciate that. The second part of that is how you actually, with you and your clients and your experience, how are you actually measuring value? Like, what are some of the practical ways that you kind of walk people through who want to charge more, but they are sort of having a little bit of issue on measuring their worth and their value? What are some ways that they can do that? I know you said credibility is sort of one of them. Integrity is one. How are you measuring people? How are you helping your clients measure their own value?
Measuring value is one of those slippery slopes that the value is what you decide to bring to the table, what you like. For instance, my value as a coach is that I never give up. I will be by my client's side till the end of eternity and beyond. And that's my dedication to them, that I don't disappear, that this is the same guy you're going to see tomorrow, the next day, and the year after, and the decade after. I will never change. On stage, off stage, you see me at an amusement park, you see me on the beach, you see me at my home, or you see me on stage at the biggest arenas, I'll be the same guy. And so that component is what I bring to the table. With talking about value, what I usually recommend is that we there's a couple ways to enter the market. Here's the key. Enter the market. Most people wait to enter the market until they create value, they create credibility. Oh, I don't have enough licensing. I don't have enough integrity. I don't have enough credibility. Don't wait. Enter the market now. The second piece of that is don't wait till you have everything in place. Don't wait till you have everything in order. Matter of fact, I teach people, especially that are entrepreneurs that are creating their own products or service, sell it first, then create it. You want to know what the value is? The market will tell you the value. Go as high as you could possibly imagine, as high as your stomach could bear in pricing your product, then test the market. When you get some resistance, lower it just a little, see what happens. Lower it a little, see what happens. Make that first sale. Make second, make third. Then as you're stepping into it, now you've gotten that value. All right, it's at least this price. Push the line a little. See where that comfort zone is. Because unless you test the market, so many people look to prejudge the marketplace, and there's no prejudging. What's the proof of that? Talk to any marketer. Every marketer tells me, which is one of my frustrations with marketers, they go, oh, A/B testing. I was like, if I needed to A/B test, why do I need you? And I say that rhetorically, only the reality is that we don't know. And to second guess the marketplace is the challenge that most people run into. Go forward, put a product out there, see what the market will bear, see what kind of interest there is, how many people raise their hand, get in a conversation with people. Then you'll know for sure. And then keep moving the needle. Keep moving the line, because then you'll really know. As soon as you get to a place where, oh, all my sales disappeared. Oops, I raised it too high. I think maybe we need to adjust this a little. Here's the rest of the story on value, and I want to serve people. So many people I hear, they come with this concept and the challenge of, well, listen, all the people that cannot afford are the people I want to serve, because they're the people that aren't receiving. And the challenge is that many of those people are making life choices that are not serving them. There are people that absolutely are in need, absolutely that are in that scenario where they cannot, and there's no options, there's no possibilities. That's a different group. But there's a whole ton of people in the middle where people are like, oh, I'm looking to serve them. So they're spending their money on drinking every weekend. They're spending their money on cigarettes. They're spending their money on other things and other vices. And yet they don't have money to improve their world and spend it on you. And so,
yes.
and you're looking to serve them. Well, they're not serving themselves. And I cannot motivate people. I can inspire people to be greater. I can inspire people to have a great life that I've been able to build for myself over the last 20 years, to have that abundance, to have that passion, to have that thrill in their world. Only unless they come with the desire to change, well, then I need to go find the people that already have that desire, already have that grit to be able to go the distance. Then I can work with those people, and the rest will get attracted to the leadership. The rest will get attracted over time to what we're building here. And then they'll show up ready to participate.
Powerful.
Drag them over the line.
Absolutely. No, I cannot agree with you more, Paul. I mean, you are just sharing gem after gem for this audience. Quick housekeeping notes here, folks. You are tuning into the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour. We're currently speaking alongside Paul Fink, who many people have called over the years the Maverick Millionaire. I'm going to continue this conversation with you, Paul, and we're going to have Krista step back for a moment while Natalie and I continue this. And before we continue the second segment with you, we're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. We're here with Paul Fink, and we're going to continue the conversation. A couple folks in the virtual auditorium have been asking some questions. Go ahead and let us know, folks, what part of the world are you tuning in? So far, we have had people from about 20 different countries leave comments, so we really want to know what part of the world you're tuning in. Thank you, Tom Chesser, Inspire Greatness. So many people in the virtual auditorium. Amy Jacobs says, so on point. We have a question about Mas Sajadi. He is going to be the next speaker. We're super excited and pumped up about that. And so with that being said, you know, Paul, we've touched and addressed the inner component. We've also discussed the outer component. You said something very profound, which was take action even before you really feel ready, right? Because a lot of people are waiting for ducks to line up in a row. So, you know, Paul, I actually was born in Minnesota, fact about me, and I grew up in Minnesota. And what we're known for is our lakes. Now, it's called the land of 10,000 lakes. So, of course, naturally, I've been around a lot of lakes and I've been around a lot of ducks. I got to tell you, Paul, not once in my life have I ever seen ducks line up in a row. If anyone was going to see it, it would be a Minnesota native, right?
Yeah,
It just does not happen. So let's talk a little bit about that. You know, this idea of taking action before the ducks are lined up in a row, because there's a lot of people that are still waiting for that to happen. Paul, the floor is yours.
Oh my gosh. So one thing that has not been brought up yet that I think is really important about my background is that 20 years, almost 21 years ago, my last set of twins were born. Yes, I have more than one. I have more than two. I have 3 sets of twins are my children that I've raised. The oldest is 26. The next are 21, and then 2 20-year-olds. That's their current ages. Why is that important? Is that you want to get all your ducks in a row, have a life where I had 6 kids under 6 years old, had the last 2 sets of twins that changed my life over 14 months. And so there is no time for me to, let me plan out all this on purpose with intent. Let me just design it step by step. It was now go. And with that, I really learned how to apply this absolutism into my world. It is now or never. We started in, like I said, the first 15, 18 years of my career, if you will, I did okay. And I made about 6 figures. That was my dream when I first got out of college, make $100,000 and yeah, baby. And with a wife and 2 kids, you have enough money to go on vacation once a year, to go out to eat once a week, and everything seemed okay. Then we had set number 2 and set number 3, and everything changed. And I learned, my baseline during that early period was about $20,000 a month to really step into that and bring that into my world, or else. And the whole concept of understanding that you've got to just play the cards that you're dealt and stay in the game every single day to create abundance and to create the power is so amazing to experience fully. And so a lot of people are like, well, what do I have to do? I was like, just have 3 sets of twins. You'll absolutely create success. It's a given. Or maybe there are other techniques and strategies that you've got to, what I call, increase your thermostat. Actually understand that your mind is set at a certain level and that you have so much more potential. And so when you increase your thermostat, really increase the power of what you envision you could be and make that happen, because waiting till the ducks line up won't serve you. I've seen the opposite happen. They do wait for the ducks line up, right? Yeah. So they go and create a product. They go and create their service. They go and create their website. They go and create all their modulars. They go and create all their design. They spend 2 years putting together their business plan, and then they bring it to market, and they recognize that the whole plan is off by 1 degree.
Right.
In which point they've got to redo everything all over again.
Yeah. And think about all the action they could have taken on the front lines instead of just trying to perfect the plan. You make such a great point. Speaking of ducks, I'm about to bring in Rex Sykes, who's in Wisconsin. Rex, you're on the air with us. Lots of ducks in Wisconsin as well. But Dr. Natalie, you unmuted, so I'm going to give you the floor, and I'm going to step back, and you and Rex can enjoy dialogue with the Maverick millionaire Paul Fink.
I just have a question about the ducks in a row, but it's a little off topic, and I'll let you chime in just a minute, Rex, because I know you've got something to add. When we're talking about thinking and growing rich, and what you just explained, Paul, because I think that's what we go through with so much of our own lives, but also with a lot of clients. It's like they want to get ready. They don't want to push the book out just yet because they have to make one more change. Right. Isn't that the fear holding them back, the fear of success?
Fear of success, fear of failure. There's so many aspects of that. It's the perfectionism syndrome and what I would say is that don't let perfect get in the way of amazing abundance. And the component, and I've had people, here's the fun part. I still to this day have misspellings on my slide deck. I have misspellings on my marketing material, and people are like, hey, look, you've got a misspelling. And I was like, yeah. And I make an extra, I don't know, set a figure, extra 100,000 for every misspelling you find. I want you to register that. I make an extra 100,000 million for every misspelling you find. And why do I say that? Is because while you were waiting, while you were making sure it was perfect, while you were designing the perfect craft, I was already in the marketplace getting feedback from people as to exactly what they wanted, needed, and desired, and giving them that while you were still creating your perfectness. And this can happen in so many different ways where people go after the concept of popularity, the concept of that greatness, whatever that may look like for you, rather than going after what the results are, what they really are looking to accomplish and bring into their life. I had one guy early on who started off kind of the same time I did in coaching, only he decided the equation to create a great coaching company was to be number one in Twitter. And whatever you think of all the social media platforms, this is going back when Twitter was first starting, and he grew to have over 700,000 followers on Twitter. I just went and made money. And for me, the abundance that I was able to create through making the money enabled me to be here to this day. You see, the challenge with all the ideas of, well, I want to serve people, so it's not about the money, is that I've been able to serve millions more people because I was able to build a foundation that affords me to spend the time here with you without charging for it, to be able to spend the time with others without charging for it. And I was able to build a foundation because I focused in on creating a machine that built that foundation of income coming in forevermore. And I never have to worry ever again. What he built was $700,000 and he didn't make any money on it. And over the next 5 years struggled until finally he came and coached with me, which is so funny. And I want you to go to market. Let the market tell you what's going on. Let the market judge rather than you predicting what's going to work. And you'll end up in such a better place. Go to market with the imperfection. Go to market. When I was first in business years ago, I had a saying, and this was long before spell check. If there wasn't a misspelling in one of my flyers in my marketing material, I had spent too much time on it. Mm-hmm. And it created and built that success because I was in the marketplace talking to clients rather than in my office, rather than somewhere hiding away, just doing some back office stuff. I was actually frontline engaging with the people that would really make the difference in my world.
Makes a lot of sense. And Paul, you know, the time that we've shared together has gone by so quickly. So we're about to give you the full floor for you to share your final thoughts with our audience as we close up this segment. And I know a lot of people in the virtual auditorium have been excited about our next segment with our next speaker. We have folks from all around the world asking about Masa Jadi. Ladies and gentlemen, just stay tuned, okay? Just be a little bit more patient. He's coming right up next. We got lots of comments asking about our next speaker. I assure you he will be with us momentarily. But Paul, we're going to give you the full floor to close this out. The floor is yours.
A couple things I want you to know is, one, that I'm available for other conversations, and this is really key. I've been able to build abundance in my world, and for all of you, it's now your chance to build abundance. Absolutely. Let's talk. Let's find each other. There's great offer here that I gave to everyone to be able to do a consult. And if it's okay, Mo, to be able to give the URL that I think we shared in the back office, or are you guys doing that? Yes, indeed. You were on mute, Mo.
That will be emailed out after the day, and the team is taking care of all of that, Paul.
And here's what I want. For all of you, reach out. I absolutely will create one-on-one consults so that we can spend a little time. Only the reality is that with everything that you're doing, I have some principles in life. One is embrace change. We were talking about ducks in a row. Man, mayhem will happen in our world. Absolutely let everything flow, everything come, and experience life to its fullest by engaging the change. Don't fight it. Second thing is take 100% responsibility for everything that happens in your world. You have the control over your life and your destiny. Grab hold of it, and know one valuable piece of advice, that there's a solution to every challenge. All you have to do is ask the effective questions, continue to stay in process, and it'll come to you. I believe Sharon Lecter just a moment ago was talking about, how can I ask that valuable question and the solution will come. I trust you find your solution to everything that you want in your life. This is Paul Fink, the Maverick Millionaire. Until next time, everyone, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much, Paul Fink. As always, a pleasure to have you here, and you will be joining us at our future programs. And with that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for our next segment.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. And Natalie, this has been such a powerful experience so far, as you know. I mean, we started today's program with Dennis Wheatley, who is truly a living legend, who's talking about entering his 90th year on planet Earth, still serving, still making an impact, still making a difference. Of course, then we had Dr. Joe Vitale, who really has become a fan favorite of this community with all of the great work that he's done. And he's been such a big supporter of the mission here at the Los Angeles Tribune and all of our partners to make an impact on the planet. And finally, with Sharon and Paul. But I have to say, in the virtual auditorium, Natalie, one man has been getting a lot of excitement. People keep asking, where is Moss? Where is Moss? Where is Moss? Well, stay tuned, because in just a moment, we will have Moss Sajati joining us. And we are very lucky, actually, to be able to get him for this program. He's a man that is constantly traveling. Right now, he is, who knows what part of the world he's at. He's very much in demand. And I got to tell you, Dr. Forrest, when we got together and decided to do this program with our partners, with our team, with all of the lovely people that are affiliates and involved in this Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour, we had the full intention of inviting one of the speakers that was with us at our last event, and that's Bob Proctor. Now, sadly, before we had the opportunity to invite him, he didn't transition. And in my mind, Natalie, I was personally thinking, well, who is somebody that I know that for me personally has the ability to take complex ideas and translate them in a digestible and simple way that transforms people's lives? And for me personally, that was Moss Sajati. And so we're very lucky to have him. He really is somebody that, if you're into Think and Grow Rich, can help you take it to that next level of action, activity, and of thinking with his exponential intelligence methodology. So I'm super excited, Dr. Natalie. How excited are you?
Well, I love hearing Moss Sajati because it's not just the practicality. It's also he's got the evidence. He's got the science behind it. And that, as a historian by trade, that's important to me. It's not just talk. It's everything. And he's got the passion for it. He really wants to make this world a better place.
Absolutely. And with that being said, let's bring him on, because I don't think the virtual auditorium can wait any longer. Moss, welcome to the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich Global Tour. Before we begin our program here, I want to let the folks in the virtual auditorium know. Let us know what part of the world you are tuning in from. Give us the city, give us the state, give us the country. The team is working to give prizes out to folks that are tuning in from all around the world. You will be getting mugs. You could be getting this hat, which of course is free. You just need to pay $75 shipping and handling. No, just joking. So let us know what part of the world you are in. And with that being said, Moss, welcome. I guess I want to begin our time together, Moss, by asking you exponential intelligence. This is a term that can be interpreted in many different ways. Yes. And, as we say that term, 100 people from all around the world, we have folks tuning in from military bases. We have folks tuning in from the UK. We have somebody that's saying, hi, Moss, from Kosovo. And so whether it's Eastern Europe, the United States, and everything in between. And here we have someone from Johannesburg, Africa. People are hearing this term exponential intelligence, and I bet, Moss, that each person has a different way of interpreting that. So let's start by giving you the full floor so you can explain in your words what is exponential intelligence in your words.
Okay, and we've got about what, half an hour or so, I believe. Is that about it? Or...
We have 1 hour, a full hour.
1 hour. Oh, awesome. Oh, wow. We can do a lot, guys. So I'm really excited. Natalie, Mo, thanks for giving me the opportunity. And again, it's a great honor, to follow in the footsteps of Bob Proctor. And I really want to thank, if Dennis is listening, when I was younger in my 20s, there was Dennis, Dennis Wheatley, Brian Tracy, and all those legends that are there, that really, really helped me out a lot, just getting the right mental mindset. And because of them, it really allowed me to understand what we're all about at a deeper level. And then I started reading, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And I read not just Think and Grow Rich. Napoleon Hill has some fantastic books, guys. Some not as popular, obviously, as Think and Grow Rich. But what I'm going to do, and we've all read, how many of you read Think and Grow Rich? Really fantastic book. But what if I could put Think and Grow Rich on steroids? And that's what exponential intelligence is really about, Mo. Just bottom line, it is putting Think and Grow Rich on steroids, because the methodology of physical, say, awareness, physical mindset, physical willpower, physical, even money, even wealth, that comes from another frequency that is out of time and space. And by the way, if you're new to me, no worries, guys. I'll explain all this for you. But I just want to have, the seed planted that there is a bigger version of us. How do we tap into that bigger version? And that's, by the way, is what Napoleon Hill was really talking about. In fact, well, let me just start from the beginning, what I'm going to be talking about, because we do have a full hour. And by the way, at the end, towards the end, just to prove to you that this is all possible, I'm going to analyze or read or what I say, scan clients. Hey, and Moss, you can go, hey, Moss, scan me. Or if those people are new, please say, hey, I'm new to Moss. Please, what's going on with my life? What is needed in my life so I can improve myself and I can analyze you. That's all I really need to know, by the way. Just, hey, Moss, scan me. I'm new, scan me. And that's all I need to know, and I can tap into you. And I'll explain all the details, because that sounds really far-fetched, right? So in this hour, I will cover these three topics: what Think and Grow Rich really is about, what Napoleon Hill really meant when he thought about Think and Grow Rich. 2, the secrets of the super successful. What the super successful, those people, and I'm talking those individuals that did it the proper way. They did it without destroying others, controlling others, or manipulating or anything like that. The super successful individuals, those individuals that can say move mountains, right? They've got that inner power, they've got the willpower, and they've got the raw power. Where did they get all that? It's amazing, right? How one man or one woman can actually transform you. I'm going to give you the secret to that. And then 2, applying these key concepts of the book to your life specifically. So again, if you have, say, something specific that you want me to look at, we can do that as well. Again, like Lady Michelle here says, hey, I'm new, scan me, Moss. Sure, we'll do that. So in just a second here. So for those who don't know me, well, who am I? I've been wrestling with this, but basically, I'm a futurist. With crazy abilities. So many of you might know Ray Kurzweil, or some of those individuals who are like thought leaders, right? They see the future, they analyze the future, and that's what a future is, right? They analyze the future. How do they analyze? They analyze through historic data. They analyze through, programming, computer programming, computer logic, right? They put in data and then they reference it. They use AI. Again, historical data, what's happened in the past, algorithms, they've studied algorithms and so on like that. For example, Facebook, right? Facebook is an algorithm. It tells you exactly what you're going to buy next. So those things are very, very precise. There are people who are futurists, again, that do the same thing without AI. Well, I'm one of those individuals who've had 2 near-death experiences. And from that, I've gained abilities to actually read your algorithm or the patterns or your master blueprint. And you heard me right. I can read your master blueprint and tell you exactly what happened, what's going on with you. And unlike a futurist that says, hey, you know what, this is going to happen in the future, according to, previous knowledge, I go, yeah, this is what's going to happen in the future. But you also have this possibility or this possibility or this possibility if you make some corrections here in the present moment. And that's one of my abilities. And we all have these abilities, by the way, that I teach with the classes, with the hyper meditations that we do, and the VIP gift that I've got for you all as well, guys. It's all in there. It'll show you how to gain access to your supernatural abilities, if you want to call it that. But I would just say it's normal to be this way. So let's get you normal. I just want to just get this off my chest, though, guys. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. Why not? Think and Grow Rich. It's a great book, right? It's a great book. And there's so many other speakers out there, the self-improvement, they're all fantastic knowledge. They're all fantastic ideas and so on like that. But there's a big but. There's a huge piece. There's a huge component that's missing in all those concepts, in all those, say, ideas. And they all, by the way, stem from Think and Grow Rich. No matter who you're talking to, Tony Robbins, even Joe Dispenza, or, some of the great new individuals that are coming out, or right off Think and Grow Rich, or the concepts from Think and Grow Rich. So we really have, Napoleon Hill to thank a lot for that. But how many of you have read the book or attended success events? And how many of you are still struggling? Okay? Now, you might still have, addiction issues. You might still have abuse patterns. Those relationships might not be working out, or you're aging like your parents. You're aging like society. Does that have to happen? How many of you are in that boat? Comment in. Now, how many of you have become successful, but again, you're not happy? You're still aging. You're still getting the diseases of your parents and so on like that. Does that have to happen? How many of you are like that? Or some of you, like a lot of you, there's a lot of high-level CEO types that come to me and go, hey, Moss, you know what? I've done it all. I've got all this stuff that everybody craves after, but shit, I'm not happy. I'm really not happy. At least those individuals who are climbing the ladder of success, they've got more than what I have. And I'm going, what do they have? And they go, well, they have hope. Because we've got everything and we still aren't complete. We still aren't complete. I'm looking for that completeness. Those who are climbing that ladder, they go, when I reach that point, then I'll be complete. So there's nowhere else to go. So where do you go? This is what Napoleon Hill, or Think and Grow Rich on steroids, is all about. Having you access the deeper versions of who you are. So we're going to go through on what Think and Grow Rich really is about. Okay. So whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve. And that was Napoleon Hill. Okay. So let me say it again. You might want to write it down. I would just write it down. So by the way, grab a pen and paper handy, guys, because I'm going to go fast. It's going to be a lot of good nuggets for you that you can post on your bathroom mirror or your fridge. Okay. But just write this down. I know you've heard it many times, but write it down again because it'll have a different frequency to it. All right. So think about frequencies, by the way. Whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve. That was Napoleon Hill. So, as a young kid, I'm thinking, and as a young kid in my 20s, early 30s, and even now I'm going, gosh, what does that mean? And people will go, well, okay, I'm going to think of something and then I'll achieve it. But through my second near death and even the first one, I started to think about a lot of things that most people don't think about. That's really the key. I stepped outside the boundaries of the limitations of, say, space and time. I stepped outside of my identity. I stepped outside and I go, well, wait a second. where do all these things that we can conceive of actually enter our thoughts? Have you ever thought of that? How many of you have ever wondered about, why are my thoughts my thoughts? Where are they coming from? How are they generating? Have you ever thought of that? Who here hasn't? Who here has? Right? It's crazy, right? Where do we get some of the concepts that we have? Why is one person seeing the same? Why are, say, you pick a dozen people seeing the same situation, you'll have a dozen different scenarios of that situation. Where does all that come from? That's what I was thinking of. And it goes much deeper. And I pondered on this for years, again, until after my second near death, I figured it out. So I was thinking, it's like, where do ideas come from? Where do they generate from? And through the 10 years of experience, the decade of experience that I've had, and hundreds of thousands of client sessions, again, over 100,000 plus client sessions, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of research there. I started to realize that there are realities or possibilities out there for us to tap into. And I'm going, oh, and then I connected. So when Mo connected me to go, hey, Moss, we're thinking of you and Think and Grow Rich, all these ideas, concepts came in. It's like, oh my God, that's what Napoleon Hill was talking about. It's not about think and grow rich here. It's about resonance, guys. Write that down, resonance or resonate. Okay. We'll talk about that later. So let me give you some ideas. So one, the concept is, where do ideas come from? Where do they originate from? And I'll give you a story about Michael Jackson. Okay. He was really adamant about writing this song, and I forgot which song it was, but it was a very romantic song. And it's like, and he was telling his writers, or his team is like, God, we got to get this out there. We got to get this out there. And Michael said, it's like, one of the guys asked Michael, it's like, Michael, why are you so adamant on getting this song out there? And he simply stated, well, if I don't, Prince will. Kind of crazy, right? If I don't, Prince will. What does that mean? Well, there's a lot of studies out there. And in fact, there was a study just recently that in the lab, they studied, they trained these chimpanzees. They trained these chimpanzees to do a certain task. Out in the jungle, they were studying, the same species of chimpanzees, right? Those chimpanzees learned within the hours on how to do the same task without any connection between the two. Now that happens more than you think. It happens all the time. That's how we process, and that's how we learn information. Again, resonance at a much higher level than, say, what our mind or brain capacity is about. And that's what exponential intelligence is about. So this is where Tesla gets his ideas. This is where all the great ideas have come about, not from your mind. If you ever look at any inventor or look at their biographies and go, hey, where did we come from? Albert Einstein, he used to sleep a lot. A lot of those great inventors, what did they do? They observed what's going on in this reality. They took a nap, they slept, they went into another consciousness, another reality. They came back with the ideas and inventions that have transformed the world. By the way, this is that one key secret I'm leaking that I should be talking about in the future. So these ideas, the grandiosity of your visions and dreams are not of this reality, guys. It's a higher version of who you are. The key is to tap into that higher version. That's what I'm about to show you. So again, Tesla, all the great inventors, not of this reality. Their concepts, their ideas came from another consciousness or another reality. So the one thing before I go to the next version on the super successful is that I want you to think about, one, on Think and Grow Rich is what Think and Grow Rich is all about is one, realities. Okay? There are realities out there that hold your vision or your dreams. Okay. If you want to call it realities, I call it a consciousness. Some people in the movie industry call it the multiverse, or in the physics, they call it the multiverse. Okay. There's different possibilities or different doppelgangers of you that are out there. Right. Two, resonance. I call it frequencies. Those are the things that Napoleon Hill was really talking about. The title, Think and Grow Rich is a little deceptive. What he actually thought, and if you read some of his other books, some of them not, again, famously published, if you read some of his other thoughts on the idea of Think and Grow Rich, that's what he was tapping into. It's like, gosh, there are other realities out there that are different possibilities of me or different possibilities of those other people. So it's really kind of crazy. But if you happen to have or can access that, it'd be really interesting. And I wish I could remember some of the books that I read about him. So, one, realities. There are multiple realities out there. There's a reality out there that is of your dreams or your perfect you. 2, how do you access it? Through resonance, right? Or again, frequencies. All right. So to accelerate and guarantee the process of thinking and then growing rich, you must resonate with the right frequency. And I'm going to draw something for you, by the way, in just a second, just to give you an idea. But again, for those who are writing it down, to accelerate and guarantee the process of thinking and growing rich, you must resonate with the right frequency. So it's not just about thinking positive. It's not just about, say, having the right willpower. It's not about just state change. It's not about, having another identity and so on like that. It is that, but then you have to be in the right frequency while you're thinking of that. And that's really the key. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. And I'll give you a real good concept about it. Einstein and Tesla, they were all into frequencies, by the way, years ahead of their time. Einstein said that everything is energy. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. Again, match. Einstein said that everything is energy. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. Basically what Napoleon Hill was talking about. So the key concepts to understand here, before I get into a diagram to explain it all, and then we'll jump into just analyzing people, okay? Key concepts to understand is realities are not in the mind. Realities are not created here. Realities are real. They're outside of you that you have to say access. How do you access it? Not through state mind, not through state changes, not through attitude changes and so on. Those come after. You do it through a resonance or a certain frequency. Once your certain frequency is there, well, your state change, the concepts, your belief systems, all those things change. Okay. So realities are not in the mind. Realities create the environment. They create possible versions of you. And then what happens is that your mind selects through thought which version you want to run. So let's run that by again. And maybe we could do this. And I know I'm getting in deep. It's totally fine. You can always rewatch this. Take a deep breath in, and I'll make it an experiential, experience for you. And I'll generate frequencies that most of you will probably feel, by the way, okay, while we're speaking. And please let me know if you're feeling differently. Okay, so take a deep breath in, notice your chest, and notice your back. By the way, this isn't meditation. This isn't, it's a different form of meditation. This isn't hypnosis or, this isn't relaxing or anything like that. This literally is getting you into a different reality. So take a deep breath in again. Notice your chest. Notice the back of you, the back of your spine, excuse me. Imagine that you're watching a TV channel. Okay. And imagine that your TV channel is your life. So you're not just watching it, you're in the TV. You've just been absorbed into that TV. Okay. We'll take it even deeper. You've been absorbed into this TV channel that you call life. Some of you might be running a country music, movie channel where you lose everything, your wife, your home, your dog, and everything like that, right? Well, let me put it this way. If you stay in that and you keep watching or living that movie channel, no matter what you acquire, you'll always be losing it. Does that make sense? No offense against country music lovers, by the way. It's just a joke. So take a deep breath in. Notice the TV channel that you're living in, and just imagine yourself stepping out of your TV. Just in your mind's eye, just imagine yourself stepping out of the TV. Look at the TV. Look how your mind created the TV. I just asked you to step out of the TV. Some of you, it's an old TV, right? From the 40s and 50s. That might signify it's like, shit, I'm just like my mom and dad. How many of you are out there? I can read all of you, by the way. And I'll explain my abilities in just a bit, right? Whoever is out there that is like from the 1950s or 60s or maybe 70s TV that you stepped out of when I said that, you are running your mom or dad's parents. Think of it. Your life is your mom and dad's recipe, basically. No matter what you do, no matter how you try to change that recipe still runs or dictates your life. How do you change that recipe? I'm about to tell you that. Okay. Some of you are saying, wow, I feel it. Exactly. So step out, step back a little bit more, 3-4 steps back. By the way, this isn't normal visualization. This is XI visualization. Breath in again. Some of you go, well, what's XI visualization? Keep stepping out of that TV. I'll keep your mind busy. Notice the TV. Notice the surroundings of the TV. Look around. How does your mind create the surroundings of the TV? Be aware of how it creates it. There's similarities to how that scene is created in your life. It's the exact same way you render or you create your life. Basically, it's a rendering of how your life is. So if you've got a TV, an old TV, and it's ragged environment behind you, it's probably your life. Who is that? Who's that out there? You've got an old TV and it's just like ragged, or say not the best looking, say, background for you, right? A lot of stuff on the corners there piling up for you, right? All the stuff that you've inherited from your parents, your grandparents, and so on, that is now you. Take a breath in. Somebody's going, Moss, I'm seeing this in my children. Exactly. Absolutely. Your children, who's this, Amy? Yeah, your children are running exactly. You just handed down everything to your kids, by the way. So take a breath in again, step out. Now, the channel that is the actual, say, visual and the sound that's coming off that screen, and some of you, I can read, I can sense that some of you, it's like the volume is way too loud, or the sound is just irritating for you. Probably how life is, by the way, right? Very irritating. Anyway, those are all telltale signs on how you render your reality. That's the psychology that Napoleon Hill was talking about, okay? When he talks about visualization in his books. Observe how your mind renders the visual that you are creating in your mind, okay? Most people use visualization for goal setting. You really don't want to do that. It's more of a gauge. So right now, we're gauging how your life is created, okay? And I'll show you steps, by the way, towards the end on how to, say, adjust how your mind is, say, rendering your life. But we'll move on. Take a breath in. Notice, say, the channel. Is it a comedy channel? Is it a horror flick channel? Is it, again, a country music where you lose everything? What kind of channel are you watching? What kind of movies are you watching? Right? And again, you'll probably find similarities, very similar to your life. All right, so we'll keep you in that state. Just take a deep breath in, just observe. So let's move on again because of time. I want to really get to you guys and get to your specific questions. Secrets of the super successful. Again, those people, those individuals that move mountains, by the way. And in the Napoleon Hill, there's a book, I think chapter 11, Sexual Transmutation, right? There's always somebody behind. Back in the day, it was always this woman, not necessarily the person's wife, that really motivated that individual to create massive success, right? So those things are all needed. But what are the secrets of the super successful? The individuals that can move mountains, that can transform, what one person can say can transform the world. What do they have? What do they possess? It is more than just what's up here. Although even those individuals go, no, it's just up here. It's more, hard work. You got to, grindstone. You got to plan more. Yes, you need to do that. But again, at what frequency are you doing that? That counts, right? So there's two ways to create power. One, through what I just talked about, through a mental state. You change your psychology. You think and you use sheer willpower, like this great individual out there. I'm not going to name names. There's tens of thousands. He's the big dog, talks about this all the time. Just sheer willpower, state change. You got to be, who's ever, I forgot what he talks about. You got to be this, who's that person? You know who I'm talking about. You got to be that gladiator. You got to be that gladiator out there, right? Well, think of it this way, guys. If you're always that gladiator out there, every day is a goddamn war to you. Every day you got to get up and you got to put on, right, your warrior outfit. Most of you, though, unfortunately, are sheep. You're lovers. You don't want to have that warrior outfit. And that's why a lot of you who have become successful, it's like, God, I'm losing myself more and more. How many women out there, especially, they come to me, a lot of high-level women come to me, they're getting 6, 7, 8-figure incomes. And they're like, yeah, Mas, I did all that success, but I don't feel like a woman anymore. What happened? Let me show you what happened. Okay. So one, the biggest side effect when you're doing it through sheer willpower, psychology, which Napoleon Hill never said to do, by the way, you want to do it right, is that you sacrifice, you have to control, and there's always lack. Okay? And I'll give you more and more examples of that. But you want to write this down. Sacrifice, control, and lack. Okay? If those who are successful, like uber successful, billionaires, there's a billionaire watching on this show, look at what you're sacrificing to become that billionaire. Is there a reality that you don't have to sacrifice? Right? These are where, say, a Jeff Bezos, he's got billions of dollars, right? Billions and billions, but he needs more billions and billions to feel safe and secure. Does that make sense to you? Why isn't it, say, proving? Why isn't it worthy? Why can't? And I'm not saying it's like, hey, Jeff, you've made enough money. I'm not saying that at all. But what is the reason on why he needs more and more? Because he doesn't feel complete. In fact, the more you make, the more successful you get, because success is a magnifier, the more the weaknesses of who you really are show. That's the problem with success, doing it the mental state. Okay. So the second way is through frequencies. So let me draw this for you. Let me see if I can put this on for you. Just give me a second. Hopefully technology works for you all. Yes. So you guys can see my page. Wonderful. And guys, forgive my drawing. I wasn't an art major. Fortunately, my fiance, a lovely Faye, beautiful, beautiful artist. So here we go, guys. You ready? Let me just see if this works. Yep, it works. Perfect. So here, this is how, say, normal success works. Okay? This is how normal success works. So this is you. This is you. And you're thinking, you're thinking of, how do I achieve this goal? The star is your goal. Okay. And this is the takeoff. And this is where, again, everybody who's learned from Napoleon Hill, I would say the father of psychology next to Maxwell Maltz, by the way, great individuals. If you haven't read Maxwell Maltz, Psycho-Cybernetics, really fantastic book. And again, the Napoleon Hill books, really fantastic books. This is where everybody else, learning from those two great individuals, got it wrong. Okay. And this is where all the teachings went off. And I'm not saying the teachings are wrong. They just forgot one component. And that's why your life is the way it is, by the way. No matter how hard you've tried. So don't blame yourself. Again, do not blame yourself. Okay. Somebody's just laughing about my drawing already. Gosh. All right. All right. So this is you. All right. This is you. Let's see if I can draw it. So this is you. This is your plan. Okay. So what happens is that you take, what you are, right? Your, say, list of assets that you have, right? So this is your assets that you have, right? So this is like, your intelligence, hard work, and so on, and so on, and so on, right? This is what you need to achieve or attain a goal. So attain your goal. Okay. So you need this, like money. You need money. You need to be that, say, vibrant salesperson. You need to have that right psychology. So you need the psychology. You need the sales skills. You need this and this and this and this. Okay. Again, on and on and on to achieve this goal. So what you do, and again, it's all mathematics. It's all a program. Okay. So what you do is basically you add this score up, A, just make it a little bigger, A minus attaining your goal, so minus G. And most people are left with a big deficit, a big negative here. So how do you fulfill that negative? Some of you go, well, I'll go borrow money from somebody. Sure, that'll fill that up for you, but there's a cost to borrowing money, right? But then there's more. Now, I'm not just talking about, say, physical assets. Those are easy to attain. I'm talking about, you've heard of cost of goods, right? It's cost of goods, COGS, cost of goods sold. All right, write that down. Cost of goods sold. It's not cost of goods sold. It's cost of goals. Cost of goals, GOALS, sold. How much did you sell yourself to get the rest of whatever you needed to attain your goal? Okay. So this is where sacrifice comes in. This is where your self-esteem goes out the window. Especially for women, like the Harvey Weinstein scenario, self-esteem, self-image. This is where your self-image, again, you lost yourself, right? You're really a lover on the inside, but now you have to play this lion. And again, you can be a lover and still make a hell of a lot of money, by the way. Okay. So these are all the costs of goals sold that you added into this. So hopefully that makes sense. So A minus G gives you a negative, a big deficit that you need to fulfill. You add the cost of goods, cost of goals sold, and this is where you get your goal. Does that make sense to you all? Right? Basically, what did you have to do, or what did you say let go of, or what did you sacrifice? Most of the time, it is your health, your loved ones, your relationships. Some people go, time is money. It is, right? Your self-worth. So basically, most individuals, again, run up in the head. Their body, their preservation is all gone. If you look at a lot of successful individuals who aren't really that happy, they're successful. Again, they're not that, they come to me and go, Moss, I need help. I've got everything out there, but I need help. Why do they come out? This is the reason why. If you've ever wondered why people like Kate Spade, Anthony Bourdain, and all those individuals who've got everything, but they committed suicide, they disconnected. Just take a look, just Google famous people who've committed suicide. The perfect world out there, right, that everybody talks about. Why did they commit suicide? And by the way, they're getting younger and younger, if you've noticed. So it's because of the cost of goods sold. Okay. So the honeymoon, for a while, there's a honeymoon, right? Because you've achieved this goal. You've achieved this goal. 433. Okay. You've achieved this goal. It's a honeymoon. But then there's the debt. There's interest that needs to be paid. So the honeymoon basically is over, and then you owe a hell of a lot of interest. And you can't pay back that interest with money, by the way. And this is where the cycle of becoming successful, and many great individuals who speak about success as they age, they talk about this. It's like, shit, I missed something. This is what they're missing, by the way. Okay. So is there another way to do it? Yes, there is. So we'll scratch all that. Okay. So what Napoleon Hill was talking about was there's another reality out there for you that exists. So let me just, this is the coolest thing, guys. It's a remarkable. So this is still you. Okay. There's another reality out there. And this was what Napoleon Hill was talking about. And this is XI, Think and Grow Rich. That is you already. Okay. So there's another reality that has your goal already created for you. There's another consciousness there. It's out there. It's not made up in your mind. If you've created it in your mind, okay, you can still reach it, but it's not valuable because it's not real, because it's not tangible, so to speak. And that's where the emptiness of success comes through. Okay. So the reality is there's a reality of you with your version of who you are. And again, forgive my drawing skills. But this is the Superman and the Superwoman that has the right frequency to attain this goal. So the secret that Napoleon Hill was talking about is frequencies, symbolized by an F. So you match this frequency of this goal, not through state change, but through the frequency of your identity. And we show you how to do that with exponential intelligence. Okay. So this, if you resonate, not just in your thoughts, sorry about that, your whole body resonates with this frequency, you have all the assets that you need. Okay. All the assets here that you need, the identity, the personality, the wherewithal. You don't lose your love relationships. In fact, you look younger and younger. Although I'm 61 years old, my test results, lab results, and so on like that, about like a 25-year-old. Okay, heart, all that stuff. Again, you do not have to sacrifice yourself. Sacrifice goes out the window. The letting go of that self-esteem, again, that goes out the window. All these things of cost of goals sold for you, you don't have to sell yourself because it's already pre-furnished for you in the reality if you can just resonate at this reality. Some of you are going to ask, it's like, well, how do I resonate at this reality? I've tried everything. Well, not everything, because if you did, you would have reached that reality. Like Einstein said, there's no way in hell you can't be that identity if you are not resonating. So you weren't resonating at the right frequency. Okay. So take a breath in again. I love this. Like Bob Proctor used to say, the internet was created a long time ago. Someone just had to find it. I love Bob. Exactly. You just have to find the reality or the multiverse that the rendering of you is. If you find that multiverse or the rendering of you in that reality, again, it creates vitality for you because it's a part of you. But the key is, how do you do that? And that's what we're going to get into next. Let me change my screen. Does that make sense to you all? Again, comment in. Hopefully it does. So let's put these concepts to real life situations. Okay. So I'll take callers, to pinpoint exactly what's going on. I might not take. I don't know if we have access to live callers, but I don't need to talk to you. So for those individuals, especially who are new, somebody's talking about after seeing everything everywhere all at once, this multiverse comment just blew my mind. Exactly, guys. More and more scientists, physicists, they're understanding what I'm in. Through a near death, through two near deaths, I help people access what physicists are learning about now. And they're just scratching the surface, guys. You can go in and play in that quantum field and change dramatically, like many of the people, many of the clients that we have. Okay. All right. So there was a few back here. And again, I can't go through. Oh, here. I'm new to Moss. Please scan me. So Renee Fernandez. Again, I don't know who Renee Fernandez is. Probably never met you. You're new. But how can I read your frequency signature? It's easy. It's out there. It's access. It's a universal knowledge. It's a universal database. I can tap into what a Renee. You can even change your name. And I can access, again, your specific, say, IP address, or I would call it your specific frequency signature. Okay. It's kind of sounds crazy, but it's a lot like, hey, you're using, your cell phone has a specific telephone number, right? That's you. You have a specific frequency signature. We all can tap into it. Many of you tap into this, at a unconscious level. I tap into it at a conscious level. Mo, I don't know if we can get live callers on the call, or I can just read them through here.
Well, I want to quickly chime in here because this has been so fascinating and so interesting and thought-provoking. And folks in the virtual auditorium have been saying that this is a new perspective and kind of a breath of fresh air that a lot of people have not heard. And that's what this tour is all about. That's what the LA Tribune is all about. We believe in freedom of speech. We want to have a diverse group of individuals on this tour that share different perspectives, whether it is ideas, concepts, modalities, mentally, relationally, physically, financially, and spiritually. So all 5 of these subject matters are going to be covered here. And Moss, we're actually going to invite you to participate in a offline workshop for only a few folks via Zoom. And so we will coordinate that. So folks that have the VIP ticket will be invited to different workshops from different speakers via Zoom. And so we will be coordinating that for those in the virtual auditorium that want to experience what Moss is talking about, because there's no way, Moss, you could go through all of these individuals right now.
No.
So for those that are interested, get that VIP access, and that will provide you with a date and a time with Moss, so you can learn more about the work, because we only have Moss, about 10, 15, 20 minutes left. And so to do these right now would not be, it doesn't do justice to the work. But, before we do that and talk a little bit more about that, I want to bring in Krista, because I know, Krista, you've been listening to Moss, and you've been, and you're somebody that I know has a resonance to some of these concepts and ideas. So I want to say, Krista, what are some takeaways you have had? And do you have any questions for Moss? Please, Krista.
Wow. Thank you, Moss, so much for being here. I have so many questions. I'm personally going to be in the VIP room just to engage with you. As somebody said in here, that is totally worth the VIP upgrade. So I'm certainly going to be there. And yeah, I have resonated so much with many things that you've said, and
Mhm.
so to the point where it's been in my body. A lot of what we're talking about is
See
the
that.
feeling that you get and that you see. I'm just feeling the frequency of truth and feeling the
Yeah.
frequency of love and devotion to this work that you have. So I really just
Yes.
appreciate that. Something I didn't hear you mentioned, at least,
Mhm.
as I've been here, is what kind of gets in the way of people tuning into this frequency? Like, what are some of the blocks outside of some of the, day-to-day distractions and things of that nature? What are
Mhm.
some of the things that pull people out of the frequency of this highest level that they want to access and be in?
Oh, that's a really really great question, Chris, and I can see why you resonate with me so well. As a younger child, you're always exploring what's out there. I guess you were always in your head, so to speak, or your own little world. From what I'm seeing as a child, if that makes sense to you. Your
Yes.
mother would always go, "Shit, where does she go again? She's not listening to me." I can see that in you, right? Again, that's not it's not a hallucination. It literally is that you can access different realities, but you just don't know how to access the right one. So I can help you with that in the VIP room, by the way. So
Yeah.
back to your question, back to your question. To answer that question is that a lot of individuals, when again, back to that drawing, right? They look at themselves, they look at their goal, and they see where they're incomplete. And that when you start to see that you're incomplete, and then you go, well, I need something outside of me to complete me. So even if you go, well, if I just have enough money, that'll complete me. But when you get the money, you'll feel more incomplete. Or for example, love affairs, right? Like if I just get this one person, I'm in love with this person and I connect with them, and then, and then over time, it doesn't really work out well. But, like, again, I'm incomplete. I'm going to go connect with somebody and then I'll feel complete. The key is those things are magnifiers, guys. Like I was talking earlier, they'll show you that you're still not incomplete because you're borrowing somebody else's frequency to make you feel complete. So the key component is that what version of myself do I need to be at for me to access that goal or access that person? Rather than I am incomplete and I need X, Y, and Z outside of myself. Even if it's a spiritual, say, calling. You want to know God more or whatever religion you are, it doesn't really matter, or just enlightenment. I need something outside of myself. You'll never find enlightenment that way. Everything is internal. Again, my book called Inner Expansion, it's all about that, by the way. Again, you find everything within you, that version that Napoleon Hill was talking about. What version of you is the best possible match that you're looking for? You start resonating at that, and then that becomes you from the inside out. And then you'll feel
Mm,
fulfilled.
mm. That was a beautiful answer. And so
Thank you.
I'm curious as well, are you able to stay in this frequency long term? Is there like an end to this, or do you just like kind of oscillate between going into the frequency and going out of it?
Mhm. In the beginning, and again, this is your trajectory for students. And this was my trajectory as well. By the way, you don't have to have a near-death experience to experience abilities like mine. That's what I do. That's what I teach. So in the beginning, I would have to say psych myself up or get into deep states by meditating for about 15, 20 minutes and so on. And then I would work on somebody for about 45 minutes. Now it's just like, boom, I'm on all the time. I can kind of dim it down a little bit because if I'm walking around, in a group of people, I can just like read everybody. Those space age movies where all the data is on the screen, like Interstellar and what's that movie? Not
The
Rocket Man,
Matrix?
The Matrix. The screen on the side. They have this visual. What's that movie? Ah, not Rocket Man, uh, Iron Man, like Iron Man. Iron Man, he's flying, he's got this suit that just tells him all the trajectories. Literally, like if I'm walking down on the street, I can literally read just like, oh, that person, and I can scan all their issues and so on. Boom, 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 boom. So I shut that off. Okay. So in the beginning, it took me about half an hour to meditate and then about 45 minutes to work on people. Now it's pretty much like on all the time because I am in that zone all the time. And now it only takes me, say, a second. I mean, just when you came in on screen, I just knew all about you just like that. literally just like that. And I think you can actually see me seeing you, because
Yeah.
you have nice abilities, by the way. Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway, so that
Thank you.
piece that you can see me seeing you. So what is that piece? I help teach people. I help teach that to people. So nowadays, it doesn't take long. And as you observe, you're naturally on. That's your natural state to be.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And so when somebody's developing these abilities, like in the ways that you teach them, how long do you feel like it takes somebody to kind of tap into this? Like, what's the developmental process for that?
Again, just using you for an example, hon. Not that I'm picking on you, but you're
No,
just
I
a
love
real
it. I'm
live
like,
example.
use me as an
Yeah.
example.
So for you, since you've got a lot of experience and whatever that you read in the back, Napoleon Hill book, Tony Robbins stuff and all that, success mechanisms, if you had any sort of success mechanisms built in you, or, you've created a lot of success, but there's still pieces missing. So if you've got success mechanism built in, or you're that survivor type individual, right? That survived through anything. Those types of individuals really get it really fast. And by the way, I have an 18-day hyper meditation program that we do every other month. And within the 18 days, those people transform their lives more than, say, decades worth of transformation, by the way. So it doesn't take long at all, guys. This isn't time based. This is about frequency based, literally. And this is where people, and I'm not claiming I cure anybody, but I do awaken your natural healing process. This is where people's tumors, they go back in the hospital, and this is a real story. It's like this person was slated for surgery to remove the tumor. They go back in, and it's like your tumor is gone. So those things kind of happen. And again, they're not random. And I could tell you story after story about how fast people can transform, but it's all on the website, by the way, the testimonials and some of the other longer stories, case studies, I guess we could call it.
Wow. Yeah, everything that you're saying here, I really feel like this is, again, I keep using the word paradigm because I feel like they're really walking into this paradigm where people are recognizing they're multidimensional. Everybody
Yes.
has these abilities and gifts, is what I'm hearing you say. Is that correct?
Absolutely. The power within. Yoda calls it, what is it? The force, right? The force. If you're a Buddhist, they call it something else. The oneness, right? All those things are different scenarios. XI, exponential intelligence, is literally the 1, 2, 3 steps on how to access all those things that people have talked about for, well, the millennia, or since the dawn of man. It's nothing new, but it is very timeless, and it's the only the different for me is that I've packaged it and I've gone through those experiences, so I've made it a lot easier for people to say access the process. So you're not like going into the dark and going, hey, how do I get here? How do I get there? I literally make it so easy for you all.
This is blowing my mind. I can't wait to have that VIP discussion with you. And I know a lot of people here. This is probably, out of all of the speakers we've had thus far, this is a lot of the engagement. So you can see that people are very interested in this work.
Yes.
So I'd love to hear, what are some practical things that people can start doing today that they can start to really access these frequencies and these abilities on their own?
Yeah. So with or without me, I just do it a lot faster, guys. You're already pre-built for this. A lot of us just don't know how to use, the mechanisms that are already pre-built for us. So the biggest thing is, people always say, be present. Okay? I call it spatial referencing. It's literally the mechanics, or the 1, 2, 3 steps on how to become, say, really present, or understand what or how you're creating your reality. So spatial referencing at the base level, and all of you can do that, and just try it. And this is so powerful. Even the basic level spatial referencing, people have gotten off their antidepressants. And again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying get off your antidepressants, but they really feel the difference. So spatial referencing you can do right now. So notice what's in front of you, and we can all do it right now together. Notice what's in front of you. Just pay attention to it, and then pick a body part, like, I don't know, the chin. So, the window's there, my chin is here. It sounds kind of corny. Just give it a try. The lighting is over to my right here, my right ear is here. You can do that with all your five senses. There's somebody's cooking in the kitchen right now. It smells really good, by the way. Somebody's cooking in the kitchen. It's in the kitchen. My nose is over here. Start to spatial reference. Does that make sense? How that works? This is exactly the way Google Maps checks out exactly where you are on your phone. It's like, hey, where am I? Well, they use 3 satellites to, again, spatial referencing. They use 3 satellites to tell you exactly where your location is. Your 5 senses, and I talk about this in my lecture series, all the science behind this, the quantum neuroscience behind all this technology. It's not just woo stuff. There's a lot of, again, neuroscience behind it. Your 5 senses is literally, say, a mechanism for telling you what reality that you create yourself in, and then how far the reality that you want to be in is. And then literally scopes out a trajectory, a GPS for you, just like logging in. I'm here. I want to go here. And it gives you the trajectory to get to that point. Simple as that.
I imagine that with this process, there's sort of a development of trust and intuition with what you're experiencing. What do some of your students and the people that you work with go through in terms of their confidence and their ability to read and experience it accurately? And then, what are some ways that, what does that process of trusting what your experience look like?
Right. It varies quite a bit. So for those individuals, again, for like you would just like, oh, I know this process. I believe in this process when I was a kid. You used to trust yourself as a kid so much before, and now you're going, what the hell happened? I want to go back to that time. Sorry about that, but that's what you do. So for people like you, for people like you're going, oh yeah, that's what Moss is telling me. I remember that. So it's like really fast because I just reset you back to that time. And it's like, oh yeah, that's what I used to do when I was a little kid. Many of us as little kids used to do that, but we buried it. Yours isn't as buried, but a lot of people. So the more that you've buried that, say, inner connection or that inner knowing that you have, the harder it is for you to unbury it. But again, it's doable. Even for the hardest cases, those individuals who are running like fear patterns, by the way, fear patterns and control patterns, it's a little harder for you. Okay. Just because your identity of who you are, you've held on to it for so long and so tight, it's a little harder, but this is one of the most proven, say, techniques to let go of that for you. So it just depends on how, say, willing you are to transform. So, and as you do, you'll get hints. It's almost like some of you, you'll almost get 2 versions of you. One version, the perfect version that you're looking for, and then your old version, and then you have a choice. It's like, do I pick the attitudes, habits, and so on psychology of my old version, or do I pick my new version? So again, this isn't, I can't do anything against free will or willpower, free will for you. So again, I can show you and I can bring you the opportunities for you. At that time, you would have the choice. It's like, do I go with my old attitudes and habits, or do I speak up or do whatever, take the right action to go towards that new, say, path? So that's all up to you. I can only show you or bring you the choices. So that's usually the process that people go through.
Yeah. So it sort of requires your own belief for this whole process to not work, but like that is a really important aspect of what we're doing here.
Yes, your belief at a much, much higher level. Again, your innate belief. I would call it your natural intelligence. The natural intelligence that runs, your autonomic nervous system, like your heartbeat. You don't have to believe in your heartbeat for your heartbeat to beat. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Your breathing patterns and all that. So,
Yeah.
so that belief system, that mechanism of belief and trust and faith, okay? Not your, say, logic, messed up type, abused childhood and so on like that some of you might be running. Not that belief system, because that's always, say, has a lot of filters in it, but the real belief system, again, from your natural intelligence. And once you open that, guys, your natural intelligence, we all want to be vibrant and healthy, guys. That's our natural state, by the way. It's in your cellular programming, guys. It literally is. You just have to allow it to flow and grow for you. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I have like $1 million question for you. It's
Yes.
probably, well, it's something that I think I'm really wondering here. I wonder if the people in the audience are. And so it
Mhm.
seems like you've done a lot with this work, talking about your near-death experiences. I just like
Absolutely.
was just feeling so much connection to what you were sharing. What are you currently doing with this work in your own life? Like, how are you applying this work in your own life currently to get to your next level? What does that look like? What are you
Oh.
creating right now?
Oh, well, well, one, I'm highly successful, and I'm loving what I do. I haven't lost myself. I haven't lost my
Yeah.
identity. My health, like I said, I'm 61 years old. And again, you go to the doctor and you get your test results and stuff, and they go, gosh, your heart, again, your blood, everything is of a younger person. A lot of you who are XIers, again, comment in on, gosh, I've gotten younger as well. My kids and I, we have that really deep, close connection. I work a lot, guys, by the way. I tour, like Mo was saying. I was in Peru doing a private event. We came back from Atlanta. We went to England, came back here, back home, and now we're going back to England. You could go to xisuccess.com, by the way, if you're in the London area, xisuccess.com. You can go there, and it has our London tours. And we have some online events from those London tours. You can access it online. So we're really, really busy, but my kids and I, all six of us, really, really close and really, really connected.
Mm.
With my fiance, I mean, really fantastic. We've been together for I don't know how long, over 8 years or so. And people who meet us at the restaurant, they stop us and they go, "Are you guys on your honeymoon?" Because we have that resonance of newness.
Oh,
You know what I mean? And so you
yeah.
can't lie about that. And when you're like, if you go to Moss on Sunday, by the way, I do these free YouTube talks, on attractiveness, right? So what is real attractiveness? It's that frequency, it's that brilliance, it's your real brilliance that's coming through. I'll be talking about that on Moss on Sunday, by the way. But that's what comes out, and people are naturally gravitating or attracting to you. The one key thing that most people, guys, is really key is that a lot of people create success, but if you this is the difference. Success, most ways, when you create success, if it doesn't flow over, then you created it just for yourself, and you created it at a physical level, the way that I drew the initial way. If you create success, say like a Roger Bannister did, he's the guy that ran the 4-minute mile. Okay. When he ran the 4-minute mile, that could have never been done before. A few months later, there was tons of people running the 4-minute mile. It opened an access to consciousness to other people. So when you create success the proper way, it overflows into your kids. It overflows into your loved ones. It overflows into your society. And that's how we really change society. We could, with that, just that alone, guys, we can change, say, the politics. We can change the world affairs and all that, and have a really cool world to be here. We don't have to live in this strife that we do. That's how we really change.
Oof.
And I'm really, really excited about that, because that's why I love connecting with Mo, David Fagan, and his group here. That's why, we got together with the LA Tribune, by the way. Because we really want some really strong people who want to change, not just themselves, but that overflow, right? That's what we're looking for. So.
Wow. Well, you are doing some of the most incredible work in the world. I want to bring Mo back on and see if there's any other last minute questions or discussions. I know I kind of been hogging you for a little bit, which I'm certainly not upset about.
No, this has been the two of you have such great chemistry. It sounds like a symphony of words. So I just want to let the two of you keep, going.
You'd make a great co-host, Krista. I think you asked the right question. Seriously, it'd be great.
Absolutely, absolutely. And with that, there will be more of Moss involved in this event, both on the general public side as well as on the VIP side. I know a lot of folks have enrolled in the VIP. You will be getting emails later after the program, so you don't need to expect anything right now. To clarify, if you sign up right now, that there's not a magic a genie that suddenly will appear in your house. If that's what you're expecting, be patient. You will be communicated with. I know a couple of people have been wondering. I'm sorry, if I could, if the team here could have a magic genie appear, they would do that. So be patient, and you will certainly have, the next week plus of content, programs, and opportunities. With that being said, Moss, thank you so much. I know you're super, super busy, especially this time of the year, with all of the work you're doing to uplift the consciousness of humanity. And with that being said, if you have any final words, we'll give you the floor real briefly to close out as we move on to the next segment. Moss, please, final words.
Thank you so much, guys. And again, thanks for all of you for listening in. Guys, just know that your perfect self is inside you. It's just inside you. You resonate, with the same frequency as that perfect self. There's no way in hell it won't come out, and it'll just overflow you. And that's where your joy, your abundance, and anything, and even beyond that you're looking for will show up. Just like what Napoleon Hill said, guys. That's the secret of life. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Small.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Moss. And with that being said, we're going to take a very short break and be back in about 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, and we are back, and I see Dr. Natalie Forrest is alongside me, and I'm going to bring back in Rex Sykes, Mr. Rex Sykes and Dr. Natalie Forrest. And something that is so true about the community of folks involved in this program is everyone is so talented in their own right. Dr. Natalie Forrest is a best-selling author. Rex Sykes is a best-selling author. And Krista Johnson, who's been helping with this program in a multitude of different ways, is a thought leader in her own right. And so now we're actually going to have Krista switch hats and, actually share and teach and contribute to the audience her work. And so before we do that, I want to just check in with Dr. Natalie and Rex. How excited are the two of you? Dr. Natalie, I've asked you that question at least once or twice before over the course of your life. And Adora Evans is back here, and I'm just excited. So let's start with Natalie and then Adora, and then, of course, Rex, and I'll chime in last. How excited are you and your main takeaways so far? Dr. Natalie, please.
Well, there are so many takeaways. It's like you give me 30 seconds. It's like I got a book here. So let me just say, Mas, of course, amazing insights. And we saw that on the comments. And it adds a new perspective to the other speakers that we've had before, to the other experts. Dennis Wheatley, of course, always a favorite for me because he also talks so much about, and Dr. Joe repeated it, not directly. Sharon mentioned it, even Paul mentioned it, the fact that we learn. And the more we learn, the more we realize how little we know. And that's really, really important, which is why this is so important. And I know that Krista is going to come on in a moment, and I've heard her before, and she's been on some of our events before. So I'm, to use your words, Mo, I'm very excited. Rex, what about you? Oh, hold on. Well, you're mute. Yeah, now you go.
I thought we were going to Adora next.
Okay, well, I just wanted to pop on. There have been so many takeaways, and Natalie, so good to see you again. I wanted to pop on and just talk about how excited I am that we have Krista coming on. I recently had her in a series, and right in the middle of the interview, I got a breakthrough in my body and connecting to my heart. And lots of the ladies in my community are still using a process she taught there. So those of you that haven't heard her, just be ready. And I'm so excited. To you, Rex. Excited is the word. I'm vibrant with vitality and energy. There we go, Rex.
I'm excited. How about you? You know, one of the things about this event is it's like a buffet. It may not be, it's laid out. There's all sorts of different things. And people will go and sample different things that they like. They'll see things that, maybe it's not for them, this kind of thing. But that's the cool part about a buffet. Now, the most interesting thing I think you can do at a buffet is have an open mind to try things and to taste things that you wouldn't otherwise normally do. And there's that opportunity to do that, to expose your mind, your being to ideas you might not have ever otherwise entertained or embraced or put into practice. So this tour is providing that opportunity. So before you close the door on something or someone or some concept, try it on for a little bit and see if maybe it might not be something that you actually enjoy. And one last thing I'll say is sometimes when you try a food, you go, I don't like that. It takes a few times to eat it before you actually go, you know what, that's actually kind of good, and after a while, it becomes one of your staples. So be open and get excited, because a lot more great stuff is coming. And who is next but Krista?
Absolutely. And before we get to Krista, somebody who is a contributor for the LA Tribune and also is a touring band member. You might remember her from a host on national television, Goldilocks. She recorded this song, Dr. Natalie, that we're going to play and give our audience a brief break. This is an opportunity for you to listen to this awesome song that they performed exclusively for our network. And also, if you need to get a drink, if you need to get up and stretch, I know there are a lot of folks that have been with us from the get-go. And so let's take a quick 3-minute or so break, listen to this awesome song by the Goldilocks Band, and then we'll be back with Krista.
Hey everyone, we're the Goldilocks Band. We're gonna play another song. You might know this one. If you do, sing along. Oh, back here, Rod Saylor, my best friend, over here on the cajon and bongos, and our other bandmate, that guy.
That's right, I'm a nobody. Only the guy that's going to sing this song.
Serge Strobin on guitar and vocals. You ready?
I'm ready.
Wait, don't you just stop it?
Yeah. Oh, you want me to?
All right, let's go.
Oh, yeah, because he says a cuss word.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. Yeah! So take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Set dead skin on track. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Do it one more time. We'll break it down.
It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Thanks, everybody. We're the Goldilocks Band. Appreciate you.
Thank you for that, Goldie. And Dr. Natalie, I know you wanted to mention a couple things about the Goldilocks Band.
Yes, if I may, because of course we all know Goldilocks. And if you have not heard, one of the songs that she did along with her band was a remake of Brave. Apparently, thus far, it has about 3.4 million views, and it's one of the 3 Josie Award nominations that this band has received. So congratulations out to the Goldilocks Band for 3 Josie nominations and for this video. Which
Let's go ahead and play that video, Dr. Natalie. I think it's from about a year ago.
Yeah.
So the Goldilocks Band created this. If you recall, there was a national tragedy, Adora, you may remember, in I believe somewhere in Tennessee, and they received a lot of global and local acclaim for honoring a lot of the frontline workers. So let's play one more music video that was made by the Goldilocks Band exclusively for our network before we come back and continue this program. Brave by the Goldilocks Band.
You can turn a phrase into a weapon or a drug. You can be the outcast, be the backlash of somebody's lack of love. Or you can start speaking up. Nothing's gonna hurt you the way the words do when they settle neath your skin. Kept on the inside and no sunlight, sometimes a shadow wins. But I wonder what would happen if you say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave. Just wanna see you. I just wanna see you. Just wanna see you. I wanna see you be brave. Just wanna see you. I and he's been stared down by the enemy. Falling for the fear and dancing, disappearing, bow down to the mighty. But don't run, stop holding your tongue. Maybe there's a way out of the cage where you live. Maybe one of these days you can let the light in. Show me how big your brave is. Say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave. Innocence, your history of silence won't do you any good. Did you think it would? Let your words be anything but empty. Why don't you tell them the truth? Say what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be brave with what you wanna say and let the words fall out. Honestly, I wanna see you be
Gotta be brave to sing this song. Damn, Ty.
Wow, how powerful. Adora, what are your takeaways on the song? Oh, you're muted.
Do I get a mug, Mo?
You get a mug. Everyone gets a mug.
You get a mug. You get a mug.
Yeah. We don't give cars on this program. We give mugs.
One day, cars, Mo. One day. Yeah, especially with Corey Cromway and our team. He just gave away that $300,000 McLaren with an NFT. Like, we want to get some of those passed around. Yeah, it just moves you right into your heart. It's the perfect song before Carissa comes on. It's the perfect song wrapping up both of them, 4 of them, 2 of them, the day. And yeah, I love it. Thanks for sharing it.
Natalie, what final words do you have about work that Goldilocks is doing before we bring on Carissa?
Well, we're talking about improving humanity, serving, giving, and connecting with others. And I think that's what Goldilocks and the Goldilocks band does every single day. That's why they're out there. And so that means we can go to Carissa, who's also serving others all the time, who's also helping make this world a better place.
Absolutely. And I'm just excited to hear Carissa. I'm also going to bring in Rex. And this is going to be a real powerful, dynamic group of individuals that I want to have the audience see the other side of this community, this group of folks, right? Because each and every single person on the screen right now, Adora, Carissa, Natalie, Rex, I mean, all of you are thought leaders in your own right. And so I'm going to sit back with my pencil and I'm going to listen, I'm going to learn, and I'm going to take this opportunity to grow. And I hope the audience does the same with me.
Wow. Well, I first just want to just bring awareness to the fact that with each speaker that has come forth today and everybody on this panel and or just in this group, and I do feel so much heart here. And that's the thing that I really want to presence as we kind of segue into my topic, which I'd love to just make kind of a conversation for all of us, because I feel like that's what's kind of, I don't want to say missing in the world, but is this connection to our heart space. That's part of the reason why I asked Dr. Joe Vitale, like, how do you connect to your heart? Because I think we've been so used to having to think from our mental faculties and make decisions from that place that we've actually pulled ourselves out of our heart. And it's through our body that we can access this greater sense of peace and enjoyment and connection to the forces of, the higher realms, whether that be God, universe, just the sense of oneness and connection that we all have. So yeah, I'm just excited to be here. I feel like my heart is just so connected to every single person in this chat and in this group and this team that I've been having the pleasure to work with over these last couple of months on this project. So thank you for so much for having me here. And I know somebody asked in the chat if Goldie was me. It was interesting because we kind of look alike. She was talking about bravery, which I really embrace in my own life, which I think sort of attributes to my own sense of confidence is just being brave and being able to go first, which is a lot of what I teach my clients, is really being able to face your fears, lean into the uncomfortable, and redefine this relationship with what it means to have fear, and sort of making friends with our fear and learning how to walk with it differently. So I'm excited for a conversation today for all of us, just to engage and keep our hearts open.
I'm always ready for Rex because Rex is always like the ladies go first. I'm like, no. But I'm going to jump in because I couldn't agree more. And all day today and yesterday, well, it really started this past weekend. I've noticed that at least here, more people are being willing to show and live their emotions. And I'm not sure if that's if that's because of the last year and a half. Some people say, they don't even count those years, whatever. But it's like all of a sudden people are, I think, becoming to be more in tune with the fact that life also means emotions, and it means being able to share more of your heart. I don't know. That's just been the experience, especially very, very much in the last about 2.5 to 3 weeks. It's been very fascinating to watch. I don't know what Rex's experiences are.
Rex is putting his headphone in, but I will say something on that really quick. I'll say something on that really quick while he unmutes and joins in on this. But I wonder, something that I've really been sitting with is a lot of the women and the people that I work with in general, because I just started working with more men in leadership, is the awareness around emotions. And it is energy and motion. And, it's not that these emotions have never been there. It's because we're becoming a lot more aware of our emotion and our human experience. And through the last couple of years, I think there's been like an overall minimizing or a lessening of some of these distractions. And so when we're kind of forced to sit with ourselves, that's when a lot of these emotions come up. And so one of the first things I invite my clients to do in some of the prosperity and the leadership work that I do is to invite them to sit with themselves. And so what I'll have them do, and some of the things that I, sort of talked about in the Dora's Rich Queen series, is just being with yourself and not requiring yourself to do anything. And I love a lot of this conversation around goals, but just really being with yourself and not trying to fix it. So I'm actually going to give a little bit of an exercise for us to do that I think has really supported me in tapping into what Mas was talking about, which is that higher frequency, that higher sense of self that we can access and we can tune into. And then we just calibrate to the version of ourselves that we want to be, because it's always accessible. So the first thing that I do when I wake up in the morning is I don't check my phone. That is a really hard boundary that I have set up for myself. And it is one of the habits that has been the hardest to instill. I know so many of us get excited and we get on our phone and we want to connect on Facebook. And at the same time, it's sort of this like addiction to this dopamine hit where we want to just like, do we have a like? Do we have a new follower? Did somebody comment on our thing? And so the first hour and the last hour of the day, I am not on my phone. And like I said, it's been one of the hardest things for me to not do, because it's sort of this automatic response and this habit that I have. So I actually sleep with my phone on airplane mode, and all my friends kind of laugh because it's so hard to get in touch with me throughout the day because I have my phone on do not disturb. And so when I wake up in the morning, the first thing that I do is I breathe. I take a breath, because breath is life, and breath is one of our most powerful tools that we can utilize and access to ground ourselves into this present moment. So if you're wanting to take Maz's work and sort of apply it, my invitation as well, because I do similar work, but in a very different way, is to go back to your breath, go back to the, like, just really tuning into your body. And so I take a big breath and I just remind myself, I'm so grateful to just wake up today. I'm grateful to wake up today. I'm grateful to get out of bed today. And I put my hand on my heart. and I just be with my heart. I feel the beating of my heart. I feel the power of my heart. I feel my breath. I go back to the simplicity of what it means to be alive. We so often think that we need complex tools and advanced technologies in order to feel grounded, in order to be successful, in order to expand. And my own experience and my own success, I believe that it's going back to some of the most basic principles that we have: our thoughts, our energy, Mother Nature, our breath, community. Those are some of the most potent and powerful tools, but we so often want to complicate things. So I wake up in the morning, I don't check my phone, I take a big breath, I put my hand on my heart, and I do a body scan. And a body scan is a very great way where you can tune into where are energies or where are any blocks that are in your body. So you can start at your forehead and you just scan down. And initially you're just feeling into if there's any sort of blocks, if you have any pain, because pain is a really big indication that there might be some sort of block of energy. So you can just do a body scan and then just see if there's any place that you feel something different. So we all have a general sense of how our body feels. Some of you might have pain in your back. Some of you might have like pain in your chest. So just do a body scan of where you might feel something and just bringing awareness to it. And the second time, I want you to do a body scan, and I want you to say, for example, a lot of the people that I work with have difficulty speaking up, speaking their truth, wanting to share publicly online, owning their worth, asking for the rates that they want to charge. And so maybe, for example, you feel some tightness in your throat. Then what I would invite you to do is write down if there's any qualities that you can identify. So whether it's a texture, whether it's, does it feel sharp there? Does it feel numb there? Does it feel painful? Does it feel hot? Does it feel cold? Does it have a color? Is it blue? Is it yellow? Is it red? Sort of just bringing awareness to that space and identifying some qualities, some textures, some colors, and then see if you want to put your hand on it. Like, this is exactly what Joe Vitale was saying. Just put your handing on that place, and you can personify that part of your body and asking it to show you what it needs. The body is a very important tool and mechanism for higher states of consciousness, for success, for everything that we desire in our life. But like I said, we have been using a lot of our mental faculties, which is part of the reason why I kind of got out of counseling, because I felt like we were just using only our mental faculties to change our life. And the body is a very important tool and mechanism in that. So put our hand in our throat, if that's the place. Ask that part of us to show us what it needs. And you might get a visual of like water. You might feel, you might hear a word, you might hear something like rest, but and then that is the thing to tune into that for that day. If you just ask yourself simply, what do you need that day to show up as your most highest and successful self, and tune into your body every day, your body will give you guidance on what are the ways that you can show up energetically so that you can do all the goals, read 5 pages a day, go to the gym, reach out to people, have the energy and the capacity to hold clients, to hold success, to hold what you're wanting to. So really accessing the body, asking it what it needs is one of the most profound and simplest tools that I have used in order to move me into higher states of consciousness and being.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I love that example. And I know Rex, from having talked with Rex, and also, of course, his book, he also believes in certain rituals. It is interesting that you talk about first things in the morning, because, one of the things is keeping your eyes closed, no distractions. My phone is off and completely off at night. All my phones are off. But I always tell my friends and my family, if there's an emergency, my phone will go on, and it actually does if there's an emergency, which is kind of like freaky interesting. But the other thing that you can actually do is, and I think you may have done that too, that's the tree posture in yoga, right?
Yeah.
Because that, of course, that's connected to the chakras, but that's a similar idea. Either the scanning, or if you stand on one leg, and I do that often when I speak as well, but then it's like, where am I off balance, right? So you, with your scanning, I love it because you're still in bed, you're taking the time, you're really scanning, or you're already up, have had some water because you're dehydrated in the morning. But, the scanning is so important, and really taking the time of being. I couldn't agree more that we've lost the art of being. It is so important. We get distracted all the time, don't we?
We do. And that's, I think, what, if I would have asked Mas another question, I would have said, like, I would continue to explore with him what pulls us out of these frequencies. And I think that we're so distracted, we're so inundated by the next thing, by keeping keeping up with this person. There's a sense of urgency that we're constantly feeling and experiencing in our body. I need to get there faster. I'm competing with this person. I'm getting old. I'm getting whatever it is that we feel like we're competing with time. And I know time for me was I felt like it was always a battle. I'd wake up in the morning. I don't have enough time to go to the gym. I don't have enough time to talk to my mom. I don't have enough time to do this. And so I do think it's really pulled us out of the body can heal itself. The body has so much wisdom. When you think about you get a cut, that cut, given the right environment and care, will heal itself. And so, the best healing modalities are what's already inside of you. Like Mas was saying, I keep referring to his work because I resonate a lot with what he was saying. And I think this is what we're really stepping into. I believe in coaching and mentorship. And I also believe that we have innate and really powerful wisdom within ourselves, that if we give ourselves the spaciousness to be with ourselves, to get really curious about this being who sits before us. Because I know there were a lot of times I hit really high successful numbers in my business, and then I'd look at myself in the mirror and I wouldn't even know the woman in front of me. That was what started my spiritual awakening. And I looked at the woman and I said, I don't even know this woman. And then getting to know who I am, what I like, what I don't like, and giving myself the time, attention, adoration that I wanted from other people, that I was seeking from other people. Because I feel like ultimately the thing that we're seeking is to end the seeking. We're seeking that we want to end the seeking. So we're looking in love for ourselves in other people. We're looking for validation in money. We're looking for a sense of significance in these vanity metrics. But ultimately what we really want is to end seeking. And I really think a great way to do that is to create a sense of connection to self, to know thyself so much so that you don't need the external validation from the world to let you know that you're worthy or valuable in this world.
Mm-hmm. I know Rex is eager to add something.
I'm between two powerful women, so if I can get a word in, that would be fantastic. That's awesome. I first want to address Mo Rock's 10,000 lakes in Minnesota. I'm in Wisconsin presently, and we have more lakes in Wisconsin than there are in Minnesota, for the record. But who claims it first is the one that you remember. So Minnesota claimed 10,000 lakes, and everybody thinks, oh my God, the land. Anyway, you are so right on. You are so right on. I mean, here's my take on this. Let's go way back to ancient times. Let's go back even further than ancient times. Let's go back to the evolution of humankind. Whether you believe we were created or evolved, that doesn't matter. But we're on the planet. We were designed to move. We were plains. We were hunters. We were gatherers. Eventually, we became sedentary in that we locked down. We could grow plants, and then we could build structures, and we developed societies. And that, but otherwise, we were roving tribes and bands. We moved all day long, and we went with the rhythm of the sun. When it was light, when it was dark. We became an agrarian society, and we were very, successful. We started eating and then overeating foods, primarily when we got into manufacturing foods like corn-based breads and all the kinds of things. Our own body hasn't evolved yet to eat a lot of grains or eat the kinds of stuff that we're eating. But the point I make about this is that the body has a wisdom of its own, like you mentioned with healing. So we're designed to move, and we're designed to heal. We come into this planet, this infinite, wonderful, authentic self, free from anything and everything. Maybe a little genetic baggage, but apart from that, we come into this planet. And from the time we get here, we're conditioned. And what we're conditioned to do is not be a human anymore. At first you're a child, you get to play and you go, come on, walk, and all this kind of stuff. But then parents get it in their head that they have to walk sooner, they have to talk sooner, they have to do anything. So suddenly children, especially today, and they get pushed into doing these things outside of their natural time frame. Then they go to school and they're conditioned to sit in desks and not fidget, not be too curious, and now focus your attention and not be frivolous. So we get conditioned. By the way, the conditioning doesn't stop. It's ongoing. Yes, it's primarily between 0 and 7 or 8 years old, but it keeps going. Now we're adults. If we act, spontaneously, we said, don't be a child. Stop acting like a kid. So there's this whole training out of being human about what it means to be spontaneous and alive and in touch with your body and in touch with your feelings and in touch with the earth, to walk barefoot, to lie in the grass, to breathe. Breath. I mean, think about it. Without your breath, you aren't alive. The universe breathes you, and you breathe the universe. The trees and the humans respire. We breathe in and out, and the trees breathe in and out, the plants breathe in and out. It's one breath. The whole universe is one thing. You and I are an expression of the universe, and we divorce ourselves from it. We distract ourselves from it. We propagandize ourselves against it. So to connect the ancient wisdom, look, they knew the chakras, they knew the heart was in the center, there were 3 below and 3 above, and some have others. The wisdom of acupuncture. I mean, all this stuff has been around forever, and we overthink it. We've now become where because of our career, because we went from agrarian to industrial, where manufacturing, we live by a clock, we live by artificial light, we live by all these constraints. We drive from box to box in boxes with wheels. And guess what? We've been sitting on our ass most of the day today in front of a computer. Good though that be, we're not.
That's why I like the songs, because I got up and I danced a little bit. I started to move my body and have some fun and bring some playfulness into this experience. Yes.
So you're right on target. I stand up and I try and stand in front of the camera when I'm not on camera, so they know I haven't disappeared. But because if I stand over here, they don't see me, and I'm like, oh, where'd Rex go? But you are so on target to get in touch, to breathe, to feel, to not overthink. I mean, the whole thing about thinking is one thing, but the other side is just to transcend the thinking altogether. I love what you said, because it's so truly important. People just don't sit with themselves. They don't sit. If they have a problem, they want to escape it. If they have a good moment, they're afraid it's going to pass. Just sit and savor these things, and you'll understand neurologically, physically, the impulse for any feeling is that. Then what we do is, because of our conditioning and our neurophysiology, we hang on to those sensations. But the trigger for feeling happy or sad is like that. It's just like jump the synapse. Mm-hmm. Then what we do after that is either perpetuate it or let it go. Clarissa, I'm going to stop, because you're hitting the nail right on the head with all of the practices and everything you're sharing. And you can find the science in everything that you do. You can find the history in everything you do. And so thank you for this.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Thank you so much for saying that. I know Natalie's going like this. I don't know if you have something to say.
No. I'm waiting for you to continue and give some more wisdom.
Yes.
Because I also see, of course, the comments, So what else do you do?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that I do. And I just want to sort of even explore the relationship with self a little bit more, because I do have a few more tools that I think I would love to share. I'm a very spiritual and a very practical person. And I think that we've sort of been seeing throughout this whole day today that spirituality and science are the same. We're seeing a lot of, spirituality being studied now, and there's a lot more research and data that this stuff isn't woo. There's a lot of data behind what we're doing, and I'm really excited to see that. But the thing that I've really feel like has been the most important aspect in my success, and what I believe is the most important in a lot of success is knowing thyself, and is really getting curious about the person that you are, and knowing that you have parts. So there's a process that I've been going through in my own self-development, which is internal family systems, which is recognizing that there's different parts of you, and through different trauma, through different experiences, you have like fractals that have kind of broken off into that makes up you. So there was a part of me that at one point I believed that I had to be super polished and professional in order to be successful. I had to have the perfect photos, I had to have the perfect outfits and things of that nature in order to be able to stand in front of an audience and be in front of an audience like this. When in reality, I realized there's so many different parts of me. There's this part of me, like Mo and I were chatting a couple of days ago, and we were playing Little John Let's Go in our chat together. There's like this part of me that likes rap music. There's this part of me that's a very eloquent speaker. There's a part of me that's very playful and childlike. There's also a part of me that feels very afraid. There's a part of me that's like there's a little wounded child that just wants to be liked and loved. And I really appreciated the vulnerability that's been shared throughout this entire day today. And I'm hoping over the next couple of days around the vulnerability of we all are human. And we are human beings having an experience here on this earth, and that there are so many aspects that make up our being, that we're not one dimensional, that we're not just like this. And the more that I've given myself space to get curious about who I am, the more that nothing has shaken me, the more that, like, because I know who I am, because I'm able to say, I am Krista Johnson. This is what I like. This is what I don't like. These are my boundaries. I'm not impacted by somebody's comment on Instagram. I'm not impacted as much by a failure, because I know who I am. I don't source my power. I don't outsource my power to other things outside of me. I'm not saying, oh, I'm powerful when I make $1 million. I'm powerful when, in my business model, I have launches for programs and things like that. I'm not powerful when I have this thing. I'm powerful, period. And when I have these things that are outside of my external reality are an indication of what's mirrored from within me. So your reality is a mirror for what's happening within you. And so the more that I've gotten curious about my sense of self, the more that I've been able to stand in my truth of who I am, which was a process. I mean, last year I took 5 months off of work. It was the hardest 5 months of my life. I noticed that I felt good when a client did really well, or I felt really good when a launch did really well. But I intentionally stripped away my everything. I put my stuff in storage. So I removed my sort of creature comforts of my luxury apartment, and I put my stuff in storage. I stopped working. I paused all the things that I had grasped onto that I felt like gave me my sense of self. And I really got curious around, who am I when I don't have all these things? And so one of my roommates and I were talking about the other day is that wealth, we believe that wealth is what's left when you feel like you have nothing. When you are really stripped away of everything, which I hope that doesn't happen to any of you, but if it ever does, who are you when things aren't going right? How do you show up for yourself when you feel like you don't have things that are working in your favor? Can you still feel worthy when you don't have, multiple streams of income coming in? Can you still feel love when you have a friend mad at you? And really cultivating that sense of self comes from the curiosity and the spaciousness which you get to know yourself. So I take myself out to dinner, which is, if anybody on this call hasn't done that before, I really invite you to. That was one of the scariest things for me, being seen alone. It was like scary for me. I was like, I thought people were going to think I was a loser or I didn't have any friends, and just being very vulnerable and honest here, sort of keeping along the theme of vulnerability in leadership, which is something I really stand for. That was a big fear of mine, of people thinking that, like, I didn't fit in a crowd. So when I'd go out to dinner, I would intentionally take myself out to dinner on a date, and spoil myself the way that I wanted a partner to spoil me, the way that I wanted somebody else to spoil me. Mm-hmm. And when I was really able to sit with myself and not be on my phone and not get distracted and not feel like I have to sort of play this role, and I just sat with myself at dinner, and I was like, how do I want to feel right now in this situation? How do I want to feel? And what would the most empowered, loving, high vibrational part of, like, if I was that person, how could I embody that truth right now? And going out to dinner and taking myself out on dates and doing things by myself was such a sense of, like, it's not like this hyper independence, like I have to do something by myself. It's I'm consciously making a choice that I want to treat me the way that I want other people to treat me. And that has been like such a huge breakthrough in the way that I've been able to experience myself. And when people gravitate towards that, that's what I think what makes women magnetic, is when they feel so good in their skin, when they still feel so good as who they are, that they don't need you to act a certain way around them to validate anything. They can just be who they are authentically. And so I really want to press upon the audience here that, being with your body, getting curious about what you're feeling, taking yourself out on dates, that is one of the greatest ways to become an empowered human being. And from that place of a strong sense of self, that's when you can lead other people, because you know yourself. And other people want to be led by people who are strong and firm in what they believe, what they stand for. That's what's going to create the ripple effect as well, is one person saying, I'm willing to be brave enough to work on myself so much and lead myself that I don't need to tell you I'm a leader. You see the way that I'm leading myself and you gravitate towards that.
Wow. Can I jump in? Again, you're hitting it on the head in so many ways. I can't tell you well, first off, I've lost everything numerous times. You lose, you rebuild, you lose, you rebuild, you lose, you rebuild. it is what you make it. The first loss I had, I thought was, my life was over. I thought, I'd never recover from that. Then after that, you go, whatever. It's just another experience. Life is a roller coaster. Get used to it. If it's going to be an adventure, it's going to have highs and lows. It's going to have surprises and shocks. So if you're prepared for it, knowing that it's going to be whatever it is, you're ahead of the game. I can't tell you how many millionaire and billionaire homes I've been either called to or been in where they go, I have all of this, look around, I did this, and I'm empty inside, and it doesn't mean a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I live in Hollywood, the stars, the superstars, the fame, the recognition, the power, the money, the everything. And they're like, when it all comes down to it, I'm me, and I don't like me.
Right.
You said, and this I think is so key, and I've devoted my life to it. I know you're devoting yours, and Natalie is too. You don't go, when I have this, I'll feel good. You feel good now. That's where your vibration is. That's where the frequency is. When you can feel good with nothing, when you can feel good when the world is collapsed around you, when you can feel good when it's just okay, and you're feeling good, that's when everything can come to you. It's the idea that if I get that, I will feel good. That's keeping people from ever finding what they could find, because you are it and you attract it. It's living from the feeling of the wish fulfilled. But the key is to be grateful and the gratitude, and to truly love and appreciate yourself, to just fall completely in love with you. You are the expression of the divine, walking on two legs as a biped. If you're walking, you are the expression. There's no difference between you and God. And the only thing that is the difference is what you're thinking here. And that is, I suck, I'm not good enough, or when I get this, I'll be better, or somehow, it's that trying to fulfill it. You said end seeking. I don't know that it's the desire to end seeking as much as it's the desire to just fall it back into, I'm just putting a different spin on it, but to be able to fall into the bliss of knowing who you are, and being okay with all of that, and loving yourself as this divine expression, because that's when seeking stops, is when you can go, I'm home. I don't have to look for my home anymore. I am home.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
that was the intention that I had when I took that time off. Mm-hmm. I was like, I want to create a sense of home within myself, because it constantly felt like happiness was outside of me. Like you were saying, like it's outside of me. It's when this, then I'll feel happy. So creating that sense of home within you, that you can go anywhere, you can experience anything, and it's not going to turn your whole world upside down, because you know who you are without the things. So they don't make or break you. They're nice. I love luxury things, but there was a point in time where I think we all kind of go through this in our own journey, where we like look at material things and we think that it's going to make us feel a certain way. What we're really wanting is the feeling. And guess what? You can access the feeling at any time. At any time, during my visualization process, which I'll continue to get into a little bit of tools, I imagine I stopped looking for in the visualization, I stopped trying to be like, oh, this is the perfect light visually. I started feeling, what does it feel like to have absolute freedom of my time? What does it feel like to reach millions of people? What does it feel like to be on stage and I'm sharing my story and it's impacting people? So I'm not necessarily obsessed with the visual representation of what it is anymore, because I feel like, I don't know if it's anybody else, but I've been walking the last couple of years. I feel like I can only literally be in the present moment. Anytime I try to go any further, I just feel like I'm pulled back, and it's just like, no, just be here. And so I've started to tune into, what does it feel like to experience this versus what does it look like? Because we can become over attached to and consumed by what it looks like. And then if that success doesn't look that way, like if I wanted 1,000 people on this live stream and 1,000 people weren't here, then I would feel like a failure. And so we're not even like celebrating the really important aspects of the development of success, because we're holding ourselves to such a ridiculous standard that we're not celebrating, even if it comes a little bit underneath that. Like all of my clients and all my friends would tell you, I celebrate everything. Like tonight after this call and this event, I'm going to go out to dinner and I'm going to celebrate as if this was the most important thing. That momentum, that building up of energy is what's going to create more of it, right? The more we celebrate, the more that we have to celebrate. So really feeling the feelings of what it feels like to have the multi-million dollars, to have the impact, to have the time freedom, which I know a lot of people are wanting. to feel the feelings of what it feels like to have that, accessing that feeling versus like obsessing about what the visual representation of it looks like and trying to get there faster, because then that means we're like oftentimes moving out of alignment, I think is one of the greatest keys, and sometimes one of the hardest things to experience in this world, because we want the thing now. We sort of have this microwave mentality of I need to have it now. And when we don't, we feel like that we're a failure. And so I really think that what we're talking about here are really beautiful discussions around getting back to some of the basics of what a lot of these people who have the success that everyone's wanting, telling you that it's about loving yourself. It's about being vulnerable. It's about getting back to these principles. And that's the way. It's simple is the way. I really think it is.
It always is. It always is. And I think we've just overcomplicated it. You know, sometimes today we talk about children, and it's really be like the children, because they didn't worry about what other people thought. They were just having fun, and they're walking over to another person and say, hey, you want to be friends? And all of a sudden they met for like 2 seconds and they're the best friends in the world. But we've been so trained as adults, you know, to be careful, to not be vulnerable, all of those aspects. And we've lost the awe of ourselves. We've lost the understanding that, as Rex so beautiful put it, we are divine. So why are we always talking about separation? Why are we so focused on, you know, that's out there and this is in here, everybody else is great, and then we're doing all of this comparison? I mean, the idea that success is a certain thing is because that's what the world tells us. So, you know, we really need to get back to, how do I define success for me? What does it mean for me? And then when you define it for you, and you have to do that alone, obviously, because otherwise you get everybody else. And sometimes you have to do it with a mentor, because the people around you love you the way that you are. I mean, they love you, but they love you the way that you are. So some of them may not be as much in favor of you changing. And the other thing that you said was so funny, and not funny, but I love it. And so I thank you for being so open and vulnerable, because I love going out by myself. I mean, it's like, for me, it's like, I've always done that. It's like, I go to movies myself. I don't have because it's like, I'm in my own little world. I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool. And one thing, you know, when you say going out, treating yourself, one thing that I always say to people in general, that I also do for myself, is like, when I see a flower that is beautiful, I buy myself a flower. I tell my clients, have you bought yourself a flower this week? And it depends on where you are, because, sorry, in the US, flowers are really ridiculously expensive. But, you know, where I'm at, it's like $1. It's like €1 for a beautiful flower. Or, you know, you go out, and my daughter does that too. You know, you pick a flower and then you put it in, and it's just something beautiful. And then, of course, later on, also important, you return it to Mother Earth and say, thank you for giving me the flower, right?
Right.
But it's like treating yourself and everybody else. And I think the other piece, you didn't say it, but I think you were infusing it. When we smile at ourselves on the inside, then you also have that energy of the smile on the outside. And that's an indirect impact that we're having. Like, I noticed that today when I was walking down the street, because I was so happy to go pick up my daughter today. You know, long story, it doesn't matter. But I'm just like smiling. And like, there are all these people around me, and some of them, you know, they're walking, they're like, and then I'm just like singing my little song. And then all of a sudden I see all of them light up as well. Literally like little, I don't know, lightning bulbs went up. And I said, what's wrong with these people? It's really cool. They're all like, you know, doing this. And then I realized I was smiling and they were smiling. It's something that simple, but like you said, you need to know, like, and trust yourself in order to do that. Yeah. So I appreciate you really sharing the fact that, you know, growing into doing things by yourself. I always love doing that. So it is. We're trained not to. We're trained not to. We're trained to be in crowds.
Yeah.
May I contribute?
Yeah, please, Rex.
I would encourage everyone along the lines of what you're encouraging them to do, and all of us to do, is to understand that 1,000 years ago, people had a very different concept of time.
Yes.
So if they had to plant something, they knew that it was going to take a certain amount of time for it to grow, and they just had to occupy themselves with other things. If they wanted to get from one side of their country to another, they knew it was going to take weeks or months, maybe even years to get across where they wanted to go. We're so conditioned with this idea of hacks and instant on and having it yesterday and consumerism, because back in Edward Bernays, the nephew of Freud, decided, this should be a consumer society and I can have everybody buying the corporate products. The point with that is that there are thought leaders today who are victims of that same consumerism, telling you got to have the car, got to have the jet, got to have the yacht, got to do this, got to take this great action in order to have the things that you want. And they focus people in the wrong way on the wrong things, instead of saying, inside you is a light, you are divine. Yes, you can have anything and it will come in its time. Relax into it, love yourself, let go, and great things can happen. Instead, they tell you to work hard, do this. Why? Because they know it won't work. And if it
when you
doesn't
move
work,
from that place, when you move from that place of scarcity as well, you're only going to create more scarcity. So if you move from a place of I'm at peace with myself, you create more of that. So you're right. Like if they're taking action from I don't have enough, I'm not enough, you're going to create that. Whether you get the car now or whatever happens, you get the car now or not, you're creating more of that, because that's the energy that you're transmitting out into the things that you're creating in your reality.
Well,
what
the
a
question
powerful
is,
dialogue.
I'm sorry,
I could hear the three of you speak all day, all night,
my
and
question,
never get sick of it. I mean, three brilliant minds coming together. This is what Napoleon Hill would call a mastermind. And here in my hands, I have a copy of Think and Grow Rich. This particular copy was actually sent to me by the wonderful Don Green. It is an official publication of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. A official copy I have here, W. Clement Stone's The Success System That Never Fails, an official publication of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. In my opinion, these two books, you read them back to back. That's how I like to read these two books, because W. Clement Stone's book is also a phenomenal, phenomenal book. So I wanted to take a second to acknowledge the Napoleon Hill Foundation for the work that they are doing in preserving, promoting the legacy of Napoleon Hill with integrity. Don Green is such a great man of integrity. He's been honored by his city. I mean, the work that he has done to preserve this book, which has now been read by tens and tens of millions of people. Wow. So I'm so excited because, we had a chance to hear from him earlier, and he's going to be part of this program later on. But I'm going to go ahead and bring back Adora Crystal Evans as well. Ace. Oh, wow, you got some books too. Look at that. Talk a little bit about those books, Adora. You're muted.
I must really want a mug. I do.
How many? I didn't know you were a coffee drinker, Adora.
Oh, come on, Mo.
For those that don't know, anyone that speaks on mute gets a mug sent to them.
Okay. One is My Mentor, Napoleon Hill by Don Green, because Don Green has done more for the foundation, including a marker, a whole marker. If you ever go to Wise, Virginia, you can see a whole dedication to Napoleon Hill, and Positive Influence, which is mostly about women who impacted Napoleon Hill. So what Don keeps doing is going into the archives of things from the 1930s, things that are so above and beyond. When things feel in this thing like, wow, that may not be my cup of tea or whatever, you have to think about Napoleon Hill was talking about infinite intelligence back then. He was talking in some of his books about, this mastermind that you imagine and you get counsel from, so he was really ahead of his time and super duper spiritual. So whenever you're looking at books by Napoleon Hill, always make sure they're by the Napoleon Hill Foundation, because that continues to make sure it's in integrity, that it's supporting more books coming out there. And and you all look, even under here, I have PMA, Science of Success, so that the energy of Napoleon Hill could infuse my laptop while raising it. So you feel that, Krista. You know me, and Natalie, and Rex. We all feel it. Yeah. So yeah, we wouldn't be here without this great work and without Don Green and the Napoleon Hill Foundation. So
may I add, he's also just such an incredibly generous man and a person who just keeps giving and does tireless work for the foundation, as you know, we are aware of all the different publications and all the different things that are happening worldwide as a result. That book, my mentor, Don Green, I think if you read my Amazon review of it, I mean, you open it up and it's chock full of wisdom from Don Green and Napoleon Hill, because he's applied to Napoleon Hill's principles. So you get the double whammy of what Don is sharing as, you know, former bank president and CEO and, you know, and businessman, successful businessman, and Napoleon Hill, two powerful whammies in one book.
It's huge. There's another book, and it was 101 favorite attributes about Don Green that one of his friends put together in the background.
Oh.
And I got to write in it, and so did Dennis Wheatley.
Okay.
And the fun thing about that is that stuff happens all the time to Don Green without people. It's unsolicited. I mean, when you go in his town and we walk anywhere, people are thanking him. He sent so many people to college. He's like always contributing and generous. So you're right. He's generous in spirit and words and books, but he is so generous that awards are just like coming in all the time. And may we all have that kind of life, right? May we all be great contributions to society like that.
Absolutely. And, you know, going back to the Success System That Never Fails by W. Clement Stone, this is another profound book. And I encourage folks to read these two books side to side, because there will be a lot of commonalities, but there are also some things that are very different that stand out and stood out to me. So just wanted to, for a second time, remind folks to go ahead and solidify the legacy of not just Napoleon Hill, but also W. Clement Stone. And we're going to have our next guest come on in a few minutes here. Before we do that, about a year or two ago, we had the honor of giving an award to Lisa Nichols. And some folks in the virtual auditorium requested a clip of this remarkable speech that she gave. And so this was something that Lisa Nichols had sent to us in a previous event, and we want to play it for you here before we come back.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. You know, during my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, and when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable, made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we're here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
And Natalie, I just want to hear your thoughts, Chris's thoughts, Rex's thoughts on that. Thank you to Lisa Nichols for supporting this movement that we are doing to uplift the consciousness of humanity, educate the world, financial literacy, business literacy, and leadership principles. Dr. Natalie, let's start with you, please.
Well, I think what she said is so powerful. It's about all of us coming back together. But what I love especially about what Lisa said in that was the connection to being an LA girl. And it's of course appropriate for the LA Tribune. But the reason why it resonates so much with me, and I'm not from LA, I've lived there for a little bit, is that we all carry in our genes somehow the place that we were born. And we carry that. At the same time, it allows us to connect with others if that gene, if that place of birth is a multicultural place. And I think that is really, to me, what Lisa exemplifies, that yes, I'm an LA girl. And that's why I love you all. And that's why I now live in other places and I speak all over the world, because it's multicultural. So that really speaks to me, aside from her graciousness and just all the amazing work that she's been doing for so long and keeps doing every day.
I love that reflection. It seemed like she took the award and was just like, this is for all of us, which is something that I really appreciated about her, was this acknowledgement of, yes, this is my story, but I'm like taking one for all of us. And I really appreciated how it was the acknowledgement of the resiliency and the character trait that she embodies versus just this, like, it's an accomplishment, but it's something that she embodies in her reality. So it's actually hard for me to formulate words right now, because I felt so deeply for her. Every single word she said landed. It impacted me. I wasn't thinking about what she was saying. I was just really being present with her. It felt like she was here right now. And that's sort of the legacy that I'm seeing with a lot of these speakers here, is they're speaking in a way that it's time. It's like, it's without time, it transcends time and space. They're here physically, they're right here with us. And that's true legacy. And that's truly what Lisa Nichols embodies. So I was really inspired. Rex, what do you think? He wants the mug.
I did it on purpose. Because
I know. I was thinking about doing that too.
I want a cup. I mean, I'm just sitting here, But, the thing is, you can look at Lisa Nichols or any of the people that are out there, any of the people who are on our tour here, and go, yeah, it's easy for them. But the thing about Lisa Nichols is how she got to be who she is today. She had to struggle and effort and do all the things and have all her ducks in a row. Right. You know what I mean? I mean, in other words, she's an example of if she can do it, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. Always remember that, because there's so many people who lose sight, or they put their faith in icons and everything else, when the faith should be in yourself. And she proves that, if you believe in yourself and you do what you can triumph over any circumstance. And Viktor Frankl proved that, that's the beautiful thing, going back to Dennis Wheatley. I mean, there's so many people in the world who prove that each and every day. We're told that there are more millionaires today being made every single second than there are in the history of the world. And yet people are sitting there clamoring and struggling and living in lack, thinking that they can't do it too.
Right.
I mean, it's just, the reality is you can do it. And with that said, I want to turn the attention to this. That if people, because people are coming and going, but this is ongoing until Tuesday. So, this is another 4 days after this here, that people can listen to powerful speakers like Krista and all the ones that we've had today, and who will be speaker guests like Dr. Natalie or Joe Vitale, Dennis Wheatley, and the rest. That there's more coming up. So if you've enjoyed this, be sure to come back, and also share it with your friends and your family and even strangers so that they too can attend. If you're getting value from this, if you're learning, if you're taking notes, make sure that somebody else has that same opportunity, because this is brought to you by the Los Angeles Times. The Los Angeles Tribune, and boom.
I love you, Rex.
I know. Times, they are changing. It's the Tribune, the Los Angeles Tribune, and Ace Productions. Mo and Adora have teamed up to bring us all this stuff, along with Don Green and the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And so we're all very fortunate and blessed to be here.
Well, but I do want to quickly, sorry, Carissa.
Go ahead. No, Natalie, go ahead, girl.
One of the things is also, Rex, you're here. You have also a show where you do partially what we're doing here. Because we were all, the three of us were just saying how, and everybody in the audience, how real Lisa Nichols is, and how she had to overcome a lot of obstacles, a lot of challenges. Like, I think the three of us and Adora and Mo, we all had it. So now we're here, but it wasn't like we woke up and we said, whoopsie, it's here. No. So, and that's what I think what we also try to do on our shows with the Tribune. I know you bring a lot of really, you've had Les, of course, on, but you bring a lot of really cool people on your show and show the audience how real they are. And I think that's really what matters. Like Carissa was saying earlier, be vulnerable, be open, be honest. We've all gone through, as I always like to tell my daughter, stuff. Yeah, okay, we all go through stuff. And therefore, let's just be real about it. Let's be vulnerable when it's appropriate. And so I think that's what makes the Tribune, the collaboration with Carissa, the collaboration with Adora, with Ace Productions. And that's why all of these amazing experts are coming on, because it's time to be real.
Wow.
You notice that she said too at the end, your sister in prosperity.
Yes.
That, to me, the language that's being used throughout these conversations, if you're really paying attention, it's so intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Every word that's coming out of these speakers' mouths and all that we're talking about, there's an intentionality with what's being said right now. There's a vibration and a frequency. And with that, we're welcoming back Adora and Mo to this conversation.
Yes. May I wrap up with one comment? May I wrap up with one comment, Mo?
Rex, we have plenty of time in about 30 minutes to revisit this. So with that being said, I want to thank everyone here, because we have a very special guest that we're about to introduce. And Adora, I'm going to give you the floor to go ahead and introduce him, because I know a lot of people from around the world that are tuning in right now have been waiting to hear from him in anticipation. So Adora, please, if you could introduce our next speaker.
All right. So I am so excited to bring this next speaker to you. So we're here gathered around Napoleon Hill and his work and infinite intelligence. And while Napoleon Hill was one of the first people to bring to light this name for that grand intelligence in that kind of way, other than using the word God or, spirit. And it was pretty profound and riveting. So part of living a really rich life, as we've been discussing, is looking at our spiritual life and our spiritual connection. So our next guest, some of you may know for writing the book, Conversations with God, Neil Donald Walsh, who really opened up the conversation across lines of what it's like to hear and have conversations. Like Napoleon Hill was having conversations with infinite intelligence, conversations with spirit inside of you. So what would you like
we're
to
gonna
say,
bring
Mo?
him in, Neil. We're gonna bring him in, Adora, and I'm gonna sit back and let you start the interview. Welcome, Neil, to the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour. It's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Uh-oh, you're
And
muted.
you are. Let's see if we can. You're gonna have to unmute yourself. There we go. Neil, welcome.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here with you guys.
Awesome. So, Neil, as we're diving in, before we start diving into your work, and I bring in some of the other team that are just really excited to ask you questions as well, can you tell us what your favorite Napoleon Hill principle is, or your own experience with the book Think and Grow Rich?
I've never read Think and Grow Rich. I have not read any literature of that nature, self-help literature, those kinds of spiritual or psychological books in the 35 years or so that I've been on this path, for a very good reason. I didn't want anything that I might have had the opportunity to bring through, if I could use that terminology. I didn't want anything to influence that. I didn't want anyone to be able to say, oh, I read that in Think and Grow Rich, or I read that in The Power of Positive Thinking, or I read that in, whatever, some book by Deepak Chopra or whatever. So I've never read anything written by Napoleon Hill, and I have no idea what he said in print.
About living a rich, what do you think a rich spiritual life consists of?
I think a rich spiritual life consists of, number one, knowing who we really are. That is the true nature of our being, that we're not simply, physical entities, that we are spiritual beings having a physical experience, and knowing how we can use the wonderful power that we have been given by that aspect of reality that I call God. We can use any other word we want to use, Allah, Brahman, Jehovah, Yahweh, whatever word it pleases you to use, life, energy, because it's all the same thing. We're talking about a higher power. And I think that a rich spiritual life, and a rich life in every way, is about knowing who we really are, using the power that resides deeply within all of us, and using it not just to enrich ourselves, but most profoundly to enrich all those whose lives we touch. It seems to me that when we use the power within to enrich all those whose lives we touch, that we automatically enrich ourselves, because guess what? There's only one of us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, one thing I do want to spend a little bit of time today speaking with you, Neil, is the power of the mind. In your view, let's dissect what your opinion is, or your perspective is, on the role that our thoughts have on the reality that we experience here on planet Earth. What correlation do you see between our thinking and our living?
Mo, it's important for me to say that I think that the idea you create your own reality is, what's the phrase I can use? Mistaught. It's not taught with complete accuracy by many of the messengers and teachers who are out there today, because it gives people the impression that they're creating, the war in Ukraine, for instance, just to use an example, or that they're creating the events in Buffalo or in Uvalde, that we're creating the events that are exterior to our own experience. So, and that we are doing so unilaterally, which causes a lot of people to fall into either New Age guilt, like, why am I doing that? Or at the very least, deep New Age questioning. How am I doing that? How am I causing this to occur? So clearly, we see that the idea that you are creating your own reality refers to your interior experience of the collectively created exterior events, circumstances, situations, and realities of our life. Now, what role does our thought play in that? The biggest role you could possibly imagine. Nothing has any meaning save the meaning you give it. So our thoughts
And Neil, it looks like you may have been inadvertently muted. If you could please unmute yourself, because there we go. You were expressing such profound statements. I was back here taking notes. So Neil, we'll give you the floor. The last 20 seconds or so was muted. Please, Neil.
Gosh, I don't know how that happened. I do know the devil made me do it.
All right.
So I want to make it clear that we are not creating our collective reality, the exterior reality of our lives, that we are creating, in my understanding. I could be wrong about all of this, but in my understanding, based on my conversations with God, we are creating our interior experience of the collectively created exterior events, circumstances, and situations that we confront in our life. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't have any impact or any possible power over the exterior circumstances, but it's about joining with others in doing so. Wherever somebody much more eloquent than I will ever be said, wherever two or more are gathered, metaphorically meaning that as we combine our energy and our energy projection with those of others, we can in fact also create or have a deep impact upon the exterior reality in which we move and have our being. That includes, relatively small exterior realities, such as our relationship with another person, our marriage, our partnership, our work relationship, our employment, and so forth, or larger exterior realities that are occurring in our outer space. So it's important for us to understand what's meant by the statement, you are creating your own reality. But when you ask us a question like, what part do our thoughts play? Wow. Our thoughts are unbelievably powerful in creating our innermost reality. And the evidence of that, by the way, is that two people can confront the same exterior circumstance and experience it entirely differently. I remember, to use a striking example from my own life, 40 or 45 years ago now, almost a half century ago, the lady I was married to simply never came home one day. It wasn't a tragedy. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't. She wasn't hurt or killed, but she simply decided to leave the marriage, and she chose not to leave not even a Dear John letter. She just left. And I got to tell you, I wasn't.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, and I wasn't abusive. I never laid a hand on her. I mean, I did many times, but not in anger, not in violence, and so I couldn't understand. So then it dawned on me. Of course, she fell in love with somebody else. She didn't have any real huge reason to leave our marriage, but people fall in love, and she found somebody else. Fair enough. But I experienced that as a pretty big tragedy in my life. Now, the guy down the road gets the same experience. His wife doesn't come home. She deserts him. He's like, yippee! So two people can have the same exact exterior, reality, the exterior events or circumstances of their life, and experience them inwardly in entirely different ways. So we need to use caution when we talk about the role of our thoughts in creating our reality.
We need to use caution in the role of our thoughts in creating reality, our reality. So powerful, Neil, and a testament again to the power of thinking, the power of our thoughts towards our lives. Now, if someone were to ask you, Neil, do you see a correlation between the human existence, the human life, mentally, relationally, physically, spiritually, and financially? Do you see these a interconnection between these five categories? In other words, if someone is not doing well financially, do you think it will affect them spiritually or vice versa?
It can. When you say it will, the word will is a very powerful word to use in that sentence. Do I think it will affect? That's a too powerful word, way too powerful for me to agree to. If you had said, do you think it can affect? I'm teaching you how to interview a person. If you were to say, Neil, do you think it can affect our spiritual life? Of course it can.
Interesting. Adora, do you have anything you'd like to add right now before I ask my next question, please?
Yes, so those are great distinctions, Neil. And if someone is watching and they're specifically looking to find a deeper connection with God, source, spirit. What's your advice for that?
I have two levels of advice, Adora. By the way, I adore you, but I'm sure you're tired of hearing that. I've only been hearing that for the past 45 years.
No,
But-
Dora the Explorer kind of messed it up for me for a little bit. So I'm so glad it's back, Neil. You keep bringing that. I love it.
Okay. I think that, what was the original question?
You have two levels of answers to the original question of if someone's looking to deepen their connection to
Yeah.
God or spirit.
My two levels of answers. Sorry that I got lost there. My two levels of answers are, number one, desire. Step into and allow yourself to expand within you the desire to do so. I almost want to use the word passion, the passion and the desire to make that connection with the divine. As you desire it and make a commitment to do whatever it takes. And by the way, there's no particular formula. I can't sit here and say, here's what it takes. Do these three things, because I don't have that formula, in front of me that works for every single person on the planet. But desire is the motivational energy. It's the energetic content that produces and moves forward our ability to make that connection with the divine. Second way to do it, cause someone else to have the experience. Adora, what I've learned in my life is whatever I want to experience, whether it's connection with the divine or greater abundance in life or more love in my experience or a deeper, richer experience of companionship, whatever it might be that I want to experience in my life. When I stop seeking that experience and start sourcing that experience for others. God said to me in conversations with God, Neil, stop being a seeker and be the source of whatever it is you wish to experience in your life. And as you source others with the opportunity to have that same experience, you experience yourself having what it is you wish you had. So, for instance, it would be very difficult for me, and I've been going around the world now for 27 years, sharing with people the opportunity that's laid before them by life to directly connect with and experience more deeply their companionship with the divine. And there's no way in the world I could be sharing that information for the past 27 years without experiencing more of it in my own life. The fastest way, one last thing, if I might add, to give you an example, Adora, of that, the fastest way to experience more love in your life is to cause more people to experience more love in their life. It's a perfectly rich example of what I've just said. Be the source of that which you wish to experience, and you will experience itself in grander ways than you might ever have imagined.
I love that. And I constantly ask myself very often, who am I being? Who do I want to be here? But how, for someone who may not feel they're connected to the divine, how do you be cause in someone else feeling connected to the divine?
You could do it by sharing with them ways to do so. Even though you may not experience the connection yourself, you certainly have learned about through your life, unless you're 13 or 12 years old. But if you've been around here, on this planet for a little bit of time, you've probably, and if you're even interested in the subject, or you wouldn't be asking yourself the question. But if you're asking yourself, how can I experience greater connection with the divine? You have to, first of all, believe that such a connection is possible. Well, now let me go back one step. You'd have to, first of all, believe there is a divine. You'd have to be one of those 8 out of 10 people on the planet who agree that God exists, that there is a higher power, if you please, God, life, source, whatever you want to use as your word. But you would have to believe that something exists that you're wishing to have a greater connection with. Then, having agreed with yourself on that, you would go to the next level. You would decide, is it possible for me to even have such a connection? Not how can I have it, but do I think it's possible? It's amazing the number of people who would say, no, it's not possible. You can't, Neil, Neil, come on. You didn't have a conversation with God. What's the matter with you? Don't go around telling people you had a conversation with God. It's blasphemy. Of course, George Bernard Shaw correctly said that all great truths begin as blasphemy, but we'll leave that aside for now. So the second step in increasing your connection with God is to agree with yourself that you can actually, that a person can actually have such a, not just the Pope, not just the Archbishop of Canterbury or the Chief Ulama or the head rabbi, but ordinary people like you, even Adora can have a connection with God. Now,
I believe it
and if
so
she
much.
can't have that, then anybody can.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I believe it. I was thinking of people who might be there going, but I don't feel it, And so we want to bring on one of our co-hosts and someone that's been working in the background to help this event be just set off the way that it has. Carissa, she wants to ask some questions as well.
Am I taking too long with my answers? I'm sorry.
Not at all. No, you're not taking too long at all.
Well, because there was more to my answer, Carissa. Can I have about 30 more seconds?
Absolutely.
Because there was two or three more steps. One, believe there is a God. Two, believe that you could actually have a conversation with God, that you could have that more connection. Three, when you have it, don't call it something else, because you'll have that connection with God. Maybe it'll come in the form of, the sign you see on the next billboard when you turn the corner on the highway, or the words, the chance utterance of a friend on the street, or the lyrics of the next song you hear could be the beginning of your connection with God. But you'll call it something else for fear of being ridiculed or marginalized, or you'll say it's just my imagination. So the third step in creating that connection with God is to not deny it when it's right in front of you, going on right now, which, by the way, could be precisely what's happening in your life in this moment.
I actually feel really honored to be here having this discussion with you. I was actually getting really emotional in the back, which is maybe why they brought me up, because I was like, I'm actually getting really emotional. And I think a lot of people can resonate with this. Over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of what people would identify as struggle and difficulty in the world. And I have built my relationship with God. I've been building my relationship with God as being the most important aspect of my human existence. And Marianne Williamson is also one of my favorite authors, and reading her book, Return to Love, she talks about how in her development of her relationship with God, she, would get on her knees, and then she would hear the voice of God just saying, like, why don't you just stay there? Just stay in a state of prayer, stay in a state of like surrender, letting me help you. And through my development with my relationship with God, I think there were so many times I doubted if I was hearing or experiencing God, or what that voice or connection was. So for those who may not have that relationship, how do you discern between the voice or the experience of God versus the ego, or like other, other energy that's trying to come through that may not have the best alignment for you? Like, how do you discern that? What's that process look like?
First of all, ego has gotten a bad rap. So if you feel grander and better about life, and frankly about yourself, if you start to get a sense of the wonder, the true glory of who you are, don't dismiss it and say, well, that's just ego. It's just ego. You know what? Hello. That's God's message to you. God says, I don't create junk. I created a magnificent expression of life called you. So number one, I do not deny, but how do I know the difference between, messages from God, if you please, and from another source? The messages from God are always about joy, freedom, special awareness of who you are, and empowerment. They're never messages, obviously, about fear. That might be obvious, but they're never messages about anything less than the highest thought you ever had about yourself. You know how I know when I'm hearing messages from God? It's when the messages that I get are the messages that I got when I was 3 and 4 years old. When I was 3 and 4 years old, everything was very clear to me. I was wonderful. Life was wonderful. Everything was fantastic. I could do anything. I could be anything. I could have anything. Oh boy. And then I talked myself out of it. I used the next 30 years of my life to talk myself out of what was already built into me. Because I thought I had a lot to learn. I thought I had, wait, Neil, come on. You got a lot to learn. And I even said that to God one day in my conversation. I have a lot to learn here. And God said, excuse me, you have nothing to learn. Life is not a school. You're not here to learn anything. I said, what? What are you telling me? Everyone, even the masters say life is a school. God said, I'm sorry, then the masters were wrong. Life is not a school. I said, wow, this is craziness. What are you saying? And she said, Neil, is there a tree outside your window? I said, well, yeah, there is. In fact, there's a beautiful 25-foot oak tree right outside the window of my house. And she said, okay, how much has that tree learned since it was a seedling no bigger than your fingernail? I said, well, the tree hasn't learned anything. It's just kind of grew into itself. God said to me, are you trying to tell me that I placed inside that seed when it was no bigger than your fingernail all that the tree needed to know in order to be the magnificent specimen of life that it is today? I said, well, yeah, you could put it that way. God said, I see. And if I so loved the tree, would I not all the more love you?
Wow.
What do you
Powerful
think I sent
answer.
you? Do you think I sent you down there? Good luck. Have a good time. I hope you learn what you need to learn. Excuse me, I gave you all you needed to know and placed it deep inside of you. Simply call it forth. Don't call for it. Call it forth from deep within you.
Very, very, very interesting. And I want to thank Neil Donald Walsh for being here with us. I'm about to bring in Rex Sykes and Dr. Natalie Forrest. Rex, let's go to you. What thoughts do you have to share with Neil as we have the last stretch with him on the air here?
Thank you so much, Neil, for sharing. I want to play God's advocate with you for a second, and that is, what would you say to people who would argue that, well, you mentioned the word ego, that, this is delusional, it's self, you're talking to yourself, and there could be Satan, there could be a dark side that, you're listening to. How should a person differentiate from a delusional conversation with what they think is God and God or source?
Well, you just asked two different questions. You said, first of all, what would I say? Your first question was, Neil, what would you say to a person who said you were delusional? And
not you personally. I meant to an individual.
Yeah. Well, what I would say to that person is, I'm sorry you feel that way. I have no need for you to convince you of anything. And if I notice your life is really working wonderfully. You have miracles every day of your life, just like I do in mine. So, or maybe you don't. I don't know. But I've had a wonderful experience. So I don't believe that it's delusional for me. But you know what? I could be wrong about this. I could be wrong about all of it. However, I do suggest that there's no such thing as Satan. Satan is simply an acronym, Satan, seeing anything as negative. So I don't believe that Satan exists. There's no such thing as the devil. There's no such thing as hell. But could I be wrong about all of this? Absolutely. Don't listen to a word I have to say. What Conversations with God told me, Rex, in the dialogue, here's what she said. These are the exact words from the dialogue. It says in the book, don't believe a word you read here. Bring it into your own experience if it intrigues you. Live into it and try it if it intrigues you. And if it does, embrace it and use it. And if it doesn't, throw the book away.
That is beautiful, Neil. And again, I wasn't asking the question in regards to you. I was saying for those people who want to have a connection with their higher self or source or power, how is it that when their family or friends or other people might say, well, you're deluded, you're listening to the devil, you're not listening to God, or that they may have those same questions. So yes,
I would advise them to say, you know what, you could be right. Thank you for loving me enough to tell me that.
Beautiful.
Thank you for caring enough for me to give me your guidance on that. And your guidance is so much appreciated. But I hope that we can go to a place in our relationship, my dear loved one, my dear father, or my dear uncle, or my dear friends. I hope we don't go to a place where you feel that I must agree with you for us to stay in a loving relationship. I'll never be able to tell you how much it means to me for you to be concerned enough to share with me what you're saying. And at this present moment, I don't happen to agree with you. But by golly, if we can agree to disagree agreeably, we have found the secret of all of it.
Awesome. Beautiful.
Awesome. Dr. Natalie, before we wrap with Neil, what would you like to say or reflect?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for making the time. It's truly an honor, and I love the conversations. What I find especially fascinating, because it's a project of mine, is the end of polarity that I see you bringing up in the movie, like and in the book. Sorry, because the movie's a different story. And you just mentioned it again. Does Satan really exist? The polarity of good and evil versus the way that you just explained it. Thank you for caring. Now, the question that I have on that is, based on my own experiences, people don't necessarily understand that there can be life without polarities. So what would you tell people who want to maintain the polarity lifestyle?
I would say you're right. There cannot be life on this planet without polarities. Without this, there is no that. Without darkness, there's no such thing as light. Light only can exist experientially in the space of that which we call darkness. I'm using a metaphor, of course, but there's no such thing as tall without short. There's no such thing as fast without slow. There's no such thing as big without small. And there's no such thing as good without what you would choose to call evil. Nothing, as Bill said, nothing is evil, lest thinking make it so. But we will call certain things evil in order to experience certain things as good. Therefore, I would say to that person, you're right. Live within the polarity, but use the polarity as an opportunity to experience the singularity. Because the polarity is simply an illusion, but it's a very useful illusion. Then therefore allow yourself to step into the illusion such as permits you to experience who you really are. Or to put it in other words that somebody said a few years ago, be in this world, but not of it.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
I could,
and the only other comment.
Be wrong about all of that.
Yes, of course. The only other comment I'd like to make very briefly is that you started out by saying you haven't read any books that we necessarily talk about. And I can so relate to that. I mean, I have obviously read what we're talking about here, but I remember going through my dissertation and I didn't read anything because I didn't want to be accused of doing something or saying something that somebody else had, even though, of course, we have to have a bibliography. But that's a lot of danger when we're saying things, and you've probably gone through this, saying things that upset our current belief system often ends up being attacked, and then we're being called, we're lying, we're all of that.
Yeah, we have to be idea heroes, Natalie. We have to be, in my latest book, The God Solution, I call for idea heroes. I'm going to give you an example. Galileo, just to use a simple example.
Yes.
I mean, he said in 1604, hey, you know what? The earth revolves around the sun. And the church said, no, the sun revolves around the earth. We've been teaching that the sun revolves around the earth for hundreds of years. Therefore, we're condemning you for your blasphemy. And they put him under house arrest for the rest of his life. He was an idea hero because he said, guys, I'm sorry. I know what you've been saying for hundreds of years, but in fact, the earth revolves around the sun. So we have to be idea heroes and see if we can change our definition of God and of ourselves. What if we decided that God was simply pure love, which of course is theologically revolutionary, because every one of the world's 4,200 religions Oh, and by the way, I didn't make up that number. Google it. There are 4,200 religions on the planet right now. Every one of the world's 4,200 religions, or at least the largest number of them, say that God is, in fact, judgmental, condemning, and punishing. But what if we say that God is pure love? And what if we define pure love as that which would condemn and punish and judge no one, because it needs nothing in return for the love we give it? Can we believe, do we dare believe in a God who needs nothing from us, who doesn't say, I love you if you belong to the right church, or do the right thing, or say the right words, or perform the right rituals, otherwise you're going to hell? Can we believe in such a God? For that matter, can we even believe it's possible for us to experience that even with the person across the pillow? Is it possible for us to say to the person on the other side of the kitchen, I love you, without needing or expecting or demanding anything from you in return? Wow. So if we could embrace a new definition of God, that would be the God solution, and the world would change overnight. I could, of course, be wrong about all of that, but I don't think so.
Neil, it is such a joy, a privilege, and a pleasure to spend some time with you. A couple of technical questions. How many copies of Conversations with God have been in print approximately over the years? How many millions upon millions?
I don't keep track of such statistics. No, really, I never have. But my literary agent occasionally reminds me. We're talking probably at this point of over 25 million in
25 million.
In 37 languages.
In 37 languages. That is truly profound.
That
And
number
what
I
are you-
have because they told me how many they have to get my permission to translate it. So we have given permission for translation into 37 languages.
37 languages, 25 million copies. That is pretty remarkable. And what are your thoughts on the film that was made a few years ago? Just your general thoughts on the movie.
Well, Stephen Simon, my best friend in the world, made that movie. I've known Stephen for years, and he made the movie at with my permission. Of course, he came to my house and discussed it with me, and brought the screenwriter to my home. We spent days together, and I told him all the events of my life. So I thought that the movie of Conversation with God was remarkably well done. I mean, in terms of its accuracy with regard to how this experience arose in my life and what it produced as an outcome. It was really a surreal event, Mo. You got to know that, here I'm sitting in a darkened theater looking at a movie screen, as big as the wall, and it's a story of my life up there. It's talk about being surreal. But Stephen did a wonderful job capturing the experience that I had and placing it before movie audiences around the world.
Incredible. Thank you again, Neil, for spending some precious moments with us, with our audience, to share your perspective, your wisdom.
It's not my wisdom. One last word. Sorry.
Yes.
I want people to understand. I'm really clear about this, and it's important for people to know. I don't consider any of this my wisdom. I consider that I was inspired, as we all are, whether it's Reverend Stephen or Natalie, Carissa, or you, Mo, or Adora. All of us contain that deep wisdom implanted within us, as God said a moment ago. If I so loved the tree outside the window, would I not all the more love you? So please, it's not my wisdom. It's the universal wisdom to which all of us have access, and which many of us have accessed. So thank you for letting me share the wisdom that we all contain. I'm simply repeating stuff that Reverend Stephen has probably said 1,000 times.
Awesome. Thank you.
I've become a reverend.
Thank you so much, Neil Donald Walsh, ladies and gentlemen. What a honor that was, folks. Adora, real quick, what are some takeaways you have from our lovely time that we just spent with the legendary Neil Donald Walsh?
Well, the tone.
I had no idea, Adora. 25 million copies, 37 languages. What an impact that is. Adora, please take some takeaways.
I love the way he stayed focused on harmony. Like, okay, you see it that way. Perhaps we could see this a different way together. I also loved his tonality. Like, I feel like I could just, you could feel in his voice and the frequency of his voice, just that gentle, there's a vibration there that's really soft and soothing. I felt like I'm floating on a canoe in the water, looking at the stars, right? It was just so great. So great.
Yeah,
What about you? Mm-hmm.
I would agree with that. I feel like from this conversation, I feel closer to God. I feel closer to everybody here who has showed up for themselves for this event to just share just space and love and appreciation for each other. And I feel I really liked at the end how he mentioned that he's not taking, like, it's not his wisdom, but he's just using it. He's the vehicle for it. He's transmitting the information through. I feel like that's a very humble place to stand, considering how many books he's sold and how many languages it's been through. It's been translated into. To have such major success with that and still to remain very humble is actually one of the most powerful things I've experienced thus far. So I really enjoyed that conversation. It was very beautiful.
Yeah, and I don't even think it was just a conversation, right? I think he exemplifies the message of the books, the message of the materials, and that I think is the most impressive, fortunately or unfortunately, in the world we live in, because we should all exemplify what we're writing or what we're saying. And so for me, I just loved, and I do love, the sincerity. There was a complete sincerity when he said, yeah, well, you may be right, I may be right, we'll see. And I think that is a lot of what we need to hear more of. So when he mentioned the term idea hero, I still felt that was him.
Yeah. You know, Neil taught me something today that I'm going to use in my life, and that's that, after I share an opinion or a perspective, I'm just going to simply say, you know what, I could be wrong about all of that.
I want to see that, Mo. I want to see that.
And that's the level of humility, and just such a nice, it's just a profound way to go about living life. It's not trying to assert a perspective on someone else. And I think particularly in today's world, that is needed, especially in this time and period that we live today, is, hey, and that's part of the reason why the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour has brought together so many diverse individuals that have so many different perspectives on the world, on what does it even mean to think and grow rich? Because the premise of this program is to ask that philosophical question to different people from all around the world. Can you really think and grow rich? What does that even mean to you? And so we don't know what the answers will be, but that's why the speakers are here. And we brought together some of the biggest authors, 25 million books. So Neil Donald Walsch truly is an influential and powerful man. So we wanted to know, and we still, we'll go back and rewatch this and listen to the gems. And so with that being said, Adora, do you have anything else you would like to say?
Yeah, I mean, we've had so many takeaways here today. There's so much going on when you think about Napoleon Hill in the 1930s, and when you listen to some of the old videos of him. And I've talked to so many people that have been impacted by Napoleon Hill and his work specifically. And they almost all have this feeling like Napoleon Hill was helping them, or, how the energy, and whether you believe that or not, the fact that we're reading the words, we're embodying it, it's like his work continues to live in each of our lives and in so many of the thought leaders that we've brought together here. And Napoleon Hill, what he did was interview some of the greatest people of his time. And the fact that we get to circle around because of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, because of Don Green, because of, all the work that happened way back in the 1930s, and then bring on these fresh conversations I think Napoleon Hill would have had, and it's really coming full circle right here, right now. And I just feel so grateful and touched.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Rex, what about you?
May I add? Well, absolutely, I agree with everything you said. What I would like to point out about Neil is he's such a beautiful example of the power that you can have when you're not wedded to your own opinion or idea, when you're willing to let it go and let somebody else have the last word or be right and go, you know what, you're right. I mean, I don't even know if you have to say, let's agree to disagree. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. We don't have to counter them. Imagine what this world would be like if our religious leaders and our political leaders united in harmony and said, you know what, let's work together on this. You've got a great idea. I have a great idea. Maybe we can come to a mutual, satisfactory solution, as opposed to battling and dividing and arguing over whether or not this is real or not.
Well, we're going to ask you to do that, Rex, because I didn't know you were a reverend until Neil got on the wall.
I actually am also a reverend, but it was interesting that he called me reverend as opposed to Rex. So I'm happy to. I am a reverend, and I'm happy to wear that mantle, but only for today.
Awesome. I thought he said Reverend Natalie as well too.
No, I don't think that.
You didn't. Okay, that's so awesome. You know what else is that no matter where our faith comes from, what I love is that we have, I'm here from the South. My spiritual awakening was through Christ and Christianity. And one of my favorite knowings was that only God judges the heart. God knows, only God knows. And my experience of Jesus, and I'm not a reverend, is that the only people he really judged were the judgers, right? Like he was judging the judgers. So I'm going to lean out of that because I'm not a reverend, but I am very grateful for the level of conversations that we're having here. And Mo, I see we have our next guest back in the green room.
Absolutely. And we're super excited. We're going to close out this program with a real powerful, dynamic speaker. Adora is going to have a powerful conversation with her to wrap up day one of the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich global tour that so far has reached dozens of different countries. So let us know in the comment section what part of the world you're tuning in as we enter the final leg of the tour. Before we do that, we're going to take a minute break, come back with our final speaker of the day.
Awesome. Hi, Shanda. Great to see you. I want to give a little introduction to everybody watching. So those of you who don't know, this is Shanda Sumter, and Shanda has been personally impacting entrepreneurs, driven entrepreneurs globally. She's been on Dean Graciosi and Tony Robbins stages multiple times. Dean's been on her stages. And for me personally, Shanda, not only did I go through your Hardcore Leadership program and was it completely elevating and helping me stand in my vision, even when emotions were going all over the place, but also how to really take my passion of interviewing people and create a list of like-minded tribe and all of that. So this event probably wouldn't be happening at the scale that it has if I had not been in your programs and courses. So thank you so much for being here with us today, and welcome.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. I just finished playing tag with my family in the other room. My mom's here from Canada, and my little son, and we just had a lot of fun playing tag. And now I'm here with you, transforming the world. Isn't that nice?
Woo, 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 woo. Yes, it is. So awesome. Shanda, let's talk first about the Napoleon Hill Foundation, about Think and Grow Rich, and your experience with that book and your favorite principle, anything you want to say about it, because we definitely wouldn't be here without them.
Yeah. It's, I don't know anybody who hasn't read that book. It doesn't matter how many people want to reverse engineer or speak about, how to create wealth. If you can't think about it, you can't, visualize it, not just visualize it. It's just, I don't know. I don't think that the world of economics for people who are coaching and leading right now would have the base that they have today because of this work. And so I mean, you can look at anybody who's speaking on any of the platforms and find the original work in Think and Grow Rich. So, I honor that. I honor that whole crew. I went in the female version of it, the Think and Grow Rich for women. And it's just incredible work.
Yeah, we had Sharon on here earlier. So what is your favorite principle? And then we're going to dive into your.
Oh my gosh, that's a tough one to ask me. That's a tough one to ask me because it's like when I look at my life, the ability to see myself further than I am today. You know what I mean? The ability to actually think bigger than you are, the ability to group with like-minded people and be able to mastermind and think bigger than you actually operate right now, I think is probably the best one for me because left to my own devices, I don't think that big. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm even though I'm a visionary, it took me a long time to open up to become a visionary. I tend to go into the small details and hang out there. And by the way, I'm sure there's a lot of you guys who do that. When you're playing big, you get into the weeds. And when you get into the weeds, it's like you're in the mechanism. And I think if you can be around a culture of people who think big, a mastermind, a group, a community, then you're going to play a lot bigger.
Let's talk about our word and being our word and how that impacts what we manifest, what we accomplish, what we create.
Yeah. So this is a big principle. First and foremost, I was just on the phone with one of our clients who we helped go from $0 to $1 million in a very short period of time. And then she got complacent. And I want to share this because it's fresh right now. And I'll back into keeping your word. Her word was that she was going to create something to become financially free. And she was going to do it for herself, for her life partner, for her family, for, her whole legacy, all of that. And then I asked her, she's not that old. And I said, if you retire at 55 or 56 or 57, do you have enough? And she went, I haven't thought about that. And I said, well, if you're complaining kind of about, she's in the weeds of her business going, why are people there's so many people that want to pause their agreements right now, or they don't want to leave, but they just want to hit pause. They want to hit snooze. And I said, well, but they're in your atmosphere. And when you're studying under a leader that's got complacent, then which is a blind spot for a lot of people, then what happens is you can just look at the people around you and realize that they're mirroring you. You know what I mean? So like, I wouldn't go underneath somebody's leadership that was going to teach me how to have a better relationship with my husband if they were divorced. I'm not saying they don't know all the principles. I'm not saying somebody can't have a business that has been divorced and teaches people how to get into relationships. I just choose to be underneath somebody's leadership that has the result that I want. And so when it backs into your word, so often we break our word in so many areas and we justify it. So if you said you were going to create a result, Rita, Anna, Karen, Jeremy, Robert, you said, okay, I'm going to create this result. A lot of times we create some goals within that result. Like financial freedom looks very different than what most of us thought it was when we started. So $1 million is not enough anymore. It's not enough. It's how do you take your money, multiply it? So here's the coaching I gave her. Starting next month, I said, you'll make $8,000 extra a month and you'll put it into a savings account. Now you got to remember, this is someone who came to me that made no money at all. But I know she will keep her word when she agrees because she trusts herself. And so we've trained her that basic. So sometimes the vision or the plan, Think and Grow Rich, right? Sometimes the vision or the plan needs to get bigger because you've already accomplished it. And that's what happened to her. She already got the kids, she got the house, she got all that. She got some good money in the bank. She got all that. And so she didn't realize, oh my gosh, let me look down the runway. And what does that look like? So I said, you're going to make $8,000 a month more starting next month. I said, you go figure out the plan. You go think about it, send me a message back and I'll tweak it and play with it. And she's going to do that till the end of the year. And then next year we'll up it. It'll be 10 or 12,000 a month and she'll do that all year. Why? Well, I got to think about, she needs to multiply her money now. Mm-hmm. Because she probably cannot earn enough at this stage of the game to be in a good financial spot if something happens between 55, 56, 57. And so I just encourage everybody, look at your runway. Because if you gave yourself a goal to have a certain life and you hit some good goals, which I'm sure you have, start looking at the runway of your life and say, what does it look like down there? Because there's a huge opportunity over the next 12 to 36 months to multiply your money. I mean, currently I'm in a crypto bot program and it's over 40% on my money and it buys the crypto low, sells it high. The more volatile it is, the better. My point is instead of judging something like, I'm just using this as an example, oh, crypto's all over the place, it dumped. Why don't you find the plan that there's always somebody that's figured out the way to multiply your income. You see what I'm saying? And so it's important. So I think real estate's going to be really interesting in the next year and a half. I think crypto is interesting now. And I think people need to stop thinking about how to earn their way to financial freedom. And they need to start thinking about how to multiply it.
That's so powerful. There are a few things that I love so much about you. And one of them is when most people are saying, hey, back off, lay low, sit back, you are like, go harder, press in, think bigger, and usually it's not about just grinding. Because of you, I take the last month of the year off, the last week of every month off. So you definitely live a meaningful life, but it's about burning desire and vision. And so could you speak a little bit more about that distinction?
Yeah. It's funny because your life will tell you what content you need to start working on. So the story of the person that I just shared with you, when I go on live on Monday, I'm going to be talking about how to hook into a bigger vision. But a lot of people don't know they need to hook into a bigger vision unless you do. Who knows that you need to hook into a bigger vision? Put me in the chat right now. If you know that you got to hook into a bigger vision, put me in the chat. I'm going to hook with the runway. I'm going to hook with, is your runway long enough right now? Are you doing today, whatever's in your bank account right now? I can tell you I can tell you what your attitude was, your ambition level, your effort was 3 months ago. So your bank account reflects 3 months ago effort. Okay. But let's take the runway bigger. So this whole, like, how to hook into that bigger vision, I think it's truly, I know a lot of people, especially in the spirituality world, don't like to look at fear. And I think fear can be, I don't mean feel fear from demonic, spiritual warfare stuff. I mean, fear from the place that gets your fire juice in a little bit, gets it flame. I truly have a fear of being older and not having enough. I mean, and so when I think about it, that fear wasn't big enough to get me to play bigger. So what I had to start doing is looking at, well, let's just take cryptocurrency as an example. If I'm playing in cryptocurrency because I believe that that's a smart thing for my life, and I believe that paper money is going to go away, if I believe those things and I have a bunch of people working in Hardcore Business, our company, then what type of a leader am I to win and not take care of them? And then when I think down the runway, this runway thing is, I'm really hooked into this concept of the runway. And then I think about the runway of, okay, if I'm correct. And the devaluation of money paper money is going down so much. If I'm right that this shift is happening, I must believe I'm right because I'm going after it. Whether I know about it, not knowing about it, I just figure it out, right? Surround yourself with the right people like we started this that knows, because somebody always knows. And is winning at it. And so I thought, I got to do crypto accounts for the hardcore team. And so then I announced it verbally, and now I have to do it. And so I started at the end of last year for our team. And then I live in Southern California. This is what I mean by your vision will start to take you. So don't get too hooked into what I'm saying. Follow my thought process of how the decisions got made. So I have the fear of, okay, I'm getting older. What does it look like? Do I have enough for later? That didn't motivate me. Then I'm sitting there going, okay, well, what type of life do I want to live now? Well, I want a house in Deer Valley at the base of the ski mountain. I want, a beautiful home in San Diego with an ocean view. And y'all might think that that's superficial, but the only people who don't want to make more money, or they say things like, I'm not about the money, are the ones that don't understand it. Because the more money you make, the more people you help, period. So definitely don't use your authority of your words to downcast the power of wealth, because it's huge. It opens doors. It connects you with people that you would never connect with, ever, if it wasn't for it, because there's a rite of passage with who you need to be to create it. So it was, kind of, I don't want to waste my time, that I have this vitality. So that got my fire juicing. And then it was crypto. Then it was my team. And then taxes crushed me last year. Like taxes in California, it was brutal. And so I get this bill and I'm sitting there going, I know there's somebody who knows how to fix this. I know this is like my mantra. I know there's somebody that knows how to fix this. I'm not settling for what anybody tells me. I don't care if it's the best advice in the world. There's somebody who can fix this. And I just go on an obsession. And I say it constantly. And then, of course, I started meeting entrepreneurs that were playing the game better than me. We bought a jet. Just so you know, 2 years ago, I was online going, I'm so not a jet girl. I'm never going to get a jet. So it's like, take your foot out of your mouth. You know what I mean? Because I think we all have many of us have these different layers of money issues. And we defend our identity around it versus just saying, I want more and I'm okay with it, and then start placing it places. And so we end up having to get a plane, and now we're moving to Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? So I had to get a plane. We had to open up these crazy business strategies, that can all be audited and are legal, obviously. And, we managed to play the tax game last year, but it left us essentially broke. I mean, we had to tie up a lot of our money. And I'm glad I learned that now. So now we're going at the end of this month. We head to Puerto Rico, 4% flat tax, no more capital gains. We'll spend half of our year there, half of our year here. We'll get on our jet and we'll go, and we'll come back and forth. And that becomes my life now, for 4 years. And so I think the areas, Adora, that we're not willing to do, like I wasn't willing to move to Puerto Rico before because my vision wasn't big enough. It was about me still. It wasn't sure, I want to take care of my team. I've given them bonuses. I've done incentives, but not at this level. So when your vision gets past you, and I'll give you an example of how I did that with my husband, because my husband was a no-go to Puerto Rico. All of his family's here in San Diego, no-go, all the stories. I don't care about the money at that level, all of that. And then when we started talking about our team paying into their cryptos, there's no way we could do it. You just can't do it. So I had to think about what's my husband's advantage. So now we're talking about enrollment, people around you. How many of you guys have some in your life right now that is not on the same page as you? Like you.
Raise those hands, raise them.
You need to be doing something, but you can't get the business partner, the husband, the wife, the relationship on the same page. And so you're stuck a little bit. So here's what I did. I started to instead of combating my husband, I started to think, well, what is his opportunity with moving to Puerto Rico? What books does he get to write? What campaigns does he get to launch? Not with maybe our company, just like some of his purpose things. And you just start to follow the thread of the biggest purpose is never about you. And I've really learned that. I've really learned that. I've always been generous, but the more generous I get, the bigger the vision gets and the more fun life gets.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because here are a few things. I know that you have a great relationship with God. I know that because it just shows in everything and you share it openly. And you're saying, I want more, and money is a liberator. And so for people that have that kind of stop, and we all do, like you said, next levels, there's a new roof to break through, but can you go more into that and generosity? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just heard this recently. I don't listen to Dave Ramsey, probably because I'm not ready to accept all of those biblical principles. I'm deep in scripture, you guys. I'm deep in my church. I'm deep in scripture. I had found 2,000 different scriptures written about wealth. Dave Ramsey was just sharing that there's 4,000. And so I share this with you, and I'll explain why I said I'm not ready to accept some of the rules, and just show you out of vulnerability, as we're in the process of playing our biggest life, we have to let go of some of our selfish thoughts. It's like, if you want to get healthy, you have to give up the cigarette, whether or not you love the cigarette and you want to, I don't know anybody who smokes anymore, but now they vape, right? So it's like even worse. And so, now you're in this conversation, like, but I love it. Like, what is life worth without the things that I love? I'm like, no, vision not big enough. I don't buy into any of those conversations. Vision not big enough. And so if you search and you see that the Bible, the scriptures, over 4,000 times talk about money, even when I had only found 2,000, that is more than the Bible speaks about faith or prayer. Okay. And so it literally says in the scriptures that you are to make money because of the friends you will keep and the authority you will have. Recently, I found myself in prayer saying, God, just bring it in the door so that I can have the authority that I feel like I need to do the work that we're trying to do. If you think about that, everybody wants to meet Jack Canfield. Everybody wants to, be on Oprah, depending on your belief systems. Everybody wants to, they want to meet that person up there that is, the person that they respect and think they've done life so well. They want to do that. But the challenge is that when we have this desire to go do that, we have to give something up. And again, I get so challenged with some spiritual teaching, because there's this conversation that we've all made up about what God says is the rules. Like, I don't think God would ever judge us. There's rules. There's good and there's bad in the world. I know we like to believe there's only light, but you just walk around, you can see truly the light wouldn't do half of the things that are happening in the world. You know what I mean? Like, God's not going to go, like, I got in a car accident and God let it happen to me. No. I would never allow my son to get in a car accident. Like, that's demonic forces. So again, not to go too much off the Richter scale on it, but when you start to search, like if any of this kind of pulled on you a little bit, you should start to search about spiritual warfare and things like this. And it'll take the game of personal development. It'll take the game of being bold in the world and speaking truth and authority. I mean, every spiritual principle talks about laws of attraction, all pulled out of the Bible. So let's stop putting the cap on our money in our life. I guarantee you there's people on here right now. You are about to have a massive financial breakthrough. And all you have to do is stop using this tongue to cancel it. We cancel the authority over our life by using our tongue because we somehow are judging something about money or people or success. Listen, I used to judge Grant Cardone. And I was like, why am I judging Grant Cardone? I was like, he's so crass, but always talking about his jet and his Rolls Royce. And then, then I buy a jet. And I'm like, Shanda, and I noticed that next level. And now I've had my whole company read 10X. And then I have people reaching out to me because I'm Christian. Aren't you worried about pushing 10X because he's a Scientologist? No, Like, don't be so weak in your faith that you're worried about somebody else being separate or different than you in your space. I'm Christian and I have a gay assistant. Like, being fat is a sin. So is being broke. So is being it's like we're all on the wrong topics right now. Like, we should be talking about our identity and being able to walk in the world and be our identity, and make a lot of money. Because if you don't, my friends, I hate to see what's going to happen as the middle class just starts to get pushed out. It's happening right now. People think it's all about the war and this and that. It was already happening. Inflation, costs, food costs are going up 400%. Like, this isn't a game. And it's right in front of you. And what are you doing? What did you do today to create money? What are you doing tomorrow? Or is it the weekend? I should just be off. No, I've got 4 emails going out tomorrow. I got 3 emails going out on Sunday. I got 2 text messages going out on Saturday and Sunday. I'm not stopping. Are you?
No. Yes, Shanda, I get my daily dose of you at least 4 days a week. I am inspired by the woman that you are, the bold stand that you are in the world. And thank you for bringing up crypto. One of our main sponsors here is Driven Trading. So we'll be diving into trading and multiplying our money. And I see Mo is on. I want to officially.
Well, time just goes so fast when you hear Shanda speak. I mean, that was 30 minutes that felt like 30 seconds because it was so much fun. So thank you, Shanda. I know we're going to wrap up here, but thank you for being our keynote for the day and closing out and wrapping up our day one in the brilliant way that you did. So we'll give you the floor if you want to share any of your final thoughts with our audience and answer the question, can you really think and grow rich? Shanda, the floor is yours.
That's so good. Yes, I'm a great example of it. I just got to tell you, can't pull back. And so moving to America with $500 in my pocket, if it wasn't for a great friend that made me get on the plane from Vancouver, Canada to America, I would have pulled back. So look in your life right now where you're pulling back, you're retracting. I'm going to tell you can handle it. You've got to step up. If you retract right now, your confidence will be shot. You'll have that stolen from you. So whenever there's a hard moment, it's impossible for you to grow without a hard moment. Just think about that. Think and grow rich. It's impossible to grow without a hard moment. You don't grow when everything's working. It's a hard moment. So if you're facing a hard moment right now, which I hope you are, then excel through it, because that means that there's a next level of growth, of wealth, of success. You got to get through it here. It's literally about thinking. It's about innovating, not analyzing. Innovating, not analyzing. And if you can take that away from this programming right now, I think you're going to do fantastic over the next week, over the next month, and over the next 2 years, which are critical for wealth creation.
Awesome. Oh, we've got Shanda out of there already. All right. I was like, bye now. Mic drop.
That would have been a little too quick, a little too swift. No, but thank you for that, Shanda, and thank you for the take-home value you provided our audience. And we'll certainly be inviting you back in the future for events because of all the take-home value and because of the leader that you are in the world. So thank you, Shanda Sumter.
You're welcome.
And Dora, as we get ready to wrap up, I just want to take a second. We're about to bring back Rex and Krista, and I wanted to take a second before we wrap up the amazing day one. I personally have gotten so many incredible takeaways. Absolutely. No, we want to highlight these powerful books because there is a lot of wisdom and power in the books that the Napoleon Hill Foundation publishes. So we highly encourage folks to go on a shopping spree on the Napoleon Hill Foundation, because Warren Buffett said that the #1 best investment to make is in yourself. And so invest in yourself. And it is my experience that every dollar that you spend on your own advancement and growth, and books are included in that, comes back at least tenfold in your life. So, invest in the official Napoleon Hill Foundation sanctioned Think and Grow Rich books. If you don't have a copy, what are you waiting for? Get the Success System That Never Fails book. highly recommended, highly underrated, underappreciated, and underdiscussed is W. Clement Stone's Success System That Never Fails. I'm a huge fan of that book. And Adora, if you have anything else you want to add before we bring back Krista and Rex to close out, please.
Yes, this is a communication opportunity. So anybody that is here, you've invited friends to be here. If you haven't invited them, be generous. Generosity flows from people that are rich in spirit. Invite your friends to the free ticket, right? But here's the communication. Those of you that are in VIP and those that aren't. So those of you in VIP, you're going to get special access to Zoom Zoom rooms that will be private. And that begins on Wednesday when it ends for the rest of people here. They'll be watching replays. You'll be in the rooms having your Q&A time. So don't worry. We've gotten emails of people saying, oh my gosh, I'm missing it. No, you're not missing it. That hasn't started yet. Those of you who have not signed up for VIP yet, it's still $97. Tomorrow morning, it goes up to $197. So if you're wanting to do it, get in the room, get access, get your chance to ask questions, because it's going to go up and we're announcing more that you don't even know yet. So definitely.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Adora Emmons. And we want to thank our friends at the Napoleon Hill Foundation. We want to thank our friends at Driven Trading, a fantastic company that's doing a lot to educate people. And the Community Outreach Division of the Los Angeles Tribune, which is what we take pride in when we do these events, is all about education and uplifting people. And so when we see a company like Driven Trading that is spending time to educate people on really modern day tools and methodologies that people are not really too knowledgeable about, we take notice and we appreciate our friendship with Driven Trading. And I'm going to bring in Rex Sykes. Rex, Carissa, can you believe we're barely, there we go. Those are a couple of good books you got there. Think and Grow Rich, and of course, Don Green's wonderful book. So Carissa, Rex, thank you both so much. And we will see everyone back here tomorrow morning. Again, just pay attention to the emails that are being sent out. If you have not yet registered and you're watching this somewhere, make sure you register so you're in the loop, ridgetour22.com. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back here tomorrow with day 2.